In a bustling tavern, the legendary hero's party assembles. Arya Reeses, a level 20 sword master, Ramiz Alfredia, a level 10 mage, and Taoo Naotsugu, the level 15 hero himself. But observing them all is the fourth member, a white-haired priest named Aries Crown, his expression utterly unimpressed. But for Aries, this honor was a curse handed down 1 month ago within the hallowed halls of the Asgreed Holy Cathedral. There, he was summoned by the imposing Cardinal Cleo. Aries was curt, attempting to evade whatever was coming. I have other business to attend right now. Cleo's words cut through his excuses. Leave that business to someone else. There is a new mission for you, Crusape First Seat. Aries' eyes narrowed. A new mission. A sly smile crept across the Cardinal's face. Are you aware of the hero summoning? Aries nodded stiffly. I've heard. Good, Cleo replied, his smile widening. That makes things easier. Suddenly, the Cardinal's voice boomed with divine authority, pointing directly at Aries. Aries Crown, you are to support the hero Taoo Naotsugu to defeat the Demon Lord. The order hit Aries like a physical blow. A bead of sweat traced a path down his temple as he stared back in utter disbelief. Huh. And now, back in the present, Aries' internal monologue is laced with bitterness. I came here following orders. To see a party with an average level of 15, he internally scoffs, picturing them being wiped out by the weakest of monsters. They might get annihilated by a pack of orcs. As the party looks at him expectantly, Aries thinks to himself, it might be a bad idea to reveal my real level. He steps forward, his face a mask of piety. I'm a priest dispatched from the Asgreed Church. I have been ordered to accompany you. My name is Aries Crown. With a deadpan expression, he delivers the lie that will define this mission. My level is 3. The reaction is instantaneous. The hero Taoo and the mage Ramiz stare at him, their jaws agape. Level 3. Aries maintains his calm facade, preempting their next question. Yes, and I'm able to perform my duty as a healer, including abnormal status cures and level appraisal, so rest at ease. Ramiz is still panicked. Wait, are you even capable of using healing magic? Slightly reassured but still nervous, Ramiz forces a smile. Okay, well, it won't matter if we just stay out of harm's way. But the hero Taoo is unfazed, his spirit burning bright. He pumps a fist in the air. Either way, we're going to defeat the Demon Lord. I'll be counting on you all. Ramiz, inspired by his energy, beams. I'll show you the magic of Fredia, hero. Arya nods with grim determination. Immature as I may be, I shall wield my sword for you, hero. All eyes turn to Aries, the supposed weakest link awaiting his pledge. He places a hand over his heart in a gesture of faith, his voice devoid of any real emotion. As God wishes. In the next moment, Aries accidentally trips a passing waitress with his staff, sending drinks crashing to the floor. Please excuse me for a bit, he says smoothly amidst the chaos. As he stands to leave, Taoo asks, where are you going? Aries offers a thin, polite smile. To make a regular report to the church. His parting words are dripping with sarcasm only he can detect. Please go ahead and deepen your friendship while I'm gone. The instant he's out of their sight, the pious mask drops, replaced by a grimace of pure frustration. Aries descends into the city's back alleys, the cheerful noise of the tavern fading behind him. He finds a secluded spot, hidden from any prying eyes. He retrieves a small communication device from his robes. Pressing it to his ear, his voice is cold and urgent. Requesting connection to Central. Operator, do you copy? An operator's voice responds immediately. Understood, please wait. Aries clarifies, connect me to Cardinal Cleo. A moment later, the Cardinal's smug, familiar voice crackles through. Did something happen, Aries? Aries explodes, his voice a furious whisper. Something? Yeah, a lot of things. What is this party setup? Leaving the hero aside, their level is far too low. Their respectable bloodline isn't worth a damn against the Demon Lord. Cleo sounds unconcerned. I heard they dispatched their best personnel. Let's start with the mage, the Fredia girl from a distinguished family of mages. The Cardinal muses aloud, Ramiz Fredia, the Duke sure went all out. Aries cuts him off, his voice dripping with contempt, though she's only level 10. Cleo dismisses it with a wave of his hand. She's the sole daughter of Birdcage Princess. It makes all the sense that her level is low. Aries can't believe what he's hearing. Who cares? If she's a princess living in a birdcage, then keep her locked in her cage. He sighs, trying to find any positive. Fine, what about the Sword Master, Arya? At least she's level 20. Cleo continues, ah yes, the Sword Master. The Sword King assured me he sent a first-rate fighter. She's the daughter of Sword King Norton, Cleo explains, a practitioner of the legendary Flamia swordplay. Aries presses for more information, sensing there's a catch. Are you acquainted with them? If so, I need more details. A weary sigh comes from the Cardinal. I see, so Norton sent her. To sum up Arya Reeses in one word, Cleo says dramatically, she is the girl who turned. Aries is lost. Huh. The Cardinal drops the bombshell with a sickeningly cheerful tone. She refused to inherit the family's Flamia swordplay, and as of recent, she's just a student under the Maxillian school. Aries' blood runs cold. Huh, she changed swordplay, and just recently, why in God's name would they send her to the hero party then? He lets out a long, defeated sigh, the full weight of his hopeless situation crashing down on him. Cleo's voice turns deadly serious. Well, Ramiz, Arya, and you as well, Aries, we can replace you as much as we want, but there is no replacement for the hero. The Cardinal pauses, as if Aries' frantic protests are nothing but static on the line. Hero summoning is a technique that bends the natural law of this world, he lectures. A massive amount of magic was consumed to summon Taoo. Aries is practically screaming now, and surrounding him with weaklings like them puts him in mortal danger. Cleo's tone is dismissive. Sadly, we don't have the authority to choose his party members. If they're a burden, then you should follow them up. Aries' teeth grind together, and that's where you're wrong. It's not if they're a burden, there's none but dead weight here. Their average level is 15, he roars 15. Proceeding to defeat the Demon Lord with this kind of level is suicide. Do they even want to defeat the Demon Lord? Aries reminds him of the lie he was forced to tell. My level, I told them I'm level 3 though. You should be able to handle it with your level, Cleo retorts coolly. The Cardinal actually chuckles. The last digit, Aries seethes, it ain't time for laughs. Aries tries one last time to appeal to reason. Let's be honest here, our situation is dire. But Cleo has an answer for everything. The gap is far too wide. If they knew your true strength, their confidence might plummet to 0. That would give birth to a weakness in their mind. It must be avoided at all cost. That is why you are indispensable, Aries, Cleo explains. Our only saving grace is that only those affiliated with God may use level appraisal. You can lie your way as many times as you want. No one would doubt a priest. Aries feels the trap closing around him. What should I do? Cleo's voice is laced with ice. Well, having 2 burdens instead of 1 doesn't change much, right? The line clicks dead. Aries stares at his communicator in disbelief. Are you for real? I'm to continue like this? Hey, hello, oi. Cleo's final, dismissive words echo in his memory. I can try to apply some pressure, but don't expect much. With a roar of pure rage, Aries rips the device from his ear. Damn it, that bastard Cleo cut off. He stands in the alley, shaking with a fury he can't unleash. He clenches and unclenches his fist, forcing his breathing to slow, wrestling his anger back into its cage. The rage recedes, replaced by a cold, hard focus. His expression settles into one of grim determination. He thinks to himself, his cynicism a shield. I'm not a good person who cares about world peace or whatsoever. But if the hero dies, the blame would be put on the healer. His eyes narrow into slits. Which is me? With his path decided, he turns and walks back into the light of the city. Either way, the church has issued the order. All I can do now is my best to fulfill it. Aries returns to the tavern table, the clinking of his armor barely audible over the din. Sorry for the wait, he says, his expression unreadable as he rejoins Taoo, Arya, and Ramiz. The group looks up at him, their discussion paused. The air is thick with unspoken questions, and Aries, the priest, seems to be the one with all the answers. Taoo, the summon hero, breaks the silence. I was just thinking, a standard party has 6 members, shouldn't we find 2 more people before we head out? Aries' gaze is firm. Number for the time being, recruiting more members will have to wait, we'll proceed as a party of 4. A sly grin plays on Tao's lips. And why is that? You worried about another guy joining the party, or am I wrong? Aries sighs, clearly unamused by the joke. What is this guy saying? If anything, I'd want another swordmaster to support Arya on the front lines. He looks Taoo dead in the eye. You're mistaken. Tao's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by genuine curiosity. Then why? Aries seems almost surprised by the question. That kind of thing, You don't need me to explain how that works, do you? Taoo, thinking he's figured it out, explains, since experience points are divided by the number of people in a party, it's better to have less people, right? But his logic is met with blank stares from Ramiz and Arya. Experience points, what's that? Taoo looks at them baffled. Don't you level up after gaining enough experience points? That's how it normally works in games. The word game makes Aries' expression harden. No, there's nothing like experience points here. We level up by absorbing the souls released by monsters we defeat. We call it existence power. Ramiz chimes in, clarifying for Taoo. When you kill a monster, a part of its power is absorbed by the one who kills it. We just shorten existence power to exp. Aries paints a vivid picture of what leveling up truly means in this world. It's not just a number. It strengthens your physical capabilities and literally improves your existence to a whole other level, far beyond what simple training can achieve. That's why, he concludes, his gaze intense, it is called existence power. Taoo is still trying to wrap his head around it. I mean, I'm level 15, so I've leveled up before. It just makes my body feel lighter. From your explanation, I still don't see the difference from experience points. Aries takes a slow sip from his mug, his eyes sharp. I'm not surprised this is your first time hearing it, but there is one big difference. The basic principle is completely different. Taoo leans in, his confusion evident. which means. Aries delivers the crucial piece of information, the one that changes everything. Exp can't be divided, only the one who lands the killing blow will receive it. The words hang in the air, Tao's eyes widen slightly as the implication finally hits him. I see. Arya connects the dots. That means with more members it would be harder to make sure the right person gets the exp. Aries nods, setting his mug down with a soft thud. Exactly, which is why our current priority is to rapidly increase Tao's level, and luckily there's a perfect place for that. The group looks up intrigued. The Great Forest of Viro. Yes, Aries confirms, his mind already on the mission. A massive forest spanning several kilometers. The monsters there are mostly simple plant and beast types, he explains. They rely on physical attacks, making them easy targets for a beginner party. Plus, he adds, it's a good place for us to learn the basics of survival. Arya, ever the cautious one, voices her concern. True, it's a well-known leveling spot, but Taoo is still at level 15, won't it be too dangerous for him? Aries dismisses her worry with a wave of his hand. You're only level 20 yourself, what's the big difference? Besides, we don't have the luxury to level up slowly. His tone turns grim, the mood at the table shifting instantly. This isn't the first time we've summoned a hero from another world. According to the church's records, the demon lord becomes aware of a hero's summoning after about a month. That's our time limit before he makes a move. Tao's expression sobers. Are the demons that strong? Aries gives a casual, almost mocking wave. From the perspective of a high-ranked demon, I'd say we're no different than 5 meatballs, and that's me being generous. The hero's pride is stung. 5 Wa, I've already received some training from the knight's captain, but Aries cuts him off. Demon strength is 10 to 1,000 times greater than a human's. A few sword techniques won't close that gap. The harsh reality sinks in for Taoo. I see, then we have to take the risk to improve our level faster. Aries lays out the grim short-term goal. We need to reach level 30 as fast as possible. At that point, if we encounter a demon, we should at least be able to run away. He continues the lecture. We also need to raise Arya's and Remiz's levels, which will require a considerable amount of exp. But there's a limit to how much exp you can gain at one time, he explains. There's no easy way to power level. Aries's gaze drifts away, his voice turning cold and pragmatic. Our top priority is raising Tao's level to 30, and should the worst case occur, Arya and Remiz can be replaced. The words hit Taoo like a physical blow, his eyes widen in disbelief. What replacement? Aries doesn't flinch. It's not because I have something against them, it's purely a matter of priority. As a priest, my top priority is to ensure the safety of the hero. Suddenly Aries feels it, a shift in the air, a pressure building. He looks up from his drink, his eyes drawn to the source of the sudden, suffocating aura. It's Taoo, but the easygoing hero is gone. In his place is a figure of pure, unadulterated rage, his eyes glowing with a terrifying white light. An immense, oppressive force slams down on the table. The very air grows heavy, charged with killing intent. Remiz gasps, sweat beading on her forehead, as she physically recoils from the sheer force of Tao's will. Aries watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Well. He analyzes the phenomenon with cold detachment. A technique where you materialize your will. Every high-leveled mercenary can do this, but it's not something you can use at level 15. Arya and Remiz are frozen, caught in the grip of an aura far beyond their comprehension. Aries's mind races. What a fearsome talent. No, this is more than talent, this is the power of one who's blessed by God's holy brave. With a guttural snarl, Taoo lunges across the table, his movements sharp and filled with menace. His hand shoots out, aimed directly at the priest who dared to call his comrades disposable. Tao's hand clamps down on Aries's with crushing force. Seeing the fury in the hero's eyes, Aries immediately backtracks. I apologize, I made it sound like I want Arya and Remiz removed. But Tao's voice is ice. You're apologizing to the wrong person. Taking the hint, Aries turns his head slightly, his expression sincere. Arya, Remiz, I apologize for my remarks. The girls can only stare, still shaken by the sudden explosion of killing intent. The oppressive aura recedes, but the tension between Taoo and Aries remains, a silent battle of wills across the table. Aries reflects on the sudden change, his reflection captured in his mug. Still, that change is far too sudden. Is this his talent, or is he just unstable? He watches Taoo trying to understand the boy's psyche. Is he righteous, or is this from some past trauma? Either way, I should refrain from pushing his buttons any further. The silence is broken by Tao's voice, now calm but strained. Sorry about that. No, I'm at fault as well, Aries concedes. But Taoo isn't finished. He looks down, his voice filled with disgust. But your words, it's unpleasant, it makes me sick. He looks up, his eyes burning with conviction. Never speak like Arya and Remiz are disposable again. Aries meets his gaze without flinching. Sorry for making you feel that way. I also apologize for my choice of words, he says, his tone even, but I'm afraid I had to. Tao's anger flares again. Why? Aries lays down the brutal truth. Because the opponent we must defeat is the Demon Lord. Once, a party of elite mercenaries with an average level over 80 challenged him, just to turn tail and run. I have to say this, Aries continues, his expression grim, even if I'll get hated for it. I'm not here because I wanted to be, I'm here under the Cardinal's order. Meanwhile, our party has an average level of 15, crazy huh? His gaze hardens with resolve, but I always finish my job, and right now this is my job. He gestures to the entire tavern, to their small group. Our first and foremost mission is to defeat the Demon Lord. He locks eyes with Taoo, and for that end Taoo Neitsugu, you were summoned here. Me, Arya and Ramiz, our role is to support you, do you get it? Aries takes a sip, letting the weight of his next words sink in. You're the only one who could defeat the Demon Lord, or has the king not told you that? Taoo stammers, the full weight of his responsibility beginning to dawn on him. That's. Aries presses on, his voice sharp and clear. Hero summoning is not a ritual that can be used nonchalantly. Taoo, your death will be the end of this world, are we clear? He delivers the final, brutal blow to Tao's idealism. And should the worst happen, Arya and Ramiz will sacrifice themselves to protect you. It's their duty. They were told as much before joining this party. Aries adds almost as an afterthought, not that I've heard though, I have no intention to die. Tao's head whips towards the girls, his face pale with horror. Arya, Ramiz, is that true? Ramiz looks down, her voice small but firm. Why yes, my father told me to protect you even if I had to exchange my life for it. Arya silently confirms it's the same for her. The world seems to crumble around Taoo. The weight of their lives, the fate of the world, it's all on his shoulders. It's too much, the pressure breaks him and he clutches his head, a raw, agonized scream tearing from his throat. As Taoo collapses onto the table in mental anguish, Arya rushes to comfort him. Aries simply watches, sipping his drink, completely unfazed. You can get angry and scream all you want, he says coolly. The trials that await you aren't as kind as this. He leans forward, his voice dropping to a low, intense whisper. That said, you just have to become stronger yourself, Taoo. As someone blessed by 8 spirits and 3 gods, it's a possible feat for you. If you don't want your allies to die, then do everything in your power to protect them. Become stronger than anyone else and defeat the Demon Lord. Taoo's screams die in his throat, the words cut through his despair. He slowly lifts his head, the anguish in his eyes being replaced by something else, something wild and new. Aries watches the transformation, a slight knowing smirk on his face. Ramiz looks on, her expression a mixture of worry and confusion. Arya, too, is taken aback by the sudden shift in the hero's demeanor. Taoo looks up, a strange, almost manic smile spreading across his face. I see, that's one way to do it. His voice is low, filled with a newfound, terrifying conviction. I just have to win. Aries feels a sudden chill, a faint unease he's felt from Taoo before, now amplified. As Taoo starts to chuckle to himself, a dark, unsettling laugh, Aries thinks, this guy might be dangerous, you. Suddenly Taoo slams his hands on the table, his eyes blazing with a feverish light. That's right, I just have to win, that's all there is to it, isn't that right, Ramiz, Arya? Swept up in his sudden, overwhelming charisma, Arya and Ramiz cheer in agreement. Why yes, absolutely, but of course. The party is now a whirlwind of hype and motivation, but Aries watches them from the side, a skeptical look on his face. He takes another sip from his mug, a single thought running through his mind. This hero might have got a few loose screws. Sunlight cuts through the window as Aries' eyes snap open. He sits up, the weight of the previous day already settling on his shoulders. He glances at the empty bed across the room, a bitter thought crossing his mind. Lucky me, hated right off the bat. The rest of the party had already left him behind. Sharing a room with you is a bit much. I'll just crash in Arya's and Ramiz's room, he scoffs, pulling the covers back. That damn playboy of a hero. The next morning, Aries finally emerges into a sun-drenched alley to find the rest of the party waiting, their expressions less than welcoming. Arya and Ramiz immediately get in his face. You're late, Arya shouts, how can you make the hero wait for you? Ramiz eyes him up and down, clutching her staff. Aries, are you a legit priest? Arya chimes in, completely lost, and what does that mean? Aries puts on a pious face, bowing his head slightly. I'm sorry, he says smoothly, I was performing my morning prayers. A smug grin creeps onto his face. Well, I could use more polite speech if you'd like. If this pleases you, then I shall behave politely from now on. Taoo-sama, Ramiz-sama. Ramiz isn't buying it. No, I mean, compared to other servants of God I've known, your choice of words is rather vulgar if I had to say. Aries' expression goes flat with annoyance. Jay, I'm getting the chills, what do you want me to do, really? Taoo, the ever-calm hero, steps forward with a gentle smile. Aries, did you have a pleasant rest? Aries' eyes glint with malice as he pictures Taoo sleeping soundly between Arya and Ramiz. Well, who wouldn't, he replies, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I get to hog a room for 2 and have it all for myself. Rather, how about you? It must be cramped with the three of you sharing a room. Arya's face flushes with anger. Hey, mind your words when you're speaking to Taoo Dono. Ramiz backs her up, shouting, she's right, you're being rude to the hero. Taoo raises a hand, his expression calm. It's all right, in fact. He turns to the girls. I'd like you to drop the honorifics when addressing me as well, Arya, Ramiz. Aries mutters under his breath, feigning humility. I'm not worthy of that. He winks, his friendly demeanor a complete act. Okay then. In a sudden move, Aries claps a hand firmly on Tao's back, making the hero yelp in surprise. I'll be counting on you, Taoo. Arya is aghast. Hey, you forget being polite, you completely lack respect towards the hero. Taoo, recovering, quickly changes the subject. Since we're all here now, I suggest we head to our destination. From what I heard, it'll take about 5 to 6 hours by carriage to reach the village near Viru Forest. Taoo clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. Right, we don't have the luxury to dawdle around. Aries scratches the back of his head. Now, regarding our means of transportation, actually I've already prepared one for us. The party looks on intrigued. Before them stands a magnificent white horse hitched to a covered carriage, a legendary magical tool known as Grassland Wind. Aries gestures towards it. He glances back at the group, feigning ignorance. Anyone who can steer a carriage. Despite his question, Aries takes the reins himself, guiding the magical carriage out of the city as the others ride in the back, looking slightly bewildered. As they travel through a wooded area, a group of goblin-like monsters emerges from the brush, ready to ambush them. Without even turning his head, a flash of light glints in Aries' eye. He casually tosses a small, cylindrical object over his shoulder. The object erupts in a blinding flash of holy energy, instantly vaporizing the monsters where they stand. The carriage continues on without so much as a bump. Noticing a commotion behind him, Aries glances back. What's wrong? He asks, seeing Taoo hunched over. Taoo looks pale, covering his mouth. I need some fresh air, he groans. He retches, clearly struggling to keep his stomach settled. Aries stares, a bead of sweat running down his temple. Great, did he get motion sickness from riding a carriage? He peeks inside at the girls. What about the other two? They seem perfectly fine, looking on with concern. Taoo weakly defends himself. Figures, this carriage is comfier than most after all, but his green face tells a different story. Aries sighs and extends a hand. 6th grade abnormal status healing divine arts mini recovery. A gentle, warm light envelops Taoo, who immediately straightens up, his sickness vanishing in an instant. I feel better already, he says, amazed. Arya peeks out, surprised. You did that, Aries replies with a deadpan expression. Well, I'm a healer. He turns back to the road, his thoughts grim. The first magic eye casted on my teammate is to cure their motion sickness. What a great start. Good grief, our future will be full of hurdles. They finally arrive at their destination, a bustling village teeming with adventurers and merchants. As they step out, an older man approaches them. Welcome, holy brave, I've been informed of your arrival. Taoo looks down, humbled by the title, but I haven't done anything worthy to be called a hero. The village chief waves his hands dismissively. Ah no, that's not what he's simply overjoyed to have them. Ramiz takes in the lively atmosphere, a smile on her face as she watches the happy townspeople. Aries notices her expression. Look who's in a good mood. Is the sight of a town other than the capital that special in the eyes of a sheltered princess? Ramiz retorts. So what, is it bad to feel so? Aries' gaze shifts, his eyes locking onto the gem atop her staff. I wouldn't say that, he murmurs, his expression turning serious. That's a highly translucent crimson jewel, a flare ruby, a favorite for fire spirits and its top-tier grade as well. He looks her dead in the eye. One question, what's the element you excel in? Is it fire? Ramiz nods. Yes, what about it? Aries' voice drops to a serious tone. I believe you've known this already, but don't use fire magic inside the forest. Ramiz's eyes widen in complete shock. Aries explains patiently, as if to a child. Are you forgetting something? We're about to enter the forest to do some leveling. We can't risk having a wildfire. Ramiz explodes, her voice filled with disbelief and frustration. Then how do I fight, without using my fire spirit? Aries facepalms, utterly bewildered by her question. Sorry, can you say that again? He looks at her confused. What do you mean? You could just use another spirit. Water, wind, anything works. Ramiz clutches her staff, her voice small but firm. None. The word hangs in the air. Aries tries again. Sorry, I don't quite follow. Like I said, you should just use spirits other than fire. She cuts him off. None. Aries blinks, his brain short-circuiting for a moment. He forces a strained laugh. Ahaha, come on, quit it with the jokes. His mind races, recalling the history of her lineage. Fredia is among the 3 great households of elementalists for decades. Their blood runs deep through generations. Even the current head is contracted with 2 god-tier spirits. Ramiz puffs out her cheeks, annoyed. Right, but that's my father. The smile vanishes from Aries' face. A dark, angry energy begins to radiate from him. Hey. He snaps, his voice a low growl. I said quit it with the jokes already, you're a direct descendant of the Duke who has the blessing of the Spirit King, and you're telling me that you can't use anything other than the fire spirit. Ramiz glares back unfazed by his anger. Unbelievable, preposterous, you don't even earn a passing grade, I'm not here to babysit you. Aries grabs her by the collar, his face contorted with rage. This ain't funny at all, Ramiz Alfredia, how in the name of God can you fight? She yells back, that's what I've kept asking you this whole time. Taoo rushes in, pulling Aries back. Aries, stop, calm down. Aries ignores him, still shouting at Ramiz. Good lord, make a contract with another spirit and don't come back until you've done just that. Internally, Aries does a quick, terrifying calculation. If I had to put up an example, our 5% success rate just became 0%. A manic grin spreads across his face. Not that a mere 5% difference changes anything. I need to raise it to 100% either way. He forces himself to breathe. Okay, calm down me, it's alright, there's no problem. The already worst possible situation just became much worse. He pushes Tao's hand off his shoulder, his composure regained. Sorry, I'm good now. He turns to Ramiz, offering a stiff apology. I'm sorry, Ramiz, I went overboard. She just looks away, sure. Aries addresses the group. I'll be cooling my head for a bit, it won't take long, please wait. He turns and walks away, leaving a stunned and confused party behind him. They watch him go, completely silent. Aries finds a secluded alleyway, away from the prying eyes of the crowd. He raises a small, crystal-like object to his ear. It's all right, everything is still within the realms of possibility, he mutters to himself before speaking into the device. It's me, Aries, connect me to Cardinal Cleo. A smooth, feminine voice responds from the device. It seems you're quite angry, very well. The image of a long-haired, elegant man appears in his mind's eye. Any problem, Aries? Aries gets straight to the point. Yes, it's about Ramiz Alfredia. He takes a breath, trying to compose his report logically. I shouldn't let my emotions show. That way, finding a replacement for an elementalist who could only use the fire spirit should be plausible. He reasons that the higher-ups would have to be crazy not to agree. He waits for Cleo's response, who simply says, I'll start from my conclusion. Cardinal Cleo's expression is unreadable, his gaze cold and distant. His final verdict is delivered with chilling simplicity. Proceed like this. The words hit Aries like a bolt of lightning, short-circuiting his brain. He stammers, completely lost. Like this. Sweat drips down his face as he tries to comprehend the order. And what is this, like this? Cleo's voice is flat and final. They have their own reasons, but it's a secret I can't disclose to you, Aries. Anyway, there will be no replacement. Aries pushes back, desperate. There's none. Is the Rook's kingdom lacking that much manpower? Cleo ignores the question, but their average level is 16, good luck. The condescension is palpable. A smug look appears on the Cardinal's face as he delivers a final, mocking jab. You're on a trip with cute girls. You're quite the womanizer yourself, aren't you? Might as well enjoy yourself then. Aries grits his teeth. I'm trying to have a serious conversation right now. The connection cuts. The Cardinal is gone. Aries' mind reels. Damn it, the Cardinal is bent on this. There's nothing I can do to change his mind now. He holds the communicator, his voice low and heavy with dread. Cardinal, one last question. Is that God's as greed's order? Cleo's voice echoes in his memory, smug and absolute. That is correct, Aries' crown. May Asgreed guide you. With a surge of pure rage, Aries crushes the communication device in his fist, the crystal shattering into dust. He rubs his temples, the anger giving way to grim resignation. I'll have to continue with these current members. His mind shifts into tactical mode, picturing the battlefield. In the first place, a mage's firepower is too strong. I'll need to have Ramiz get aware of that fact. He stares at the stone archway, plotting. In what way could I raise Tao's level, and how can I make her bind a contract with other spirits? He thinks of Ramiz's stubbornness, but it looks like it won't be necessary. His gaze hardens as he focuses on the real objective. The problem would be after Taoo has leveled up. The village chief approaches the hero's party with a desperate plea. Taoo, the summoned hero, stands ready to listen, flanked by his companions. But beside him, the priest Aries already looks skeptical. Before the chief can even finish his tale of a high-leveled monster plaguing the area, Taoo flashes a confident, heroic smile. Say no more. We should go and subjugate it immediately. The village chief is overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. You have my gratitude. To think you would accept my request instantly. You truly are the legendary Holy Brave. While Taoo accepts the praise, Aries' eyes narrow into slits. He's not buying this sob story for a second. Problems just keep popping out one after another, he thinks. Something about this stinks. Aries steps forward, cutting off the chief's flattery. His voice is cold. You mentioned a high-leveled monster. That's very ambiguous, coming from the chief of a village where monster hunting specialists gather. What is he plotting? Aries forces himself to remain calm, a single bead of sweat betraying his tension. He can't afford to lose his composure here. He presses on and the target is. The chief reveals the monster's name, a gray shell plant. Taoo, ever the simple hero, strokes his chin thoughtfully. Gray shell plant, judging from the name it must be a plant-type monster. Aries' internal monologue cuts in, ice cold and sharp. I've heard that name before, it's definitely not a plant. The image of a massive, stony serpent flashes in his mind. It's a dragon, a level 50 recommended subjugation for a full party of 6, and he's sending a level 15 hero after it. He glances over at Taoo, who's already striking a heroic pose. Aries sighs internally. To be fair, the chief probably doesn't bear any ill will. From his perspective, the holy brave is a superman destined to defeat the demon lord. What's one little dragon to him? But Aries knows the truth. He pulls Taoo aside, his expression grim and his voice firm. I'm against this. Taoo is completely blindsided by the rejection, his heroic demeanor faltering. Why? Aries doesn't mince words, ignoring the annoyed scoff from the village chief. We don't have the time to handle this small fry. I can't allow the hero to do anything that would lower his value. Aries catches the chief's dismissive attitude and his eyes flash with silent, murderous intent. Don't give me that HMPH, I'll murder you, old man. He turns his attention back to Taoo, trying to reason with him. He's still level 15, he won't win unless a miracle occurs. I can't allow Taoo to encounter the gray shell plant. Taoo turns to face his friend, his expression unwavering. Aries, I'm a hero. His voice rings with pure, unshakable conviction. I can't possibly ignore any of the demon lord's underlings that's causing harm to the people. Aries is completely dumbfounded by this reckless idealism. That's a splendid mindset, but where did you get this baseless confidence from? The village chief, seeing an opportunity, chimes in to support Aries. Well, he's right. A serpent isn't a worthy opponent for the hero to take on. The revelation catches the rest of the party off guard. A serpent, not a plant. The chief's face falls, his desperation returning. But for us, this is very important. He explains how rumors of the dragon are spreading, driving away the mercenaries that are the village's lifeblood. People are leaving, their home is dying, and they're desperate enough to pin their hopes on anyone who might listen. This tragic story only fuels Taoo's fire. His eyes burn with determination. Aries, I'm the hero. I have the duty to protect the people of this world. Aries' patience finally snaps. His voice is sharp as a razor. No, your duty is to defeat the demon lord, nothing more, nothing less. Stop doing unrelated stuff. He pinches the bridge of his nose, forcing himself to take a breath. Don't snap here, Aries. Taoo isn't stupid. Surely he'll understand his role as he progresses through this journey. Suddenly, a mysterious cloaked figure speaks from the shadows, their voice echoing with confidence. Trust him, Aries Crown. Taoo jumps at the sudden voice, but Aries has already made up his mind. He grabs the hero's shoulder, his grip firm. You got it wrong, Taoo. I'm not telling you to abandon this village. Ignoring Taoo's confusion, Aries turns his piercing gaze on the village chief. Hey, if the gray shell plant is gone, then everything's good, right? The chief sweats under the intense stare, nodding nervously. Well, yes. Aries steps closer, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. You couldn't find anyone capable, so you pushed it to the hero. Fuck off, die. A cunning glint appears in Aries' eyes as a new plan clicks into place. That means it doesn't have to be us. Any mercenary would do, correct? The girls in the party watch the tense exchange, wondering what Aries is about to do. Aries declares his intentions, leaving no room for argument. I'll go negotiate with the mercenaries. You stay here with the girls, end of discussion. You're okay with that, Taoo? He doesn't wait for a reply, his mind is set, his focus absolute. Fine then, I'll do this, I just have to do this. With a final, determined clench of his fist, Aries turns and walks away. I'll crush every obstacle that stands in our way. Aries makes his way to the rougher side of town, the gathering place for hunters and sellswords. This must be the place. He pushes open the door to a noisy tavern, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the rowdy atmosphere. He raises his voice over the din. Hey, who's the highest-leveled hunter here? The tavern falls silent. Every eye in the room, from grizzled veterans to fresh-faced rookies, turns to stare at the clean-cut priest. Thud, the sound of a heavy weapon hitting the floorboards echoes through the quiet room. A hulking, bearded man separates from the crowd, approaching Aries with an intimidating presence. The man, Gustav, smirks down at him. What brings you here, priest? Aries is unfazed. A monster subjugation request. I need it done by tomorrow morning. Gustav leans in, intrigued, and the target, Aries' reply is flat and direct. Gray shell plant. The entire tavern erupts in derisive laughter. The tension breaks as mercenaries mock the ridiculous request. Go home, ain't no one here would accept that. The room is filled with the sounds of jeering and laughter. A suicide mission proposed by a clueless priest is apparently the best joke they've heard all week. Aries simply raises 2 fingers, a soft light beginning to glow at their tips. He calmly chants the name of a spell, 3rd grade AA status recovery. Hexa Arya recovery. A wave of pure, golden light washes over the entire tavern, silencing the laughter as it passes over every mercenary. A female warrior stops mid-drink, her eyes wide with disbelief as the holy energy cleanses her. Wah. As the light fades, Aries stands untouched, a single spark of divine power vanishing from his fingertip. The mercenaries look at their hands, at their mugs. The fog of alcohol in their minds is gone, the lingering aches from old battles have vanished. Even Gustav stares into his now clear ale, his drunken buzz completely erased in an instant. He's sober and he's shocked. The last remnants of the powerful healing spell dissipate, leaving the entire tavern in stunned silence. Aries allows himself a small, internal smirk. Priests capable of casting Aeon magic are rare, at the very least there's no one of that caliber here. Gustav's jaw is on the floor, an Aeon magic, are you a high priest, why would you be in a place like this? Aries looks at the now sober mercenary with a cool expression. That should cure your drunk, now are you ready to talk business? Gustav's tone is now one of pure respect, he gets straight to the point. You're looking for someone to subjugate the Greyshell plant, and our pay. Aries presents his first offer, a reward beyond mere gold, the Dragon Slayer title. Gustav raises an eyebrow, still skeptical. Unpaid work then. Aries elaborates on the true prize. The corpse of a dragon is a treasure trove, skin for armor, bones for weapons, organs for priceless medicine. A single hunt could make them rich for life. He lays out the final, unbelievable term. You may do as you wish with the corpse, I won't take any cut. The tavern explodes with frantic whispers. The offer is a dream come true, but the risk is terrifying. It's impossible with our levels. One man yells, but another argues, dumbass, we have a high priest here to support us. Miss this chance and you'll never get another. Aries' eyes narrow, his mind already 5 steps ahead. Being a hunter is a high-risk profession, he thinks to himself. Most of them fall before ever making a name for themselves. It takes more than skill, it takes luck. He scans the room of rowdy mercenaries. However, these are professionals, they should know the value of what I'm offering. Aries' strategy solidifies. Receiving buffs from a high-leveled priest can close any gap, it's an absolute game-changer, that's why I had to come here myself. A sharp-eyed man with dark hair, their leader, cuts through the murmurs. A powerful buff is one thing, he says, his gaze fixed on Aries. But will you be fighting alongside us? Aries raises a single finger, his expression calm and confident. Unfortunately, I won't. However, I will cast every single buff I possess beforehand. My enhancements last for 10 hours, so you won't need to worry about them fading mid-fight. He glances away, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. I'd like to join to ensure victory, but... He internally pictures his own party, Taoo and the girls. I can't exactly leave the others by themselves, their average level is a measly 15. The tavern falls into a tense silence. The other parties look away, unwilling to take the risk. Aries remains perfectly still, letting the weight of his offer sink in. It seems no one else will take the offer. Finally, the leader stands. Then we shall accept your request, he gestures to himself. I'm their party leader, Thomas Gregory. Thomas introduces his crew. The one who approached you earlier is our smasher, Marina. He's our sword master, Gustav. And this is our mage, Damien, and our priest, Eric. Aries gives a serene, almost detached smile. I'm a faithful servant of God. What other reason could there be than God's order, though I am considering retirement? Marina eyes him skeptically. What brings a priest like you all the way out here? Aries simply states his name. I'm Aries Crown, a servant of God. Thomas Gregory looks baffled. You can use an Aeos spell of that caliber, and you're thinking of retiring? What a waste. Aries' smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. Well, you know, God is very demanding. Marina smirks, leaning in slightly. You're one interesting fellow, aren't you? Aries simply replies, I'm glad you feel that way. Cutting the small talk short, Aries turns towards the door. I suppose we've had enough chatting, let's move on to business. His thoughts race as he walks away. I need you to hurry up and take care of the beast, before Taoo loses his patience and charges into that forest alone. Leaving the mercenaries' guild, Aries makes his way back to the Royton Inn. He finds his party waiting around a table, their expressions a mix of boredom and anticipation. Taoo, Arya, and Remiz all look up as he enters. Arya is the first to speak, her voice laced with concern. Aries, how's the negotiation? Aries gives a curt nod. It went well, they should subjugate it by morning. He lets out a quiet sigh, a silent admission of the effort it took. I've done everything I could. He elaborates for the party. Their average level is 40. With my buffs, a dragon shouldn't pose a problem unless something major happens. Remiz looks completely bewildered and a little betrayed. I can't believe you asked another party to deal with it, especially when now agreed to take it on our own. Aries blinks, momentarily confused by the name. Now. Arya quickly clarifies. She's referring to Taoo Neatsugu Dono. It appears that in his world, Taoo is his family name and Neatsugu is his given name. Aries processes this. That explains why. Should I do the same? He asks Arya. She looks at him, her expression unreadable. Do as you like. Aries dismisses the thought and turns his full attention to the pouting mage. He pulls out a strange metallic object. Right, Ramiz here. Ramiz looks up, confused. What's this? He holds up the revolver for her to see. It's a minor weapon called a revolver gun. You know of it now. Without waiting for an answer, he demonstrates, opening the cylinder. First, you insert a bullet made of metal and then you pull the trigger. The force from the explosive powder inside will propel the bullet out. He offers it to Ramiz, his tone dripping with condescension. I bought it since it can be used even by powerless people like you. The firepower isn't that high, so only use it for a finishing blow. Still, it's better than hitting monsters with your stick. Ramiz's face flushes with indignation as she explodes. I'm a mage, an elementalist, I'm not using that. Aries's gaze turns to ice. Look at you, complaining despite being a fake mage with only a fire spirit contract. Then how do you plan on fighting inside the forest? Use your fire magic, I hope not. Ramiz stammers, caught completely off guard by his verbal assault. That's. He presses his advantage, his voice low and cutting. It won't be a laughing matter if you set the Viru forest on fire. Would you carry the sin of burning a whole forest, a famous leveling ground, despite being in the hero's party? His sharp tone cuts through her pride. Ramiz Ajao-sama. Tears welling in her eyes, she desperately searches for an excuse. You are right, I can make a contract with other spirits, that way. Aries cuts her off, his voice flat and demanding. Then make it now. Silence. Ramiz freezes, her bluff called. She has no answer, only humiliation. Arya finally interjects, her tone disapproving. Aries, that's no way to talk to a girl. Taoo steps in, playing mediator. Ramiz, it's dangerous to face monsters without a weapon. You can decide whether to use it or not, but you should bring it with you, even more so since he already bought it for you. Ramiz looks at Taoo, her anger deflating into a reluctant pout. If now says so. Taoo gently places the revolver in her hands. She accepts it with a quiet, okay. With that settled, Aries gets back to business. We'll start from the forest's outskirts. I can heal most non-lethal wounds, so there's nothing to be afraid of. He internally assesses their chances. Now's combat prowess is still unknown, but I believe we can rely on Arya's sword techniques. They shouldn't be hurt badly unless we go too deep inside. He then adds out loud, we should be able to fare well with Arya and now here, even if we do bring a burden called Ramiz with us. Ramiz immediately snaps back. How rude, who are you calling a burden? Aries turns to her with a deadpan expression. Oh, there's something you could do. She shrinks under his gaze, mumbling meekly, I can make fire. An awkward silence hangs over the party. Taoo and Arya just stare, unsure of what to say. Aries changes the subject, already moving on. Have you stocked up on supplies? The silence is his answer. No. He takes command. Then that's our first priority. We need to prepare food and water, and don't forget medicinal herbs. While Holy Dre can heal wounds and poison, we should be prepared for any event. Tao's eyes light up with curiosity. He turns to Aries. Holy Dre, can I learn that skill as well? Aries replies without hesitation, yes you can. The words hang in the air as Taoo contemplates the possibility. Holy Dre. Aries explains, you need talent for magic, but Holy Dre isn't magic. It's a form of prayer to God. We priests create miracles from our prayers. As the hero, you've received blessings from many gods, so of course you can use it. Taoo looks at Aries with a newfound determination. Are you interested? Aries asks. I am, Taoo confirms. Would you teach me? Aries is visibly surprised, but a thought crosses his mind. If the hero can use Holy Dre, it could be a strong weapon against the demon lord. No reason why I wouldn't. Aries stares, genuinely taken aback by the hero's eagerness to learn something other than fighting. He composes himself and turns to the girls. Now was just summoned here, we should teach him as much as possible. The more he knows, the better. His gaze drifts towards the window, looking out at the city, especially since we're comrades bound by the same fate. As they trek towards the ominous great forest of Viru, Aries breaks the silence, his gaze fixed on their summoned hero. Now, he asks, his tone analytical, have you ever fought monsters before? Taoo Naotsugu avoids his gaze, his answer a quiet, hesitant admission. No. From the other side, the swordmaster Arya chimes in, her expression firm. I have. She quickly clarifies, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Though, I only ever dealt the finishing blow on monsters my father had already weakened for me. Aries processes this information, a conclusion forming in his mind. In our country, he thinks, it's custom for kids to reach level 5 by age 10. The fact that Now has 0 monster-slaying experience is all the proof I need. He really is from another world. His eyes narrow slightly, probing the hero's psyche. So tell me this now, have you ever had to beat something helpless, something caged? The question hangs in the air, catching the entire party off guard. Aries clarifies, something like a dog, for instance. A bead of sweat forms on Tao's brow. The memory, whatever it is clearly an uncomfortable one. Yes, he admits quietly. Before the conversation can continue, the clatter of a heavy cart and boisterous shouting fills the street. A party of seasoned mercenaries led by Gregory is returning from the forest. Taoo's eyes go wide as he sees their prize, the colossal, defeated corpse of a grayshell plant. That's a big one, he stammers. So monsters like that really exist. Aries glances at the massive beast, completely unfazed. Relax, he says coolly. That one is a huge catch. They don't show up on the outskirts where we'll be heading. The mercenary leader, Thomas, spots Aries and his young party, a triumphant smirk on his face as he approaches. His eyes lock onto Aries, a silent acknowledgement passing between the two men. Aries turns to face him, his expression an unreadable mask of indifference. Thomas and his crew erupt in laughter, basking in the glory of their successful hunt and the awe of the onlookers. Thomas gives a curt professional nod. Aries dismisses him with equal brevity. You've done your job, our business concludes here, we owe each other nothing. As the mercenaries pass, Taoo stares at their haul, a storm of doubt brewing within him. Amazing, they can beat that monster, can I beat them, can I do the same? Aries's voice cuts through his thoughts, sharp and direct. It's not whether you can or not, you have to. He turns, his gaze piercing Taoo's, and for the first time he speaks the hero's full title, letting the weight of the words sink in. For that is the reason you were summoned to this world, hero, Taoo Neatsugu. With their business in town concluded, the party sets off. The magical carriage rumbles along the path with Aries himself taking the reins. He glances back into the carriage at Ramiz. Want to switch? Ramiz bristles at the suggestion. I thought you assumed I couldn't steer, Aries sighs. That's why I'm permitting you to sit beside me, so I can teach you how to handle the ropes. She's not convinced. And why is that? If you had to choose, I'd rather you pick now or Arya to handle the wheel. Aries's logic is cold and pragmatic. Because it is foolish to waste our precious mage's stamina on steering a carriage, we're supposed to protect you in the forest, not the other way around. He adds a final, confusing statement. Besides, it's not possible for now or Arya to do this. Ramiz stares at him baffled. Why? Aries drops the bombshell without a hint of emotion. It's impossible for Arya, because she doesn't possess any magic power. The statement hits like a physical blow. Wait, you lost me there, Ramiz sputters. You said Arya doesn't have magic power, Aries confirms, that's right. She needs to be sure, and by that you mean none, zero, from the canopy above, Aries's voice is absolute. Yes. Inside the carriage, Taoo listens, the shocking revelation sinking in. He looks over at Arya, seeing the famed swordmaster in a completely new and vulnerable light. Aries continues his explanation almost to himself. A swordmaster with 0 MP, I recall there are rare cases, but how does she intend to fight? He lays out the grim reality of her condition. Without MP, you can't use magic tools, you can't use any combat skills as they all consume MP, just living normally would be a challenge. His thoughts turn to their mission, his frustration palpable. She may be his daughter, but why would the Sword King send someone so handicapped to defeat the Demon Lord? For God's sake, this party isn't some freak club. He finally reveals the key to her participation. There is an artifact that allows people with 0 MP to use magic tools. He describes it, a crystal ball that serves as a medium to store MP. It supplies the necessary power, but it needs to be recharged when it becomes empty. Ramiz surprisingly takes the news in stride. You're unexpectedly calm about this, Aries notes. She pivots, and what of Now's reason for being summoned? We should request a crystal ball when we get back to town. Aries raises an eyebrow at her composure. Yeah, right, she snaps. It's just that getting angry here won't change a thing, we can no longer change our members. With that settled, she returns to her original question, her gaze intense. Back on the topic, what's Now's reason? Aries tries to deflect. I think not knowing would be better for your mental health, Ramiz scoffs. Don't worry, my mental health already went down the drain these past few days. She presses him, her patience wearing thin. It won't get any worse than it already is, tell me. But Aries remains firm. As I thought, I'll refrain from telling you. Seeing her persistence, Aries deftly changes the subject, holding out the reins. Fine, here I'll teach you. Ramiz, seeing she's hit a wall, relents. Okay. He guides her hands, showing her the proper grip to command the magical beasts pulling their carriage. With a gentle flick of the reins, she takes control. The carriage lurches forward smoothly. Wow, it moved, she exclaims, a rare smile on her face. Aries gives a nod of approval. Well done. As Ramiz focuses on driving, Aries's mind drifts to the grim timeline they face. This is the 10th day after the hero was summoned, he calculates silently. We only have 170 days left until the demons are noticed. Their journey takes them deep under the canopy of the great forest of Viru, a place teeming with life and danger. Suddenly, the very woods come alive. A monstrous tree erupts from the ground, its jagged maw roaring. Without a moment's hesitation, Taoo draws his sword and lunges forward to meet the threat head-on. Watching from the carriage, Aries is genuinely impressed. That's a surprise, he muses. The first monster he's ever faced, but he didn't even shiver. The fight is over in a flash. Taoo stands over the fallen treant, his blade clean, his stance perfect. Arya rushes to his side, beaming. Well fought now, Taoo tries to brush it off. I should be able to do at least this much, I'm the hero after all. Arya shakes her head, her eyes wide with admiration. No, that's wonderful swordsmanship. Have you ever trained with swords before now? His answer stuns her. No, this was my first time holding a sword after I got summoned here. We don't even have kendo in our PE lessons. Aries steps forward, his expression serious. Are you tired? Taoo shakes his head, feeling a strange energy coursing through him. I'm good. In fact, it was easier than I expected. Aries studies Taoo with a critical eye. All right, you don't seem hurt. Now for the important part. Let me check whether you got any exp or not. Tao's eyes widen slightly, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Ah, right, does that require you to touch me? Aries explains matter-of-factly, I could do it without, but it's just easier with touch. Taoo doesn't hesitate. I see, no touch then. The firm rejection makes Aries pause, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Now, he asks quietly, you can't deal with physical contact. His mind flashes to the grand halls of a church, a place of ritual and tradition. But when performing a holy dre, he explains, physical contact is the norm. Deciding it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, Aries ignores the request and places his hand firmly on Tao's head, chanting the spell. Bless of As greed. Taoo flinches at the sudden touch but doesn't pull away, his expression a mixture of surprise and resignation. Well. A soft, ethereal light envelops Taoo as Aries' holy magic flows through him, assessing the battle data from his soul. Aries pulls his hand back, a faint smile on his lips. It appears you have enough exp to level up now. Arya, who had been watching, looks completely shocked. Aries, don't tell me you're capable of performing the level up ceremony. I heard you need to be at least 4th rank or higher for that. Aries gives her a sideways glance, his tone smooth and confident. The church wouldn't send a priest who can't perform the ceremony to accompany the hero, would they? Arya concedes. You have a point. But internally, Aries is sweating. This is definitely not within the capabilities of a level 3. The random number I told them is starting to work against me. He turns his attention back to the hero, making the official declaration. With this, you're now level 16 now. You'll need 25,780 exp to advance to the next level. Taoo looks puzzled. That game-like announcement. I heard the same thing from the sister back at the castle. Is that really necessary? It's a rule, Aries replies simply. We have to tell them the details. Taoo can only mutter under his breath, what's with that half-baked RPG-like setting? With that settled, Aries moves on to their next task. What are you going to use the water for? Taoo asks. To create a prism barrier around our camp, Aries explains. It will help repel weak monsters, and the easiest catalyst for that is holy water. They make their way to a nearby stream. As Taoo watches, Aries kneels and fills a small bottle with the clear, running water. Taoo gestures to the bottle, confused. You said holy water, but that's just river water, right? Are you telling me this whole river is blessed? No, Aries clarifies, holding up the bottle. Casting bless on water will turn it into holy water. It's an exclusive and basic rite for priests. He closes his eyes, focusing his intent. With a quiet incantation, blessing water, a soft light flashes from within the bottle. The water now shimmers with a faint, holy luminescence. With that, we're done. This water has now turned into 100 lux per bottle holy water. Aries stands up, looking at Taoo. Pretty simple, huh? Every newbie priest makes and sells them as part of their training. So you only need to perform a cross to cast bless? Taoo asks, trying to understand the mechanics. Not just that, Aries corrects him. You need to do something more important, that is, praying. The concept is foreign to Taoo. Back in my world, praying doesn't do anything, he says, his voice distant. That's why every time I see that kind of spell being used. His eyes reflect the deep woods around them, the reality of his situation hitting him once again. It reminds me once more that I've really come to another world. Aries looks back at him, a challenge in his eyes. Didn't you watch me make one, perform a cross and pray? Taoo looks down hesitant. I don't know how. Without another word, Aries tosses a fresh bottle of water to Taoo, who fumbles to catch it. Try making one, he orders. Aries recites the formal prayer for him. O Lord, please save us, grant us your strength and your spirits to bring us blessings. Now your turn. Taoo raises an eyebrow. That's not what you chanted before, though. Aries gives a lazy thumbs up. I shortened mine, like I would repeat such a long chant every single time. Am I holding a mass or something? But I do pray within my heart. Clutching the bottle, Taoo looks at him with open skepticism. I really doubt you're a priest, Aries. Unlike the sister I met in the castle, you don't seem to have the slightest bit of faith. Despite his doubts, Taoo closes his eyes, holds the bottle, and recites the prayer with a sincerity Aries lacks. O Lord, please save us. Grant us your strength and your spirits to bring us blessings. The instant the words are spoken, the water erupts in a blinding flash of pure, holy energy, far more powerful than Aries' attempt. Taoo stares, shocked by the result. Aries' expression becomes deadly serious. That is bless, and that also serves as proof that you're loved by the gods. He looks down at Taoo's stunned, almost broken expression. That's one pathetic face, he says, his voice cold, but I can't have you break here. Taoo's voice is heavy with the weight of his new reality. Heroes are granted strong protection, but to those who don't wish for it, it's an extra burden. According to the records, none who were summoned have ever been able to return. Aries listens in silence, his gaze fixed on the young hero who carries a fate he never asked for. He lets out a quiet, frustrated sigh. What a pain. Taoo looks up, catching the priest's weary expression. What is it? Aries keeps his thoughts to himself. This, that, everything. It's like I'm being forced to buy a scam lottery. I don't have a speck of self-sacrifice in me, which leaves me speechless in front of the hero. He closes his eyes, pushing the cynical thoughts away to focus on the task at hand. Setting up a prism, that is. Taoo watches as Aries stands in the center of their campsite. You're making use of the holy water to set a prism, was it? Aries simply replies, yeah. Instead of sprinkling water, Aries simply stomps his foot on the ground. A hexagonal magic circle instantly flares to life beneath him as he chants, third-grade purification barrier, hexa holy field. Taoo stares at the glowing barrier. What's that just now? Aries answers without looking back, it's a barrier spell. The hero is completely lost, but you didn't use any holy water. Aries closes his eyes, a smug look on his face. I did, I sprayed it around. Taoo is not convinced. To me, it looked like you only stepped on the ground though. Aries explains his technique with a straight face. I offered my prayer, please forgive me for stepping on the ground, K. Taoo deadpans, you just stepped on where you spilled the holy water. Aries finally drops the act, a sharp glint in his eye. The prism is one of the higher difficulty techniques of Holy Dre, I would save it for last to teach you. Taoo falls silent, realizing just how much more there is to learn about this world's magic, and about the mysterious priest guiding him. With the camp secured by the shimmering barrier, Aries turns to his companions. Can I count on you and Arya to procure food? Taoo nods, ready for the next task. Yeah, sure. The two warriors then venture into the darkening forest to hunt. Deep in the forest, the party takes a break. Aries turns to their leader, a thoughtful look on his face. Right now. His voice is calm, but the instruction is specific. Monkeys and wolves aren't edible, please find something else that's tasty. Now looks back, his expression a mix of confusion and skepticism. Can you even find tasty animals in this forest? I bet not. The small ones have probably been eaten by monsters already. His eyes narrow as the implication sinks in. Then, why are you suggesting we eat monsters? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to everything he thought he knew. Aries closes his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. He's not joking. I'd eat anything you bring, monsters or not. Now flushes, completely thrown by the priest's casual attitude. Aries continues, some of the higher-leveled monsters are actually quite tasty, you know. He elaborates, painting a picture of a world now never imagined. Of course, there are kinds we can and can't eat. Among hunters, there are even those who work as gourmet hunters, seeking out these delicacies. Now pushes back, recalling his lessons. But I heard from the sister that eating monsters is prohibited by religious law. Aries just winks, completely unbothered. Relax, I'm all good. Aries' expression turns serious for a moment. But I'd refuse to eat demons, though this forest is inhabited with mostly animal-like monsters. The contradiction is too much for now. Aries, aren't you a priest? Why aren't you abiding by the laws? With a confident smirk, Aries gestures as if casting a spell. But I do. The fact that I can still use Holy Dre is proof of that. Now isn't convinced. All I see is a corrupt monk standing in front of me. Aries simply shrugs, the insult rolling off him like water. I hear that a lot. He decides to give now a proper lesson in theology and survival. The act of consuming monsters isn't viewed as wrong, it's not prohibited. Now looks down, trying to process this. The rules he lived by are being bent right before his eyes. Is that so? This forest is close to human settlements, Aries explains, his gaze sweeping over the dense woods. But as we go deeper, that distance will grow. When it does, we'll have no choice but to eat monsters. He lays down the fundamental truth of their world, a truth the church itself cannot deny. Humans can't survive without food, it's common knowledge, which is why the church can't forbid that act. Aries glances over at Arya, who seems to be taking it all in stride. You heard, he asks now, whose mind is clearly still reeling. Now's face is a mask of pure shock, sweat beading on his skin. The concept is just too alien, too grotesque. Eating monsters. Aries sighs, a hint of amusement in his eyes. We have a straight-laced one here, don't worry, it'll be fine. He looks towards the canopy, his tone final. Either way, it can't be avoided. For now, the lesson is over. They have preparations to make. Nearby, Ramiz has finished gathering a bundle of twigs and branches for the campfire. As she pulls out a flint stone to start the fire, Aries stops her. You have a flint stone, that won't be necessary. Suddenly, Aries' eyes widen in surprise as he senses a surge of magical energy. A small, shimmering creature appears on the ground. It's a salamander, a spirit of fire, its scales glistening in the dim forest light. Aries leans in, intrigued. "This is your contracted fire spirit," Ramiz nods proudly. "The name's Garnet." With a flick of its tongue, the tiny salamander spits a small ember onto the firewood. The wood instantly erupts into a roaring bonfire, the heat pushing them back. The sheer power is far beyond what a normal fire starter could achieve. Aries shields his face, a bead of sweat running down his temple. Well, this is surprising. He thinks to himself, analyzing the situation. It requires a high-level technique to materialize a spirit. Among common elementalists, that is akin to a miracle. To think that a level 10 is capable of such a feat. Ramiz notices his intense stare and asks innocently, "What's the matter?" Aries gestures to the inferno. "The flame is too strong, are you making charcoal?" He looks back at the spirit, trying to gauge its power. Gee Garnet. The little salamander looks up, seemingly unaware of the chaos it's caused. Aries assesses the creature. Salamander, its power level is around mid-upper class, a favorite among intermediate-level elementalists. He turns to Ramiz, a question forming in his mind. "So, you're capable of summoning a salamander?" She replies cryptically, appearance-wise, yes. That one phrase sends a jolt through Aries. Nanny. With a subtle motion, Ramiz snaps her fingers. In an instant, Garnet begins to convulse, its form distorting as a blinding light erupts from its body. A wave of pure energy and heat blasts through the clearing, forcing Aries to brace himself. The tiny salamander is gone. In its place towers a colossal being of pure flame, a monstrous form that dwarfs the trees themselves. They stand frozen at the feet of a legend. Aries' composure shatters completely. "This is absurd, Ifrit," he screams, his mind failing to comprehend the sight. "How is a level 10 elementalist capable of summoning a great spirit?" Staring up at the magnificent, terrifying form of the great spirit, Aries pieces it together. A high-ranked spirit is able to alter its shape to its liking, which means this must be its real form. It would appear our country didn't send Ramiz for jokes. He looks at the small girl beside him with new eyes. She's still level 10, but she possesses a potential I've never seen before. There's no way they'd send someone incapable to the hero's party. The realization brings a single, urgent question to his mind. Why? Ramiz looks up at him, confused by his sudden intensity. Aries grabs her, his voice desperate. "If you're this capable, then why can't you make a contract with other spirits? You don't find an elementalist who can materialize Ifrit every day." But Ramiz shoves him away, her face a mask of anger. "It doesn't concern you." He glares back, sweat pouring down his face, the weight of the world in his eyes. "Damn right it does, I didn't screw this world up, but—" His voice trails off, filled with frustration. He changes his approach, his hands gently taking her shoulders. His voice softens, but the urgency remains. "Ramiz, you're without a doubt talented, a genius in fact." He looks her directly in the eyes, pleading. "That's why, I beg you, do this for our world, form contracts with other spirits, make yourself able to use their magic." Ramiz stares back, her expression blank. Don't ask the impossible." Her casual dismissal makes him snap. "What do you mean impossible? Don't screw with me." The 10th day in the forest passes. The argument with Ramiz hangs heavy in the air, a problem Aries still doesn't know how to solve, but for now, their training must continue. 10 days grind by in the savage wilderness. For now, it's a crucible of fire and steel. With every swing, his movements become sharper, more decisive. He stands over the corpse of another fallen beast, his eyes cold and focused. The final blow is a blur of motion, a spray of dark blood painting the forest floor. Another monster down, another step closer to the power he needs. Watching from a distance, Aries analyzes their progress like a hawk. His internal monologue is a constant stream of calculations. Now's level is rising smoothly, he thinks, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Arya is next under his scrutiny. She leaps through the air, a whirlwind of deadly grace. She's changed her swordsmanship style, Aries notes. Even an amateur can see she's skilled, she should be able to hold her own for now. And then there's Ramiz. After nearly burning the forest down, she's learned her lesson, taking on the role of a cheerleader. From the sidelines, her voice rings out, "Now, Arya, fight." Aries' gaze lingers on her. She doesn't join the battle, so I've yet to surmise her weakness. She's an unknown variable, a puzzle he can't yet solve. Ramiz feels his stare and whips around, her eyes wide with indignation. "What?" Aries plays it cool, his expression unreadable. "It's nothing," he says aloud, but inside his assessment is sharp and unforgiving. "If I had to name one weakness, it would be her overly prideful self." The days are a blur of training. Aries has taken now under his wing, teaching him basic spells, survival skills, and even the sacred level-up ceremony. His role is clear, to forge this hero outside the heat of battle. Aries watches them, a sense of unease creeping in. All is good, he thinks, except for one thing. As night falls, the party settles down. Ramiz peeks out from the carriage, offering a soft, "good night." Aries, sitting watch, gives a silent nod. But he sees what's really happening. Tucked away in the carriage, Now is chatting comfortably with Arya and Ramiz, their faces close in the dim light. Aries' eyes narrow. It appears that his fear of touch only applies to men, or maybe, he muses with a hint of bitterness, just me. He sighs, the crackling campfire his only companion. The distance between him and the hero feels vast. Oh well, it should get better with time, I hope so. He runs a mental status check on the party. The results are in. Our current level is, now LV 27. Arya LV 25. She's keeping pace, her combat experience showing. Ramiz LV 17, still dangerously low. Her refusal to fight is a major liability. And mine still the same. He doesn't need the experience points, his mission is to guide, not to grow. He looks up at the dense canopy. Our top priority is Now's level, but I'd hoped for our lowest level member, Ramiz, to reach at least LV 20 in this forest. He glances back at the party, now quiet in the night. Well, nevertheless, it's a good start, I suppose. Later, when the others are asleep, Aries slips away. Using a magic communication device, he makes his report. We'll proceed and raise Now's level to 30 before moving to another hunting place. I haven't felt any presence of the Demon Lord's spies nearby. The church also reported that the Demon Lord hasn't taken notice of our hero yet. He pauses, listening to the silence of the forest. That concludes my report. Suddenly, a low, condescending chuckle crackles through the device, making Aries flinch. The voice of Cardinal Cleo, smooth and mocking, fills his ear. It appears that you've taken a liking towards them. Aries scoffs, his irritation palpable. This ain't something like that, I'm just exploring every possible option. If I could quit right here, right now, I'd go straight back to my previous job. Cleo's voice remains infuriatingly calm from his lavish office. Unfortunately, I don't know of any other suitable candidate to send other than you. Please continue your work and keep me updated. Trapped, Aries closes his eyes, forcing the anger down. Understood, he cuts the connection. He lowers the device, a sharp k escaping his lips. The frustration is suffocating. He stares into the oppressive darkness of the woods, the weight of his mission pressing down on him. We're still at the start line, he mutters to himself, of our quest to defeat the Demon Lord. The next day, the 11th in the forest, the group sits around a crackling campfire. The atmosphere is tense. It's Now who breaks the silence, his gaze serious. I suggest we return to the town for a while. Aries looks up, surprised by the sudden proposal. But we're so close, I'd like to stay until we reach LV 30. Now pushes back. We'd lose a lot of time traveling to the town and back here. Aries counters, but we have time, right? Now's logic is sound. Holy prey can heal fatigue, but not mental stress. He argues that a single night in town would be more beneficial than grinding themselves into dust. Aries is conflicted. It's unsettling to leave when we could achieve our objective in another 3 days, but he looks at Now's determined face. He's our party leader, but... He lets out a slow breath, relenting. The decision is made. I'll follow our leader. A small smile touches Now's lips, a rare sight. Thanks, Now says, his voice sincere, also for teaching me how to use Prism. He holds up the magic tool Aries gave him. Aries shifts back into mentor mode. You should take a trial at the church to become a practitioner. If you pass, you'll be granted a magic tool that can aid you in performing Holy Dre spells. A magic tool, Now asks. Aries shows him the cross-shaped device he wears, something like this. As they walk, Now asks, what kind of trial is given? Aries explains, you'll be asked to cast spells in front of the tester. He looks at Now, a hint of pride in his voice. Remember my teachings and it shouldn't pose a problem to you. Back at the campfire, they finalize the plan. We'll spend one night in the town before returning here, Aries confirms. Now adds, and sell our loots while we're in town. That night, Aries looks up at the full moon, a sense of calm washing over him. I'm sure everything will go all right from now on as well. He allows himself a moment of optimism. There are many things I'd like to point out, but at least things are going smoothly for now. And so, they make the journey back. The familiar sight of the town walls rises before them. Just as they enter the gates, Now stops and turns to him. Aries pauses, a flicker of confusion on his face. Sorry. Now's expression is unreadable, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. Aries, I'm sorry, but would you please leave this party? The world freezes. The words hit Aries like a physical blow. His mind screams, a torrent of pure, undiluted rage and disbelief. I got kicked out from Taoo Neatsugu's party. Fuck. In the grimy back alleys of the city, a single, raw scream of pure fury echoes off the stone walls. Fu-wu-wuuk. Aries Crown, a priest of the Asgreed Church, seethes with rage. He activates his communication device, his voice cracking with urgency. Operator, a calm voice responds instantly, yes. On the other end of the line, the operator is taken aback by the sheer venom in his voice, letting out a confused A. Aries doesn't give her a chance to recover. Tell Cardinal Cleo that Aries Crown was kicked out of Taoo Neatsugu's party. The message is relayed. The recipient, likely the cardinal himself, sits calmly, processing the unprecedented news. What is that M? The memory of the betrayal is still fresh in Aries' mind. He grits his teeth, the words a low growl. Damn fucking playboy hero. The scene shifts, throwing us back to the moment it all fell apart. The hero, Taoo speaks with a casual, almost apologetic tone. Sorry about this, Aries. Then comes the gut punch, delivered with a disarming smile. Would you leave our party? Aries is blindsided. The question hangs in the air, heavy and unbelievable. His mind struggles to form a single, crucial word. Why? Tao's eyes are cold, devoid of any emotion as he delivers the final verdict. Because you're not needed anymore. He elaborates on his flawed logic. Ramiz can steer the carriage now, and I'm able to use Holy Dre. He sees Aries as redundant, a piece that no longer fits his puzzle. Aries scoffs internally. How foolish. He knows the truth. You can only cast lowest-tier spells. Tao's confidence is built on a foundation of ignorance. He thinks to himself, true, now's divine protection is impressive, but it takes more than that to defeat the demon lord. This path leads only to ruin. Taoo tries to soften the blow, giving a backhanded compliment. Aries, you've been a huge help. While we do bicker a lot, you've done your share. He recalls their first meeting, already sensing the friction. You don't strike me as someone who would teach others his own skills. Aries remembers his response, a testament to his unwavering focus. Teaching you is part of my duty. I'm here to support your quest. I'm willing to do anything to raise our chance of success. But that's precisely the problem for Taoo. He looks away, his distaste clear. But I can't even begin to like that robotic side of yours. Aries' eyes narrow, cutting through the excuses. I'm not here to win your favor, he retorts. You think you could assume the role of both healer and attacker. Tao's arrogance shines through, his belief in his own title absolute. I could, because I'm a hero. Aries is unimpressed. That's just you being arrogant. It's very difficult to do so, and it's not a hero's job. He speaks from a place of logic and experience, but Taoo isn't listening. The hero just smiles, completely self-assured. At the very least, I'm capable of achieving the minimum result. Aries analyzes the situation with cold precision. I'm afraid it's impossible. For now, he might be able to accomplish that in the near future, but not now. He lays out the facts plainly. In the first place, your Holy Dre isn't viable during combat. If you assumed the role of a healer as well, the burden will cost you dearly. Aries drives the point home, his voice low and serious. That would result in a slower leveling pace, which will turn into a weakness that can be exploited by the demons. For a fleeting moment, Tao's confidence wavers. The logic is undeniable, that much. But his pride wins out. He hardens his gaze, his decision made. I have already steeled myself for that. Aries is shocked. Taoo is willing to risk the entire mission, to risk the world for his own pride. He realizes the conversation is over. If he's willing to go that far, then it's no longer possible for me to change his mind. As a servant of the church, his hands are tied. While I do have the rights to object, I also have to respect his wishes. That is what the church has decided. Taoo then decides to reveal the real, pathetic reason for his decision. I ask you to keep this a secret, but originally, I requested for the party to consist only of female members. He continues, but for some reason they sent you. I thought it should be okay if you're a devout servant of God. Taoo gestures to the world around them, and you've certainly proven your prowess. But he says it's not enough. That's not even the problem. With a smug look, Taoo reveals the shallow truth. Because I prefer women's. Aries is rendered speechless. The sheer, idiotic selfishness of the hero of humanity is staggering. His mind reels in disgust. Such a selfish reason, and you weight the world on a scale against that. But Taoo isn't finished twisting the knife. He holds up 2 fingers. I have 2 conditions for your departure. Aries' eyes narrow with suspicion. Conditions, you say? Taoo nods. Yep, first. Taoo lays out his first demand. You are to find a new priest to add to our party immediately. He's not just firing Aries, he's making him find his own replacement. He explains it with a condescending tone, as if teaching a child. A party needs a healer. Without one, you'll definitely get wiped out in the future. Aries can't believe the audacity. You're giving me a warning despite kicking me out of the party. Tao's eyes glint with manipulative cunning. Don't take me wrong, this isn't an act of goodwill. It's faith. He's weaponizing Aries' own devotion against him. The word hangs in the air, a bitter irony. Faith. Taoo is counting on Aries' piety to clean up his mess. Aries closes his eyes, the duty weighing on him. As unfortunate as it is, I'm a devout believer of God of order, as greed. He has no choice but to comply. Taoo makes a show of generosity. I do feel bad about this. I'll give you your share of funding we received from the country. Aries slams his mace down, his patience gone. Unnecessary. Consider it an investment for your victory. Taoo calmly reframes the offer. Use it to buy equipment for the new priest. Seeing the logic, Aries reluctantly agrees. Okay then. With the humiliating terms accepted, Aries turns to leave. eager to put this disaster behind him. But Taoo calls out, stopping him in his tracks. Aries, wait, I haven't told you my second condition. Aries glances back, his expression a mask of cold fury, waiting for the final insult. Tao's voice is low, almost a whisper, but the command is absolute. Make sure you defeat the demon lord. The flashback shatters, leaving Aries alone in a crowded, noisy tavern. The laughter and chatter around him only amplify his isolation. His knuckles turn white as he grips his glass, the liquid sloshing from the force of his anger. Damn it. He throws back the drink in one go, the burn in his throat doing little to quell the fire of rage and frustration in his soul. The sting of Tao's selfish words still burns. It sure has been a while since I last got treated like this, Aries thinks, his eyes narrowed to slits. The humiliation is a bitter pill to swallow. He finds himself in a noisy tavern, surrounded by the laughter and chatter of other adventurers. But for Aries, sitting alone at a wooden table, the room is completely silent, filled only with the echo of his own failure. Needing to report this disaster, he discreetly taps the communicator in his ear. It's Aries, he says, his voice low and steady, betraying none of the chaos raging inside him. A calm female voice responds, a familiar sound in the midst of his turmoil. You're safe. It's his operator, a lifeline back to the church. Aries swirls the dark liquor in his glass, the tavern's light glinting off the rim. Not exactly safe, he replies wryly, but yeah, I'm still alive. Sorry for the sudden outburst before. The operator's voice is all business. Understood, I'll get the cardinal on the line. A moment of silence hangs in the air as the connection is made. An image of a man with long silver hair and a serene smile materializes in his mind's eye. It's Cardinal Cleo. Aries, the cardinal's voice echoes, smooth as silk. Good to see you well. Aries's expression darkens. Yeah, well, the situation says otherwise, he reports grimly. I'm out of the hero's party now. Instead of concern, a soft chuckle comes from the cardinal. KH, totally unheard of, Cleo muses, a slight smile playing on his lips. What a pickle this has become. Cleo's tone turns serious, his question cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Aries, can the current Taoo Neitsugu defeat the demon lord? Aries scoffs, his report brutally honest. Is that a joke? He's only level 30. For the past 10 days, we've only hunted beasts. He can't even beat a single demon at his current level. He continues his assessment, painting a grim picture of their enemy. And demons are not animals. They possess intelligence equal or even superior to humans. Aries glances at the memory of Tao's remaining party members. Their current party lacks a healer, and I've told them to remain on standby until they found one. He makes his formal request, the logical next step in his mind. I don't think we can find one soon. Please, find a replacement. But the cardinal's response is chilling, completely derailing Aries's expectations. Aries, you haven't completed your mission yet. The words don't compute. Aries is taken aback, confusion clouding his features. Sorry. Cleo's voice is devoid of sympathy. This is a trial, Aries. There will be no replacement. The church will not send any. Aries's frustration boils over. What a bad joke. I'm out of the party by Taoo Neitsugu's order. How can I complete the mission? The cardinal's reply is a masterclass in manipulation. You're only out of the party, he says, his voice dangerously calm. Do you remember your mission, Aries? Allow me to remind you. The words are dragged from Aries's lips, a creed he has lived by, now feeling like a chain. To support the hero Taoo Neitsugu, to defeat the demon lord. A cold smile spreads across Cleo's face. That's right, in your words it should be business. Aries's eyes narrow. The word business feels like an insult, a reduction of his sacred duty to mere profit and loss. Cleo presses on, his voice like a priest giving a sermon. We are servants of God, we bring results. A temporary defeat doesn't count. That said, we don't overlook a defeat. Don't go overboard, Aries, he warns, a subtle threat laced in his calm tone. It'll be fine, even if we humans face an impending defeat. Another country would simply summon another hero. The political reality of their world is laid bare. Their mission isn't just about saving humanity, it's about securing their nation's power. Cleo's gaze is sharp, demanding. Aries, do you understand your orders? Silence. Aries stares into the dimly lit tavern, the cardinal's words hanging heavy in the air, trapping him. He turns his back to the imagined vision of his superior and reaffirms his duty. The orders that were given to me is, to support the hero and defeat the demon lord. The cold, hard realization dawns on him, his voice barely a whisper, which means it isn't over yet. A slow, deliberate clap echoes in his mind. The sound is not of praise but of condescension. Aries's head snaps up, fury igniting in his eyes. Cleo, you. The pieces click into place, forming a picture of pure manipulation. You knew all along I'd get kicked out of the party, didn't you? The cardinal's response is maddeningly vague. All I know is that Taoo Neitsugu asked for a female priest. There is a reason behind every action. He continues, peeling back the layers of his scheme. Why Taoo asked for a woman? Why they sent an amateur mage and swordmaster? And why we chose you. Each question is a dagger revealing that Aries was never just a supporter, he was a pawn in a much larger game. Aries is speechless, he's been played from the very beginning. Cleo's voice is triumphant. Aries, your job has just begun, whether you're in or out of the party matters not, I'll update your order. The Cardinal's eyes are like ice. Support Taoo Neitsugu, defeat the Demon Lord, we don't have the leeway to humor the hero and find a replacement priest over his worthless reason. Aries sits alone at his table, feeling the walls of his mission close in around him. He finally finds his voice, a sharp accusation laced with disbelief. I've miscalculated the difficulty of this mission, is that what you're trying to say? Cleo twists the knife. Aries, this is your strong suit, business, you should be used to dealing with those who have strayed from the path of God already. Aries clicks his tongue in frustration, pointing out the glaring flaw in this insane plan. I'm lacking manpower. A sly smile touches Cleo's lips. Then I'll invest in you, Aries, I'll send you a priest, he says, his final words a mocking benediction. God bless you. The connection cuts. Aries' face contorts with rage, a single venomous phrase escaping his lips. Fuck off. He throws back his drink, the harsh liquid doing little to quell the fire in his gut. The initial rage subsides, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. This isn't a failure. This is a trial, he thinks, his gaze hardening, a tall mountain to overcome. His hand tightens around his glass, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. I'll make this business of mine succeed no matter what. A new strategy forms in the ashes of the old one. I'll provide support for Taoo Neitsugu from the outside, and have them defeat the Demon Lord. The next day, Aries stands amidst the bustling morning crowd, the city coming to life around him. He scans the faces of the passers-by, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Cleo said that he'd send a priest, but how am I supposed to find someone I don't know from among all this crowd? Just as the thought crosses his mind, a soft voice cuts through the noise. Aries-san, right here. He turns startled, his eyes widening in surprise. Huh. A young woman with dark hair stands before him, her expression calm and professional. I'm from Asgreed Church General Magic Division, she states. Operator. She looks him directly in the eye, finishing her introduction. Amelia Norman, under Cardinal Cleo's order, I'm here to support you. Aries stares, dumbfounded. The priest Cleo sent was an operator. In the middle of a bustling city street, Aries locks eyes with a familiar face, his own expression a mask of disbelief. For real, he mutters, unable to process who's standing in front of him. Across from him, Amelia Norman meets his gaze with a deadpan look, her voice flat. For real. The scene shifts to a noisy tavern, but the table where Aries and Amelia sit is shrouded in a tense, awkward silence. Something is definitely off. Aries' eyes narrow, his suspicion growing. He scans her attire and the first red flag pops up. She's not wearing a priest's symbol, he thinks, a crucial piece of identification for anyone in her supposed profession. His gaze drops to her hand, another red flag, nor a ring that proves she's a bride of God. This isn't adding up. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as the frustration boils over in his mind. That Cleo. First he sticks me with a hero's party that's specifically looking for a female priest, and now he sends me a woman who's not even a priest. Pushing his chair back, Aries stands up, forcing a neutral expression. Sorry, can I make a call? Amelia just nods, her expression unreadable. Sure. Finding a secluded corner, Aries activates his communication device, his face grim. He needs answers, and he needs them now. He waits, annoyed. Strange, they usually pick up immediately. Just as he's about to lose his patience, the line crackles to life with a panicked, unfamiliar voice. Wawa, yes, hello, this is the church main division. Aries doesn't have time for pleasantries, his voice is cold and sharp. It's Aries, connect me to Cardinal Cleo. The new operator seems completely flustered by his tone. Aries-san, nice to meet you, I'm assigned to the operator position as of today. She continues, stammering through her introduction. Stefan Bronnet, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Aries pinches the bridge of his nose, his patience wearing thin. What's with her? What happened to the previous operator? He wonders before speaking into the device. Stefan, I'm Aries Crown, nice to meet you too, so now can you connect me to Cleo? His directness only makes her more frantic. Why yes, nice to meet you too, Aries repeats his demand, his voice dropping an octave. Connect me to Cleo. As he's put on hold, Aries leans against a wooden post, scowling. How inefficient. Finally, a smooth, bored voice comes through the line. It's Cardinal Cleo. Aries, is there another problem? You see, I'm rather busy right now. Aries glances back towards the tavern floor where Amelia is still waiting. It's about the person you sent, he says, keeping his voice low. A woman that doesn't wear any priest symbol came. Cleo sounds completely unconcerned. She doesn't. No, maybe she just took it off. She's without a doubt a priest and one whom you know well of. Aries presses the issue, his voice tight with irritation. She took it off, but the rules forbid them from taking it off unless they're taking a bath or asleep. He continues, listing his grievances. Also, I've never seen her before, and I thought you wouldn't invest a female priest for me. Cleo pauses. Now that's weird. She said that she had met you before. Aries is taken aback. Would she? His eyes drift back to Amelia, who sits patiently at the table. Could there be a connection he's missing? Cleo's voice turns philosophical. Providing support from the shadows is a difficult road to tread, especially on a journey to defeat the demon lord. It's not only physically but also mentally exhausting. The cardinal's tone becomes condescending. Aries, you have too many complaints. You do know that I'm the cardinal, right? You should ask the person herself. Aries clenches his jaw. It's not like I'm complaining because I wanted to. Cleo lets out a thoughtful hum. Still, I had high hopes in you. He dangles a new offer. If you'd like someone else, I do have a person in mind. Aries' suspicion spikes. With Cleo, there's always a catch. And who's this other candidate? A cheerful image of the new operator, Stefan, flashes in his mind as Cleo suggests her. The sister named Stefan Bronnet. Cleo continues his sales pitch. She possesses high magical and holy power. She's also the youngest operator ever. She's inexperienced, but you can follow her up on that part. Aries immediately shuts it down. The girl from before, she's more of a liability than an asset. She's more trouble than help, really. Cleo sighs dramatically. There's also another one who's currently free, a member of the special division just like you from the Out Crusade, but I'm sure you would decline, so I haven't brought up their name. But he lets the name drop like a bomb. Nicknamed the Mad Eater, Aries' composure shatters instantly. Fuck, he roars, the sound echoing in the small alcove. On the other end of the line, Cleo simply waits, unfazed by the outburst. Aries is seething, his mind flashing back to a past mission. I know that name, I've also met them before, we even went on the same mission. The memories are not good ones. Gregory Regents, a member of the Out Crusade, a mad person who can only use exorcism magic, dedicating their whole faith into offensive power. He remembers the man's insane battle lust, his absolute focus on destruction above all else. His thoughts conclude with venom. He's certainly not the type of person who would submit under someone else. For the longest time, I've wished for them to be removed from the Out Crusade. Cleo's voice is devoid of sympathy. I see. After all, the church is lacking with manpower, then you'll have to make do with the personnel I've sent. Defeated, Aries exhales slowly. Roger that. He decides to change the subject before he loses his temper again. Also, the operator changed. What happened to the previous one? There's a slight pause on Cleo's end. Then the cardinal's voice returns, dripping with smug satisfaction. Why, you ask? That's because I sent her to you. The words hang in the air. Aries stares blankly at the wall, the pieces clicking into place with horrifying clarity. You sent her. An image of Amelia, fiddling with a strand of her hair, flashes in his mind. The realization hits him like a physical blow. For real, no wonder I felt like I've heard her voice before. So, she's that operator, which means we've been acquaintances for a long time, albeit just over the line. His mind short-circuits, all logic and composure vanish in a wave of pure rage. Are you retarded? He grips the communicator, his voice a furious snarl. Why would you dispatch an office worker to the field? The line goes dead. Cleo hung up on him. Hello, you piece of a sh. Hey. Fuming, Aries stalks back to the table. Amelia watches his approach, her expression calm as ever. He takes a deep breath, trying to shove his anger down. Sorry for making you wait. Amelia simply shakes her head slightly. It's okay. Aries decides to start over properly this time. As you might have known already, I'm Aries Crown. I'm a member of the Out Crusade. Amelia nods. I know. She formally introduces herself in turn. I'm from Asgreed Church's General Magic Division. Operator, Amelia Norman. I believe you've known this, but I used to serve as your operator. Aries cuts straight to the important questions. Your level, her answer is surprisingly direct. It's 55. He raises an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. Okay, not what I expected from an office worker. His mind starts calculating, a new plan forming from the ashes of his anger. Not bad, she's not bad at all. True, she's lacking in offensive power, but she could be a substitute for me in the holy magic department. He gestures to her attire. Where's your priest's symbol? In response, Amelia calmly pulls a small, tied pouch from her clothes. I have them with me. Aries stares at the pouch, confused. Why didn't you wear them? She looks away, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes. I'm curious whether Aries-san would recognize me or not. He can't believe it. She took them off for that dumb reason. Does she think she lives outside of the rules? He sighs, deciding to let it go. I see, my bad. No, I don't mind, she replies softly. But her strange test gives him an idea, a brilliant, risky idea. A slow smile creeps onto his face. This might work. He pictures Taoo's party, the naive hero and his companions. She has a general understanding of our situation. I could send her to Taoo's party as a new priest, while acting as my spy as well. A newfound respect for his manipulative boss dawns on him. Not bad, Cardinal. He thinks back to Cleo's words. You told me that you won't invest any further in the hero, but now you sent me this amazing personnel. He says he's investing in me, but who knows what his real intent is. Aries smirks, geez, I thought he was serious about abandoning the hero, but he makes for a good villain. He assesses the situation with Amelia. I don't expect her to play an active role in battles. The lack of battle power does worry me, but she gives me the merit of moving freely. He clenches his fist, the plan solidifying. We could form a two-sided support for Taoo, where I'm in charge of eliminating every possible threat. The plan is perfect. It solves all his problems. This also solves another worry of mine on how to support Taoo when I don't know their course of action. Lady Luck is smiling towards me. He recalls Taoo's latest blunder. That guy accepted a dragon subjugation request without giving much thought, you know, he's on a straight road to hell. His expression turns sharp, almost predatory. Right, this is the appropriate solution, he needs this kind of support, rejoice my dear. He leans in close to Amelia, his sudden intensity making her flinch. She recoils, startled by his abrupt change in demeanor. Aries collects himself, putting on a serious, professional face. Amelia, after taking your addition into consideration, I've come up with a plan. She looks at him, her curiosity piqued. That is. He gives her the first step of the mission. I'd like you to immediately head to the inn where Taoo is staying. He explains the logic. The cardinal mentioned that he would send another person if there's someone available, but, considering our current situation, it is very unlikely to happen. I can't get a read on his course of action. He leans over the table, emphasizing the stakes. We don't know when Taoo will bite the dust, so we need to move efficiently. Amelia listens, her gaze fixed on him, taking in every word. Aries looks her dead in the eye, delivering the core of his master plan. Amelia, you'll join Taoo's party as a priest to provide them support while also providing me information. She stares back at him for a long moment, then with zero emotion she delivers a soul-crushing rejection. No thank you. Aries' entire world grinds to a halt. His perfect plan, his brilliant strategy, all of it, completely and utterly destroyed by 3 simple words. Aries stares, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. Her refusal was so blunt, so absolute that for a moment he's at a loss. No, he questions, unable to process it. Across the table, Amelia's expression is placid, her eyes wide and unblinking. No, she repeats, the single word delivered with zero hesitation. Before Aries can argue, she leans forward slightly, her voice low and serious. Aries-san, have you ever thought about it? The real reason why Arya and Ramiz were chosen for Taoo's party. His eyes narrow into sharp slits. The question cuts through his surprise, replaced by a familiar, cynical focus. Of course I have, he states coldly. There isn't a single day that I haven't. He begins to lay out the puzzle. Think about it. Taoo might have asked for women, but why them specifically? They have potential, sure, but they also have glaring flaws. From a purely tactical standpoint, it's inefficient, he continues, his mind's eye picturing the grand architecture of the kingdom. And there's no way the country of rooks, for all its political maneuvering, doesn't realize that. He recalls his own attempts to optimize the party. When I asked for a member change, my proposal was denied. That's when I knew there was an undisclosed reason, a hidden agenda behind their selection. Amelia watches him, her gaze intense as she presses the point. I'll ask one more time, have you thought of the reason why? Aries meets her gaze, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. I have, he clips out. She simply replies, please tell. He takes a swig from his mug, the noise of the tavern fading into the background. It's just a guess, but he knows he's right. And he knows she's just forcing him to say the ugly truth out loud. He thinks to himself, this woman, she already knows the answer and she's still making me say it. He finally sets his mug down, his voice dropping to a near whisper. It's blood. Looking her dead in the eye, he elaborates, the grim reality of his words filling the space between them. The kingdom of rooks, their goal is to get their hands on the hero's blood. Amelia remains silent, her lack of surprise being the loudest confirmation he could ask for. Aries continues his dark theory. By forming a familial bond with the hero who defeats the demon lord, the royal family gains immense authority. There's even a chance his divine protection could be passed down through the bloodline. It's happened before. But there's a problem, he adds. The current royalty has no princess to offer, and when it comes to controlling men, seduction is the most effective tool. Taoo isn't just a hero, he's an asset, a high-risk investment summoned by the kingdom. He's expected to bring them profit far beyond just killing the demon lord. And that, Aries says, picturing the 2 girls, is where Arya and Ramiz come in, daughters from distinguished, loyal families. They are the kingdom's silver lining, their instruments to secure the hero's lineage. A bitter frustration flashes in his eyes. I should have noticed it from the very start. Arya with her military background and Ramiz, a sheltered noble's daughter. Neither would normally be so quick to share a room with a man they just met, hero or not. They must have received orders from their families. He leans back, the final piece clicking into place. Taoo probably realized all of this. He saw the game being played and kicked me out because I was an obstacle, an unnecessary variable in his state-sanctioned harem. Aries scoffs, a mental image of his superior, Cardinal Cleo, forming in his mind. That Cardinal Cleo, he certainly has a nasty personality to orchestrate something like this. Amelia looks at Aries, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. Aries-san, you're such a horrifying person, she finishes, her voice barely a whisper. The sheer, cold logic of his deduction is what truly unnerves her. Aries simply takes another drink, unfazed by her assessment. He looks at her from the corner of his eye. You prioritize efficiency, you expect others to be capable, you're no different. She leans in again, her voice firm. I'll ask you one more time. Aries sighs, a slight, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips as he closes his eyes. He was testing her and she passed. You win. Her eyes bore into him. Then why did you ask me, a bride of God, to perform such a nasty task? His reply is instant and sharp, a verbal jab. Because you're a nasty woman. He admits, but I'm still not at your level. Her mind races. Aries-san, did you perhaps think about sending me as an offering for the hero, she asks, the image of herself as a sacrifice flashing through her mind. Aries considers it. Offering is a weird way to put it, but you're not far off the mark. Taoo is only level 27. A level 55 priestess like you should be able to resist him if it came to it. She looks down. For now maybe, but how long can the fragile me resist a man who stands on the front lines? Aries almost scoffs. Honestly, you're the last person I would ever think of as fragile. Amelia's gaze turns sharp. Are you telling me to throw away my faith? Aries leans back, conceding the point. Fornication is against church law. I can't force you, it's my loss. She looks down at her hands, her voice soft again. Have you understood the reason behind my reluctance? Aries closes his eyes in defeat. Yeah, it's my loss. Also, Amelia begins, her tone shifting once more. She stands, recalling her orders from the Cardinal himself. The order I received from Cleo-san is to support you, Aries-san, nothing more, nothing less. The implication dawns on Aries, his eyes widening slightly. That means, joining the hero's party is out of your contract. Yes, she confirms with a simple nod, that's how I perceive it. Aries lets out a frustrated sigh, thinking of the smug Cardinal. Damn Cleo, you should have mentioned that sooner, prioritizing your subordinates over the holy brave. But then a darker thought crosses his mind. Nay. Amelia corrects him. He's not that kind of person. He's far crueler than me and will do anything to achieve his goal. In fact, the way I run my business was influenced by him to a great degree. Aries processes this new information. This woman and the man who sent her are far more complex than he imagined. He decides to change the subject. Let's get into the main discussion. Amelia, what are you capable of? She answers with a deadpan expression. Cleaning, handling laundry, cooking, I can't do any of them. Aries explodes comically. Hello, then why bother telling me? Ignoring his outburst, she continues. As for my combat capabilities, I can cast most intermediate-level holy magic. The best I could do otherwise is swing a mace. He studies her, trying to get a read on her nerve. Are you afraid of monsters? She meets his gaze without flinching. Do I look like I'm afraid of them? Aries thinks to himself, I must admit she has guts, better than not having any, I suppose. Her next words are quiet but heavy with meaning. If I had to say, I'm more afraid of humans than monsters. A genuine, slight smile appears on Aries' face. What a coincidence, me too, since you won't be joining the hero's party, how about tailing them instead, are you up for the task? She closes her eyes, a sense of purpose settling over her. Aries-san, I'd gladly offer my service to you, even more so since I signed up for this of my own free will. Aries' analytical mind grinds to a halt. Signed up. The pieces rearrange themselves in his head, which means she wasn't chosen, she volunteered herself to do this. He stares at her completely blindsided. Are you kidding me? The tension of the previous night gives way to the quiet light of a new day. A soft good morning pulls Aries from his thoughts. He looks up to see Amelia standing in his doorway, no longer in her casual attire, but in the official, form-fitting uniform of a priest. Yeah, he mutters, still processing the change. Sitting up on his bed, he looks her over. So you're a legit priest, he says, a hint of disbelief in his voice. You're not making any sense. He shakes his head, a wry smile on his face. Good grief, it makes it seem like her attitude from yesterday was all lies. That's one twisted sense of humor. Later, under the shadow of a grand clock tower, their mission begins. Aries scans the streets below. We'll wait for Taoo and the others here. Amelia stands beside him, silent and ready. To fill the gap I've left behind, he'll probably come to the church to recruit a priest, Aries explains, emphasizing his next point. A female one, that is. Or, he considers, his eyes narrowing, he might take the test and assume the role of priest himself. Amelia simply acknowledges the possibilities with a quiet, okay. Aries glances at her. I'd like to know what Taoo is planning to do. He turns to her, giving her the directive. Since they know my face, you'll be the one making contact with them instead. She looks out over the city, asking the important question. I can refuse if they invite me to their party, right? Aries gives her a reassuring look. Yes, I don't mind. He turns away, adding, and I also don't mind if you accepted. He's giving her a choice, a test of her true allegiance. Her answer is immediate, unwavering, and absolute. I refuse. From a safe distance, Aries keeps a watchful eye on Tao's party. His gaze is sharp, analytical. How's the situation inside, Amelia? He asks, his voice low. Amelia's voice reports back, tinged with a hint of pity. It appears he took the priest certification exam and failed. The image of Taoo, head bowed in defeat before the examiner, flashes through Aries's mind. Aries's expression doesn't change. No surprise, no disappointment, just cold confirmation. Thought so, he mutters to himself. Amelia continues her explanation. To even qualify as a 5th-rank priest, one must be able to perform the lowest-level spell continuously for 2 weeks straight. It's the absolute bare minimum. Her voice grows more serious. As he spent his holy power, his divine protection would have diminished, causing an exhaustion so profound his body would feel like lead. It's a rite of passage every priest has experienced. The church doesn't pull any punches with their exam, she adds. Using holy magic takes a burden on one's own life source. Exhausting all of it could have endangered his life. Aries's eyes narrow, processing the information. Taoo has only spent 10 days casting holy magic, he thinks. His growth speed is abnormal. He clenches his jaw. What he's currently lacking are time and perseverance, and that's exactly what I plan to drill into him, one step at a time. He can't deny the boy's potential. The divine protection on him, his growth speed, and his talent, all of them are remarkable, but raw talent isn't enough. Amelia's voice cuts through his thoughts. Aries-san, what's their next move? She reports, it appears that they've received a quest from the village chief. Aries remains impassive. What kind of quest? Amelia hesitates for a moment. It seems like a monster called a gray shell plant has appeared. Aries's composure shatters in an instant. His face contorts with rage, veins popping on his forehead. Isn't that done already? He forces himself to calm down, his anger simmering into a cold fury. Whatever, I understand the situation, he says, his voice dangerously low. What do you plan to do? Amelia asks. A shadow falls over Aries's face. I'm paying the village chief a visit. Moments later, Aries stands before the chief, his presence filling the room with menace. Have you reported the appearance of the gray shell plant to the capital? The village chief, sweating under the intense pressure, stammers, why yes, of course. Aries's eyes are like chips of ice. I don't mean the first one, I'm talking about the second one. The chief flinches. I'm just about to report it. Aries presses on, his logic inescapable. Why, now that a second one has appeared, you can request for an investigation team to be dispatched, to find the root of this problem. The chief tries to bluster his way out. It is exactly as you say. I've requested for the hero's assistance in Aries cuts him off, his patience gone. Are you messing with me? Why is everyone such a I believe I've already told you that the hero doesn't have the time for that, Aries growls, his voice a low threat. The chief makes a fatal mistake. He smirks, a dismissive, condescending look on his face. Even if you say that, Aries-sama, you're no longer a party member, aren't you? Aries's eyes go dead. This is hopeless, he thinks, a cold realization dawning on him. He's clearly looking down on me. A faint, ominous light begins to glow around Aries's clenched fist. The air crackles with power. With a sharp glare, he unleashes the energy in a directed blast. The chief's smug expression instantly morphs into one of pure, unadulterated terror. Kaboom! The blast rips through the side of the building, tearing a massive hole in the stone wall. Dust and debris settle, revealing the devastation. The chief stands frozen, staring at the gaping hole where his wall used to be. He can only manage a choked, terrified syllable. Wah. Aries's voice is chillingly calm amidst the destruction. Yes, you're absolutely right, I'm no longer a party member. He turns to face the trembling man. However, I'm a priest affiliated with the church. I'm tasked with the mission to help the holy brave, and I have the means to do so. He looms over the chief, his shadow swallowing him whole. I'll break any obstacle standing in their way. Anyone who tries to obstruct God's order, be it humans or demons, they're all the same. They're all enemies of God. Aries's eyes seem to glow with divine, terrifying light. Hey. He leans in, his voice a whisper that carries the weight of an executioner's axe. Are you an enemy of God? Leaving the terrified chief to contemplate his life choices, Aries walks away. This won't do, he thinks, his mind already racing. He knows Tao's naive idealism is a liability. If this goes on, Taoo will be heading straight to his own grave. I need them to experience a battle where their life is at stake. Amelia finds him moments later, her expression serious. What's your plan? Aries considers his options. While I can always eliminate any possible obstacle, doing that won't do any help in changing Tao's current mindset. His eyes gleam with a cunning, dangerous idea. So, I'll have them fight a battle where their life is at stake, without taking any risk. Amelia is confused. You'll have them fight the Greyshell plant, but it's not an enemy Taoo can defeat at his current level. Aries nods. It's an attractive offer, but no. If I had to choose, he continues, I'd pick one with enormous attack power. One that could blow him away would be most effective. He needs to shatter Tao's worldview. He lays out the brilliant, manipulative plan. Simply put, I'll weaken the Greyshell plant to the point where it would make Taoo struggle but still win. That way, he gets the exp for the finishing blow. Amelia's eyes widen with concern for him. Aries-san, I'm coming with you. He dismisses her offer with a simple firm, that would be unnecessary. He gives her a different task. I need you to buy me some time and just this once accompany them, keep them occupied. She understands her role perfectly. I understand, how long do you need? One day, at the very least half a day, Aries calculates. I'll have to start from finding its location. He turns to leave, his mission set. Amelia watches him go, whispering a quiet prayer, God bless you. Deep within the dark, tangled woods, Aries moves with silent purpose. He pushes through the dense foliage, his senses on high alert, hunting his prey. He stops, there it is, but as he takes in the creature's form, a grim realization dawns on him. Found them, but this thing, it's not your ordinary Greyshell plant. The monster lunges and Aries meets it head-on, his mace crashing against its stone-like body with a deafening crack. His suspicion is confirmed in the heat of battle. This is a far more dangerous variant, a superior one. The force of their clash sends tremors through the ground, splintering nearby trees. The battle is a whirlwind of motion. Aries, a blur of white and steel, dodges razor-sharp claws and counters with brutal, calculated strikes. He brings his mace down in a devastating arc, shattering a piece of the monster's tough exterior. As the creature stumbles back, a pained, guttural voice grinds out, G-I-W hi, yo you. Aries pauses, surprised. What, you can speak? His surprise quickly turns to cold pragmatism. Then I'll have to crush your throat, can't have you telling Taoo strange things. He readies himself again, his job not yet finished. The monster is weakened, but not enough. With another powerful swing, he lands a crushing blow, battering the creature into submission. The violent sounds of battle echo far beyond the clearing. Taoo's party miles away stops dead in their tracks. Amelia's head whips around. What's that sound? Back in the clearing, Aries stands over the broken, unmoving form of the Greyshell plant. Now then. All's left is to wait for Taoo's arrival. Drawn by the noise, Taoo, Arya, Ramiz, and Amelia burst into the clearing, ready for a fight. But what they find stops Taoo cold. His eyes go wide in disbelief. This is. Lying in a heap is the Greyshell plant, its body covered in deep cracks and grievous wounds, clearly on the verge of death. It's a brutal, pathetic sight. The monster is utterly helpless. Taoo's face twists in horror and pity. He whirls on Amelia, his voice cracking with emotion. How cruel, Amelia-san, heal. Amelia stares at him, completely baffled. Heal the monster they were sent to kill. Watching from the trees, Aries can only sigh in exasperation. Now what? This was not part of the plan. Taoo looks at Amelia as if she's the crazy one. Amelia-san, are you suggesting for us to kill it in this state? Amelia is at a loss for words. Why should I heal it? Taoo pleads, please attend to its wounds before it's too late. Trying to bring him back to reality, Amelia states the obvious. Yes, that's our target. As it is now, we should consider ourselves lucky and finish it with a single blow. Taoo recoils in disgust. Don't be ridiculous, this thing can no longer fight and we're supposed to kill it. His naive righteousness explodes into a furious shout. Do you not have morals? I didn't become a hero just to bully the weak. Amelia is left utterly speechless by his outburst, unsure how to even respond. From his hiding spot, Aries winces. Bullying, did I weaken it too much? He shakes his head. No, if I don't do this much, Taoo won't be able to win. Amelia looks around helplessly, silently asking Aries for direction. He realizes arguing with the hero is a waste of time. Stepping out from the shadows, Aries' voice is flat and devoid of emotion as he gives a simple command. Heal it. Though confused, Amelia obeys without question. She raises her hand and a warm, holy light begins to gather. The healing energy flows over the broken monster, enveloping it in a brilliant glow. The party watches, completely bewildered. What? Their eyes are wide with shock as the light intensifies, the monster's form shifting and changing within the radiance. When the light finally fades, the monstrous Greyshell plant is gone. In its place lies the unconscious, naked body of a young woman, the monster, turned into a girl. Aries stares at the unbelievable outcome, his carefully crafted plan completely derailed by this insane twist. Good grief. In the quiet halls of a grand cathedral, a memory plays out. Cardinal Cleo's voice echoes over a communication line, his words painting a picture of the impossible. A dragon, turning into a human, he muses, contemplating the image of Gresa, the Greyshell plant turned girl. Miles away, Aries listens, his expression unreadable. She's in Taoo's hands for now, he reports coolly, and currently she's behaving, but I need more information. The cardinal's voice continues, shifting the topic. Aries, I've heard of dragons taking human form before. Do you know of the dragon knights of the Remless Kingdom? Aries's eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of acknowledgement in his otherwise stoic gaze. Yes, he confirms. His mind conjures images of legends, knights soaring through the skies on the backs of majestic dragons. The dragon knights of Remless, he explains. They tame the untamable, conquering the skies with tactics no sane person would even consider. They are called the strongest for a reason. The cardinal's voice cuts through the memory. I've heard their dragons often take human form, but as you know, their country doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. Aries continues the thought, their knowledge is a closely guarded secret. But the most troublesome part is that the Remless Kingdom doesn't believe in as greed. We aren't enemies, Cleo clarifies, but different faiths lead to different values. A fundamental gap between us. Aries immediately grasps the implication, a scowl forming on his face. So gathering information through the church's influence is impossible. What a bother. But the cardinal sees opportunity where Aries sees obstruction. Since Remless can tame them, it's a possibility for us as well. There may be danger, but we can't defeat the demon lord without taking risks. Aries's sharp gaze softens for a moment, conceding the point. You have a point. The cardinal presses on, his voice filled with strategic vision. Look at it from another perspective. If we can make this creature our ally, we'll have a dependable and powerful weapon on our side. He poses the critical question, his eyes seeming to pierce through the distance. What are your thoughts on that, Aries? Aries considers the raw power of Taoo's party, now potentially amplified by a dragon, if they ended up becoming an ally. I'd prefer one who can roam the skies freely, he finishes, revealing a hint of his own desires, a longing for unbound strength and freedom. A soft chuckle comes from the cardinal. Ka, and that's one of the reasons I chose you for this mission, Aries. Your nature understands such things. The flashback fades. Aries stands in the bustling street of a town, the cardinal's words still echoing in his mind. Is that so? He murmurs to himself, before turning his attention back to the present. Seated across from Amelia in a noisy tavern, Aries cuts to the chase, his gaze fixed on the plate of food before him. Give me the latest update. Amelia reports dutifully. Yes, we're currently at the inn. After we bought some clothes for Gresa, we plan to report to the village chief. Aries's eyes flick up, catching on the name, Gresa. Amelia nods, a hint of sympathy in her voice. Yes, we couldn't keep calling her Dragon, so we gave her a name. Aries takes a sip from his mug, connecting the dots. Greyshell plant, hence Gresa, pretty straightforward, he says flatly. Is she behaving? Amelia's expression becomes serious. As of now, yes, however she's extremely cautious and hasn't opened up at all. What of Taoo? Aries asks, his tone clinical. It doesn't appear he minds her attitude, Amelia explains. From his perspective, she's just wary because she's in a new environment. Aries chews thoughtfully, his mind already several steps ahead. So Taoo's naive compassion means he won't be throwing Gresa out anytime soon. The pieces of his plan click into place. Amelia will be leaving the party soon. If I can win Gresa over and get her to join Taoo permanently, gathering information will be much easier. He walks through a darkened alley, contemplating the major obstacle. The problem is how to get her on board, especially since I beat her half dead once. It might be impossible. Back in the tavern, he gives Amelia her instructions. Either way, I have to talk to her. Soon, Taoo's party is going to buy clothes for her. That should create an opening. Can you secure her alone? His eyes are cold, calculating. I want to do this without witnesses, keep Taoo and the others out of it. As for Ramiz, do whatever it takes. Amelia meets his gaze, her own expression unreadable as she gives a simple, one-word reply. Understood. But as she agrees, she pivots. By the way, Aries-san, are you aware of the reason why you were chosen for this mission? He doesn't hesitate, his confidence unwavering. I do. Amelia looks down, her voice soft but firm. I'm afraid that your guess is probably just one of the reasons why. Aries pauses, his hand on his mug. What do you mean? She looks up, her gaze direct. Aries-san, this mission isn't just to support Taoo. I dare say it's also for you to conquer your weakness. Yes, Aries-san, your weakness is. He scoffs internally, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. My weakness. That you always handle everything on your own, she states plainly, the words hanging in the air. Amelia's voice takes on the weight of their superior's judgment. You can't rely on anyone else. That quality of yours is by no means favorable in the eyes of our cardinal. To him, it's a fatal flaw. She stares him down, reading him perfectly. I know you hold no expectation for me whatsoever. You think that should I fail, you can just take matters into your own hands. Aries dismisses her with a wave of his hand, completely missing the point. You're wrong, Amelia, you've done your share of the work. As for the rest, I can manage. Her words only serve to prove her right to him. She is just a tool for a specific purpose. Amelia continues, her voice laced with frustration. You wouldn't sleep even if you were exhausted. You'd constantly be thinking of the next step, layering caution over caution in case I failed. I suppose this is what they call compassionate surveillance. Her eyes narrow, her accusation sharp and direct. You don't have the slightest bit of trust in me. Aries's gaze is like ice. What do you expect me to do then? A vision of the cardinal flashes in her mind, his authority backing her words. I propose an improvement. Since I'm tasked to support you under the cardinal's order, I wouldn't accept anything less than a job well done. Aries cuts her off, his voice dangerously low. This is my business, he declares, ending the conversation with chilling finality. Later that night, the scene shifts to quiet in room. Aries stands over two sleeping figures, Amelia beside him. And this is, he asks, though he already knows. On the bed, Ramiz and the dragon girl Gresa are deep in a magically induced slumber, their breathing slow and even. Magic, huh? Aries thinks, a hint of surprise in his tone. She made it sound so easy, but the truth couldn't be more different. He knows the theory well. Both dragons and mages have high resistance against magic. To put these two into a deep slumber almost instantly isn't something your average priest could do. He finally understands. I see, this must be her way of saying that I could depend on her. A silent, powerful demonstration of her capabilities. Amelia breaks the silence, her gaze steady. What are you going to do now? Aries calculates his window of opportunity. How long until Taoo comes back? 20. No, 30 minutes, I suppose. Will Ramiz wake up? He asks, turning to Amelia. I'm interrogating her. Amelia assures him, no, unless you make a loud noise, you don't have to worry about her waking up. The word catches Amelia off guard. Interrogation, not negotiation, she questions, a seed of dread planting in her stomach. Aries ignores her, his focus entirely on the sleeping girl. There's no mistaking it, she's that dragon. He can sense the immense power radiating from her, even in this weakened state. She might have grown weaker than before, but Taoo still can't compare to her. His eyes narrow to slits, his verdict delivered with absolute certainty. She's a threat. In a flash of brutal motion, Aries grabs Gresa by the arm, yanking her from the bed without a shred of gentleness. Amelia gasps, her voice sharp with shock and disbelief. Aries-san. Gresa's eyes flutter open, still hazy from the magical sleep. Aries's voice is a cold command that cuts through her daze. Wake up. He holds her up, his grip like iron, his expression devoid of any emotion. Gresa's eyes fly wide open, pure shock and terror flooding her features as she's violently ripped from her slumber. Aries's face is a mask of grim purpose. He clenches his other fist, drawing it back. Gresa's eyes widen further, a silent scream caught in her throat as she sees the blow coming. With a sickening thud, his fist connects squarely with her stomach. A choked gasp escapes her lips. Gah. Amelia can only watch, frozen in horror. Wah. Gresa coughs, saliva flying from her mouth as the force of the punch knocks the wind out of her. She doubles over, clutching her stomach in agony, her body trembling uncontrollably. Aries slams her back against the wall, her eyes wide with pain and fear. He pins her there, his towering figure casting a menacing shadow over her. She retches, the violent awakening and the brutal punch overwhelming her senses. Leaning in close, his voice is a deadly whisper, each word a threat. Make a noise and you're dead, show hostility and you're also dead. Aries's eyes are devoid of all warmth, his voice a chilling whisper that cuts through the silence. If you don't answer my questions, then you're also dead. Pure, undiluted terror flashes in Gresa's eyes. They widen, the pupils shrinking to pinpricks as the weight of his threat crashes down on her. Amelia watches, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. Aries-san, she murmurs, her voice trembling slightly, I think you went too far. He doesn't even turn to look at her. Not an issue, Aries states flatly, his gaze still locked on the terrified girl. I can heal her wounds later. Amelia is horrified. That's not what she starts, but Aries cuts her off, his fingers pressing against Gresa's lips. Even if I rip an arm or two off, it'll just go back to normal. His mind is a fortress of cold logic. I can't let my guard down, he thinks, his focus absolute. There's no room for error. He forces her to look at him, his voice low and menacing. She may look human, but she's still a monster. Leaning in closer, Aries lays down the rules of his interrogation. Answer my questions, say anything else and I'll kill you. With the threats established, he finally asks his first question, his grip tightening slightly. What caused you to transform into a human? Gresa's head spins, her mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. She shakes her head frantically, unable to form a coherent thought, let alone an answer. Aries's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. You don't know, he presses, his tone laced with suspicion. I hope you're not lying. She can only manage a choked whimper, squeezing her eyes shut as if to block out the terrifying reality of her situation. Suddenly, she recoils, a gasp escaping her lips as Aries's hand moves with lightning speed, pinning her before she can even think of escaping. He looms over her, a predator cornering its prey. You can run, but you won't escape, he warns. Lay a single hand on that black-haired human, Taoo, and you're dead. Then his expression shifts into something resembling a smile, but it's sharp and unsettling. However, should you agree to follow my orders, give me a promise and that won't happen. Gresa stares, trapped between a rock and a hard place. The word catches in her throat, a strangled I. Finally, broken and terrified, she whispers the word he wants to hear, a vow made under duress. Promise. Aries' expression is one of grim satisfaction. The deal is sealed. We have a contract then. As Amelia begins to voice her objections again, Aries cuts her off without a glance. Aries-san, she starts, but he's already moving on. Save your lecture, let's get to the main point. He turns his full attention back to Gresa, his eyes analytical. Gresa, why did you come out of the forest's depth? That's not even your territory there. His mind races, connecting the dots, 2 gray shell plants appearing, one transforming. We could rule it as a coincidence for the first, but for it to happen twice, there had to be a reason behind it. Gresa's eyes dart around nervously and she finally stammers out a single, terrifying word. Demon. The memory floods back to her, a dark, ominous presence lurking in the shadows of her home. In the forest, she whispers, a demon, it appeared. Aries processes this new information with unnerving calm. A dragon made its appearance twice already, he thinks to himself. I'm prepared. Amelia looks at him, worried, but Aries is resolute. That's within the realm of my guess. I'd still make my mission a success no matter what. His hand rests on the hilt of his blade, a silent promise of violence. I won't panic over 1 or 2 demons appearing now. Immediately, he pulls out a communication feather, channeling his mana into it. Demon, he mutters, initiating a call with Cardinal Cleo. On the other end, the Cardinal's voice is laced with concern. I wonder if they found out about the hero. Aries considers the possibility. I'm unsure, but there's a slim possibility. If they really caught on to the existence of the hero, they won't resort to lame tactics such as sending a dragon. His objective is clear. Either way, I'll just have to catch that demon and interrogate them. Please dispatch crusaders on scene. The Cardinal poses a strategic question, twirling the feather. What are the odds on the hero fighting the demon? Aries scoffs at the very idea. Is that supposed to be a joke? It's far too soon. At least he should reach level 60 first. The Cardinal falls silent, contemplating the new threat. Demons, Aries lays out his plan. Me and the hero party will leave for the next town, so the rest is all yours. It's faster and safer to move on and level up there, rather than staying in a town where a demon exists. He already has the perfect destination in mind. I've chosen the next place, it's Golem Valley. Compared to here, the field of vision there is better, making it easier to observe them. He glances over at Taoo's party, Gresa now among them. Since I got Gresa on board now, I can have her control their actions to a certain degree. The Cardinal concedes. Understood, you can leave the matter with the demon to us. The connection is about to close. I'll contact you if there's any update, Aries says, ending the call. With one problem handled, he moves to the next phase. Next is to lead Taoo. His plan to manipulate the hero's party is now in motion. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Taoo is having a very different conversation. He's reporting to the weary village chief. Yes, I understand, the chief says, his hands bandaged. Thank you very much, dear hero. Taoo explains the strange situation. Like I said, the gray shell plant transformed into this girl, so we're unable to subjugate it. He presses the chief, concerned about the threat they left behind. Are you going to turn a blind eye on the monster who left her half dead? Wouldn't that pose a problem? The chief's response is shockingly nonchalant. Since it won't affect our village, I don't have anything to say regarding that. He then changes the subject. By the way, hero, have you decided on your next destination? Before Taoo can answer, the chief drops a bombshell. Actually, Taoo-san, the Viru forest will be off limits for a while. Taoo is stunned. What? Taoo looks confused. I haven't. I plan on continuing to hunt in Viru forest for the time being. The chief shakes his head. Just like you said, Taoo-san, there's a dangerous monster lurking in the forest. Until it's taken care of, the forest will be off limits. Taoo is suspicious. It'll be closed because it's dangerous. This is the first time I'm hearing this. The chief offers a vague explanation. Since as of recent, monsters' activities have also been growing more active. Taking into account the danger level of this monster, we decided to make an exception this time. The timing is too perfect. But I only just reported it and you decided to make it off limits already? The chief looks away. No, this decision wasn't made after hearing your report. He lowers his voice, glancing around nervously. It's made from another source. In the background, Aries' smug, shadowy form is practically visible. Taoo is completely bewildered by this turn of events. Okay. The chief stonewalls him. Unfortunately, I can't disclose who it is. The manipulation is working perfectly. He grits his teeth, clearly under pressure from this mysterious third party. It's anonymous. With Taoo's options now limited, the chief offers a helpful suggestion. Forgive my rudeness, but if I may, I'd suggest you to go to the Golem Valley next. Golem Valley, a famous leveling spot in the Rook's Kingdom, a mountainous area where golems yielding high exp reside. The chief seals the deal. I believe it should allow you to level up more efficiently than in Viru Forest. Gresa, now part of the group, lights up with excitement. Golem Valley. She eagerly shouts, Golem Valley we go. Taoo and the others are shocked. You can speak. But Taoo isn't celebrating. A deep conflict is brewing within him. As they walk through the town, he can't shake a nagging feeling. Hey. He looks at his party, the strong monster in Viru Forest, what'll happen to it? He tries to reassure himself and his friends. Like the village chief said, a special punitive force made of hunters will be formed to subjugate it. But the doubt lingers. Can we leave it to them? He asks, though the question is really for himself. He stares at his own hand, the symbol of his power and his burden. I'm a hero, but even though I'm the hero, I'm prioritizing my level, while setting aside the danger that looms over people. His internal conflict explodes to the surface. Is that acceptable? His party members look on, unsure what to say. That's. Taoo clenches his fist, his eyes burning with a new resolve. He makes a decision not as a player trying to level up but as a protector. I am a hero. Back in their hideout, Aries is confident. Where's Taoo and co? I asked the village chief to lead them to Golem Valley. He continues, pleased with his own cleverness. We'd have an easier time observing them there, but Amelia interrupts, her face grim. Aries-san, incoming report from Gresa. Amelia delivers the news that shatters Aries' perfectly laid plan. Taoo's party is entering the Viru Forest. Aries freezes, his mind refusing to process the information. A sweat drop forms on his temple. Sorry. Amelia elaborates, while I'm in contact with Gresa, it's hard to decipher her words so I can't make out the reason. But the destination is clear. Aries just stares, dumbfounded. Why? The shock gives way to pure, unadulterated rage. A sharp ch escapes his lips. He sees their faces in his mind, the hero and his companions, all blissfully unaware of the chaos they've caused. Why can't any of you, he seethes, obediently follow along my script? His entire body trembles with fury, his composure completely gone. His silent rage finally erupts into a furious shout that echoes in the empty room. You were told the forest is dangerous, didn't you? God damn it. Deep within the sprawling Viru Forest, Aries' eyes narrow, scanning the dense tree line. His mind races, calculating the odds. This forest is huge, he thinks. The place Gresa was supposedly chased from was in the deepest, most dangerous part. Even if Taoo's party went in, Aries muses, the chances of them randomly stumbling upon the target demon are slim to none. He turns to his companion, Amelia. If he's just trying to level up, he wouldn't go this deep. I need to know his real objective. This whole thing smells fishy. He watches the path ahead where Taoo's group disappeared. If they're actually trying to defeat that demon, they're basically offering themselves up as a free meal. Aries glances down at Amelia, his expression grim. With their skill level, I doubt they could even handle the normal monsters around here, let alone a high-level demon. Amelia looks up, her expression deadpan as she delivers her report. What we know right now is that Gresa is hungry, period. Aries' eye twitches in annoyance. Who cares about that? He sighs, exasperated. Is that really all she's reporting? Did I not threaten her enough? Maybe I should have crushed an arm. He pinches the bridge of his nose, forcing himself to focus. Okay, stay calm, let's think of a solution. His eyes harden with resolve. Just to be safe, if push comes to shove, I'll enter the forest myself and kill the demon. Amelia nods silently. Understood. Aries looks at her pointedly. I'm sure you already know this, but you're to remain on standby here, Amelia. Amelia's eyes widen slightly, a hint of defiance in her voice. Why? He clenches his fist, the leather of his glove creaking. Because I specialize in fighting solo. A flashback of him obliterating a monster with his mace flashes through his mind. I handle my own healing and buffs. I charge my opponent directly and beat them with overwhelming force. There's no room for you to enter the fight, Amelia. Amelia's face falls, her voice barely a whisper. So you're saying I'd only slow you down. Aries turns away, a flicker of frustration on his face. And here I am, trying to be considerate with my words. He tries to explain his logic. Priests show their true value in a party. A solo fighter like me means she doesn't have a role to play right now. But Amelia stands her ground, her gaze unwavering. Aries-san, I volunteered to support you. I'm willing to risk my life. Aries processes her words, so she's saying I don't need to worry about her safety. Her resolve is absolute. He lets out a short, sharp sigh. Fine, his eyes narrow again, however. He gives her a non-negotiable command, his voice leaving no room for argument. You're to run as soon as you sense your life is in danger, and you will follow my order. Is that clear? Amelia meets his gaze, her expression firm and resolute. Yes. With the terms set, they venture deeper into the oppressive woods, the canopy of trees swallowing the sky above. Aries keeps his senses sharp, his gaze sweeping across the darkening landscape. He glances at the sky peeking through the leaves. The sun is about to set. In another 2 hours, this place will be pitch black. They move stealthily through the undergrowth. Amelia, any news on Taoo? He asks quietly. I doubt they're dumb enough to keep searching in the dark. Amelia replies, they're 3 km ahead of us. Aries calculates the distance. 3 kilometers, we can catch up to them. Suddenly a glint of steel flashes from the trees, a volley of throwing knives hurtles towards them. Aries saw, Amelia cries out in warning. But Aries is already moving. With a casual flick of his wrist he deflects one knife with his mace while sidestepping the others. The attack was clumsy, weak. The knives thud harmlessly into the ground around him. The ambush was over before it even began. He doesn't even look at the fallen weapons, his senses reaching out. Do you sense a huge presence? He asks, testing her. Amelia, still shaken, looks at the smoldering remains of a summoned creature that was instantly defeated. Sorry, what did you say again? Aries dismisses it. No, it's nothing. Amelia focuses, trying to parse the strange feelings in the air. I can sense something, deeper inside the forest. But I don't know if they're our target, she admits. Aries sighs. Any info from Gresa? Amelia looks away, embarrassed. She's hungry. Aries's expression is one of pure, undiluted annoyance. He closes his eyes for a second, fighting back a wave of irritation at the sheer uselessness of his supposed informant. As true night begins to fall, the forest comes alive with unseen threats. Night falls, monsters are growing more active, Aries notes. I wonder if Taoo has set up camp already. Suddenly, Aries freezes. His eyes snap wide open as an immense, terrifying pressure washes over him from the distance. Amelia senses his sudden change in demeanor. Aries-san. His voice is low and serious, all previous annoyance gone. It's far, but there's no mistaking it. Amelia, he says, his gaze locked in the direction of the power. I'm sure of it, a big one showed up, I'm going to subjugate it. He stops walking, turning to face her. You don't have to come, remain on standby here and prepare for the worst. Amelia is taken aback, sweat beading on her face. Aries's tone is final. I alone am enough. This is an order, Amelia, you have a different role to play, got it? Amelia stares at him, her mind racing, weighing her duty against his command. She quickly understands her new mission. And if it comes to it, I'm to find Taoo, tell him the situation, and persuade him to escape, right? A shadow of doubt crosses her face. Am I a hindrance? No, Aries states plainly. We're merely dividing our roles. You search, I kill, that's your role. Her eyes flash with a hint of pride and frustration. I can also fight, she insists quietly. Aries says nothing, his silence a clear answer. Amelia relents, her shoulders slumping slightly. But this time I'll obey your order, since I didn't tag along to cause you trouble. Great, he says, relieved. Keep the line on, I'll give you situation updates constantly. He turns to leave. Contact me if something happens with Taoo. Amelia nods, yes. He pauses. Any questions? She shakes her head. No. Just as he's about to depart, she calls out one last time. Aries-san. He turns back him. She looks him straight in the eye, her voice filled with genuine concern. If things get worse, please run. I'd be troubled if you died on me. Any questions? A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. No. Meanwhile, Taoo's party has stopped their advance, the reality of the dangerous forest setting in. One of the party members frantically tries to get Taoo's attention. Now Dono. Taoo snaps out of his thoughts. Sorry, what is it? The party member points towards the darkening sky. It's about to get dark soon. The atmosphere grows tense. Monsters grow more aggressive at night, leaving you and me aside, the others are at risk. Taoo turns to his mage. What do you think, Ramiz? The small girl nods in agreement. Lin, I agree with Arya. Ramiz is lacking on the physical side since she's a mage, Lin explains. We should set a camp and rest for the day. Taoo looks to his last party member. In Gresa, she just clutches her stomach. I'm hungry. Taoo sighs, making the call. Okay, Ramiz, please make the preparation. Okay, the mage chirps, her hands beginning to glow with magic. I'm taking out the carriage. With a flash of light, a large, sturdy carriage materializes out of thin air, providing a secure place for the party to rest. Elsewhere, Taoo stands watch, a thoughtful expression on his face as he stares into the woods. Miles away, Aries dashes through the forest, zeroing in on the malevolent energy he sensed. He arrives in a clearing to find his target. Perched on a jagged cliff, silhouetted against the full moon, sits a demon, its eyes glowing with sinister power. Aries activates his communication line, a faint magical glow connecting him to Amelia. Back at her position, Amelia hears the static. Aries's voice comes through, grim and heavy. Amelia, I got bad news. The demon grins, a predator that's found its prey. Aries stares back, his face a mask of cold fury. It's a demon, commencing battle. Aries's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on the shadowy figure before him. The creature's appearance is unsettling but familiar. I know this kind, he thinks, his mind racing. His opponent smirks, revealing sharp fangs. Aries's suspicions are confirmed. Night dwellers with high intelligence, black bloods. He's fought them before, dangerous, cunning predators. They blend into the darkness, preying on human settlements, earning them the name whispered in fear, vampire. a creature of the night now standing right in front of him. With cold resolve, Aries pulls the hood of his cloak further over his face, concealing his identity. This is not a fight for the public eye. He secures a stark white mask, the final piece of his disguise. The man known as Aries vanishes, replaced by a silent, hooded hunter. Aries's thoughts drift to the others nearby. Taoo's party is close. This is the worst possible situation. A vampire this powerful could wipe them out in an instant. The vampire perches on a branch, oblivious to the danger he's in. Aries's resolve hardens. I need to dispose of him immediately, before he becomes a threat to Taoo. Without a sound, Aries draws his blade and lunges. The vampire's eyes widen in surprise as the masked figure explodes from the shadows, steel glinting under the moonlight. The vampire reacts with supernatural speed, deflecting the blade with his bare hand. The sound of metal scraping against unnaturally tough skin echoes through the clearing. Aries's attack is relentless, a whirlwind of strikes aimed to kill. But the vampire is just as fast, weaving and dodging, turning his own body into a weapon as he retaliates with a powerful kick. The vampire dissolves into a black mist, his voice echoing from the shifting fog. Form Blackwind. Aries clicks his tongue in annoyance. It's so annoying. But Aries isn't fazed. He grips his mace, preparing for the vampire's next move. He leaps into the air, twisting his body into a powerful kick aimed right where the vampire is reforming. This isn't a battle of power, it's a battle of speed and wits. The kick connects, but the vampire vanishes at the last second, reappearing just out of reach. The vampire's eyes are wide with a mix of shock and excitement. He's never faced a human who could keep up with him. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his arm. He looks down to see the masked hunter's blade has drawn blood. The vampire smirks, unfazed by the wound. I sure have received a troublesome mission. He effortlessly parries another one of Aries's lightning-fast strikes. Aries presses his advantage, his blade a blur. Really? Crazy coincidence, huh? The vampire catches Aries's blade between his fingers, the metal groaning under the pressure. A fierce one, aren't you? He sneers. From behind his mask, Aries's eyes gleam with cold calculation. He's just testing the waters. The vampire seems confused by his opponent's silence and sheer skill. This human is an anomaly. The two combatants disengage, creating distance. The air crackles with tension as they size each other up for the next exchange. The vampire casually twirls Aries's discarded mace. Let's use our heads more here, he taunts, especially since you'll lose yours in a moment. Aries remains silent, watching as the vampire continues to monologue. Quite the talkative one, aren't you? A woman's voice suddenly crackles through a hidden communication device. Aries-san, are you okay? Without missing a beat, Aries replies coolly, no problem here. Amelia's voice persists, filled with worry. Do you need help? Aries cuts her off, his voice firm. Unnecessary. The vampire, oblivious to the conversation, continues his arrogant speech. The difference between our power should be clear by now. For a human, you're extraordinary, but still, you can't win against me. Aries has heard enough. He explodes forward in a burst of speed, his fist aimed directly at the vampire's face. The vampire recoils, shocked by the sudden attack. Oh dear, this is why humans are such a have no one ever taught you to listen till the end when someone else is talking. Aries's voice is like ice, cutting through the vampire's complaints. You're not a human. Before the vampire can react, Aries's hand darts out, aiming not for a killing blow but to disarm. He twists, using the vampire's momentum against him, creating an opening. With blinding speed, he bypasses the vampire's guard, his hand shooting towards his opponent's wrist. He grabs hold, his grip like a vice. A faint holy light begins to emanate from his hand, causing the vampire's skin to sizzle. Aries's eyes burn with intensity from behind the mask. Vampire, name yourself. The vampire throws his head back and lets out a wild, maniacal laugh, the sound echoing through the dead forest. His laughter subsides, replaced by a look of mild annoyance. He seems to be weighing his options. Now of all times, he mutters, glancing at the hand gripping his wrist. He meets Aries's gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, fine. He puffs out his chest with aristocratic pride. My name's Zarpen, Zarpen Drago Vanir, descendant of the great vampire lord. Zarpen leans in, his voice dripping with condescension. We don't usually humor mere humans like you, be honored. Aries processes the information. Vanir, it's an infamous name within the church, the one who stands on the top of vampires. He tightens his grip, his voice low and demanding. Vampire Lord, what's your goal here? Zarpen's eyes glint with amusement. I suppose it doesn't kill to tell you as a farewell gift. It's the hero. Is the hero here, do you know? He elaborates, recalling his king's command. Our king sensed a presence. It's faint, but we need to confirm it. Aries remains silent, listening intently. Every word is a piece of the puzzle. Zarpen continues, preening. And I, the next promising officer candidate, was sent here to investigate. It's an honor to be tasked with such an important mission. He then muses to himself, though I have to wonder, Why would the holy brave be in this forest filled with weak monsters? Just what is our lord thinking? Zarpen's gaze returns to Aries. You're the one who defeated the monster I sent, right, Gresa? He smirks. Your strength is certainly praiseworthy, although still nowhere close to me. He sighs dramatically. Getting dispatched into the middle of nowhere like this bores me, you see, so I'll have you play with me to stave off my boredom. Aries speaks into his communicator again, his voice laced with disbelief. Amelia, we have an idiot over here. He continues his private report. Him leaking everything is the utmost proof of an idiot. I wouldn't do that even if our roles were reversed. Aries addresses Zarpen again. I get your point. One last question. By this king of yours, is it Demon Lord Kronos? Zarpen is taken aback by the question. What are? Aries cuts him off, his tone almost conversational. Zarpen, you're strong. I can see why you're the descendant of the vampire lord. The vampire is utterly confused by the sudden change in topic. Really, what are? Internally, Aries makes a grim assessment. He's undoubtedly strong. Taoo wouldn't hold a candle against him. He continues his lecture aloud, but you are too sloppy. You should focus more on completing your given mission. Zarpen's confusion turns to irritation. Aries' confidence is unwavering. But, Aries thinks, it's still within the realm of my expectation. Aries looks around the clearing. Your king is truly insightful, sending their subordinates here to this forest with the highest probability of encountering the hero. But you, on the other hand. Zarpen finally yanks his hand free, his patience gone. What are you implying? Aries slowly reaches for his mask. This is business. Carelessness is out of the question, therefore I never let my guard down. He pulls the mask away, revealing his face. His silver hair and piercing eyes are unmistakable. My name is Aries Crown. He raises his free hand, and particles of pure, holy light begin to gather in his palm. The person your king is looking for. Zarpen's eyes widen in utter disbelief. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Aries slams his hand down. Is me. Pillars of light erupt from the ground, forming a cage around them. The holy energy sears Zarpen's demonic flesh. The pillars connect, forming an impenetrable barrier of sacred energy, a prism. Zarpen screams as the holy light engulfs him, his dark power being suppressed and burned away. Standing amidst the blinding light, his identity revealed, Aries makes his declaration, his voice booming with power. I am the hero. Miles away, Taoo's party is jolted by the sudden, massive surge of holy energy that lights up the entire forest. They stare at the pillar of light in the distance. What's happening? One of them asks, shielding their eyes. Taoo recognizes the technique instantly. That's a prism, a barrier made by priests. His eyes narrow with determination. Someone is in a serious fight and they might need help. Let's go. Back inside the prism, Zarpen collapses to his knees, weakened and disoriented by the overwhelming holy aura. He grits his teeth, trying to fight off the debilitating effects of the barrier. This is, he gasps, looking up at the cage of light trapping him. Aries looks down at him, his expression cold and unforgiving. I'm glad you're dumb, you're not going anywhere. The lecture begins. Vampire, unlike you, we humans are weak and hard to level up, so we classify our enemies into stages, you see. He circles the kneeling vampire. According to my calculations, you're at stage 3, a mid-ranked demon. Recommended subjugation level is 65-70, and that's for a full party. Aries continues his breakdown. You use dark magic, fog form, beast form, blood manipulation, life drain. You can even spawn familiars. These are the key points to remember when facing your kind. He gestures to the sky. Higher-ranking vampires might even possess a unique signature ability, but you don't seem to have one. Zarpen flinches. Every word is a calculated strike, dismantling his pride and exposing his weaknesses. Aries' mind is working overtime. This guy is hiding something. I want more information, but I don't have the leeway for that. I can't let him escape with his life. He continues his verbal assault. It's not your strength that makes you formidable, it's your agility. If you were to turn into fog and run, pursuing you would be next to impossible. Which is why, Aries explains, when we hunt vampires in a city, we erect a barrier preemptively to prevent them from escaping. Aries stands over the defeated Zarpen. This barrier suppresses dark powers and its user. Its only downside is the time it takes to prepare. It was nerve-wracking, stalling while you could have escaped at any moment. He glances at the mace lying on the ground. I figured you might use teleport magic, so I needed to be sure. You must have used that to catch me off guard back there. And with Taoo's party so close, I couldn't risk you running into them. Thanks to my prism, your teleportation is sealed. You're trapped. Zarpen glares up at Aries, his face a mask of fury and humiliation. He's been completely outplayed, lectured, and trapped by the very hero he was sent to find. Inside the shimmering walls of the prism, Aries schools the vampire prince, his voice dripping with condescending calm. Zarpen, you're powerful sure, but you're completely lacking in battle experience. He gestures with his dagger towards the mace he'd discarded earlier. Any veteran vampire knows that a mace is a holy weapon. They'd never be foolish enough to stand around talking to the person wielding it. Aries closes the distance, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. You might want to remember this for the few seconds you have left. I won't let you escape. You got lucky once, it's not happening again. Zarpen flinches back, pure shock and rage twisting his features. This human was supposed to be prey, not the predator lecturing him on his own weaknesses. Ignoring the vampire's sputtering, Aries raises a hand, holy energy crackling around his fingertips. Now, he declares, his voice echoing with power, accept God's judgment. His eyes blaze with cold light as he unleashes the technique, photon order. A torrent of pure, concentrated holy energy erupts from his hand, engulfing Zarpen in a blinding flash. The vampire has no time to scream, no time to even register the attack before it hits. The light subsides, revealing Zarpen's smoking, scorched form. He's still standing but barely. Aries watches, unimpressed. Suddenly, the holy energy detonates from within, blowing a massive, sizzling hole straight through the vampire's chest. Zarpen's eyes fly open, not in death but in pure, unadulterated fury. He's wounded but far from finished. With a guttural roar, he lunges forward, a black blur of rage and desperation, claws aimed right for Aries' throat. But Aries doesn't even flinch. He meets the charge with contemptuous ease, catching the vampire's wrist in an iron grip. The attack is stopped dead. Zarpen's claws, capable of tearing through steel, are rendered useless against Aries' simple block. Zarpen coughs up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Across from him, Aries remains a mask of cold indifference, a tiny trickle of blood on his cheek, the only sign he was even touched. Before Zarpen can recover, Aries shoves his hand against the vampire's face, a halo of holy power forming at his palm. Photon order. A point-blank blast of divine judgment engulfs Zarpen's head, the sound of searing flesh echoing within the prism. The vampire's body is slammed into the forest floor, a mangled, twitching heap. Surely this has to be the end. But through the smoke, Zarpen's eyes snap open, wide with a mix of terror and confusion. He's still alive. How is he still alive? Aries clicks his tongue in annoyance, wiping the blood from his cheek. That's not enough to purify you. Don't tell me you have some kind of protection. Zarpen staggers to his feet, a smug, bloody grin spreading across his face. It is the protection of the evil god Lucif Arpit. It nullifies almost all incoming damage, a power reserved for the highest-ranking demons. Aries' eyes narrow, his internal calculations were flawless. Under normal circumstances, the damage I've dealt should have been enough to kill him 3 times over. He glances at his dagger, its divine power paling in comparison to his true weapon. As expected, this is inferior to my mace. This fight is dragging on. Zarpen, now fully regenerated, laughs. What a surprise. I never thought I'd face the so-called hero in a place like this. Aries scoffs internally. The evil god's protection is such a hassle. To think a low-level demon like this would be granted its power. Zarpen's confidence returns, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He's a threat. If I let him escape, he'll become a major problem. I should finish him off here while he's still weak. Aries makes a decision. This would have ended already if not for his protection, he says aloud, and keeping the prism up isn't helping me kill him faster, so I'm undoing it, Zarpen. A cold smile touches Aries' lips. I'll make this quick. Zarpen sneers. What a lame joke. I admit you're strong for a human, but the power difference is clear. I have the upper hand here. Aries shakes his head. That's just the general opinion. In a battle of attrition, you're the one who'd break first. He raises a finger to the cut on his cheek. A soft, warm light begins to glow. You see, I'm a healer. The wound vanishes without a trace. I can heal myself as many times as I want. Zarpen's smug expression shatters into utter disbelief. Who? A healer who fights with this much power, it was impossible. You monster, the vampire stammers. Aries' reply is instant and cold. You're the monster. Aries takes a step forward, his aura pressing down on the vampire. Out of tricks already, vampire. His voice is devoid of all emotion, a simple statement of fact. I'll keep killing you until you're dead. Panic finally sets in. Zarpen's eyes dart around wildly, landing on the discarded mace. The prism's source, if I can just get rid of that. He makes a desperate dash for it, but Aries is faster, slamming his foot down and crushing the vampire into the dirt. A sickening crunch echoes as Aries stomps down again, grinding Zarpen under his heel. The vampire is pinned, helpless and humiliated, his escape plan foiled before it even began. With a final, dismissive kick, Aries sends Zarpen's broken body tumbling through the air. But just as he prepares to press the attack, the sound of rustling leaves and snapping twigs reaches his ears. Someone's coming. Aries freezes. He wasn't expecting an audience. Taoo and his party break through the foliage, their eyes wide as they take in the scene of devastation. Taoo stares, completely bewildered. Just what happened here? Aries lets out a silent curse. Taoo, of all the people to show up now. He raises a hand, his voice sharp and commanding. Don't come closer, you'll break my prism. He quickly improvises a cover story. This forest is currently on lockdown due to the discovery of a demon. Why did you come here? Taoo stammers, caught off guard by the masked man's aggressive tone. Aries cuts him off, trying to get rid of them. Whatever, I'm in the middle of a battle. Night in the forest is dangerous. Set up camp and wait for daybreak. He turns his back on them, his message clear. Leave as soon as the morning comes. But Taoo, ever the hero, spots Zarpen rising behind Aries. Behind you. Aries sighs in exasperation, not even bothering to look. I don't need your help, He effortlessly ducks under the vampire's wild swing, the claws whistling past his ear. In one fluid motion, he grabs Zarpen's arm and fires another photon order, blasting the demon away while keeping him firmly in his grasp. He glances back at the stunned Taoo. Wah, demons are tenacious. He gestures to the sizzling vampire, who's already starting to regenerate. Especially since this one has an annoying protection, it'll take some time to kill him. His voice turns to steel. Keep your hands out of this, don't meddle in my business and just leave obediently, now. Taoo bristles at the command, his pride wounded. You. Aries ignores him, focusing on the task at hand. All he needed was time, just a little more time without interruptions. He tries a more diplomatic approach. Please, just step back, prioritize your own safety. Taoo's party members begin to pull him back. Now Dono, he's right, he doesn't look like he's having a hard time, our help might be unnecessary. Zarpen sees an opportunity in their hesitation and shouts, that's right, listen to your friends. The vampire digs his claws into the dirt, a desperate plan forming in his mind. The clearing falls into a tense silence. Aries and Zarpen are locked in a standoff, with Taoo's party watching from the edge. Zarpen begins to unravel, his mind refusing to accept the reality of the situation. I have the evil god's protection. There's no way I would lose to a mere human. I would never. Aries simply watches the meltdown in silence. The vampire clutches his half-regenerated face, his sanity fraying. There's no way. Fed up with the noise, Aries delivers a brutal right hook, the impact shattering what's left of Zarpen's jaw. The force of the blow shatters Aries' dagger. Taoo points in alarm. Your weapon. His eyes fall upon the mace lying in the bushes, the catalyst for the prism. In a disastrous attempt to be helpful, Taoo hefts the heavy weapon. Hey, use this. Aries' eyes widen in sheer panic behind his mask. I left that there on purpose. He lunges forward, shouting, leave it there, but it's too late. Taoo has already thrown the mace. The mace soars through the air, passing through the invisible wall of the prism. Zarpen's look of despair instantly morphs into one of triumphant, manic glee. Aries' eye twitches in utter frustration. Taoo, oblivious, can only mutter, With its catalyst now inside the barrier, the prism shatters like glass. The cage that took so long to create is gone in an instant. Aries catches the mace, but the air is already thick with regenerating demonic energy. The trap is broken. Zarpen lets out a giddy laugh, his wounds sealing before their eyes. Ahaha, oh wow, that was close. Aries' shoulders slump in defeat. This isn't happening. He regained his fog form and regeneration. All my hard work, wasted. He turns his head slightly, his masked gaze burning into Taoo. You said it. Zarpen cackles, savoring the moment. KH, must be tough having such a dumb friend. The vampire begins to float into the night sky, preparing to teleport. Aries grits his teeth. Damn it, he's going to escape. There's no way I can match his speed now. He forces himself to calm down, to reassess. Reset my thoughts. This isn't the worst-case scenario. He still doesn't know Taoo is the real hero. For now, Taoo is safe. Putting on a facade of confidence, Aries calls out to the escaping demon. Good for you, I'm willing to let you escape. Better run now, vampire. Zarpen pauses, looking down with a sneer. Huh, are you stupid? Against the full moon, the vampire Zarpen floats, his body fully regenerated. A smug grin spreads across his face as he addresses the cloaked figure below. My power has returned, he declares. It's time for the second round. But Aries remains completely unfazed. From beneath his hood, his voice is a low, steady rumble, utterly devoid of fear. Well, if you insist, works for me. Zarpen's confidence wavers for a split second, replaced by confusion. Aren't you a bit too relaxed? He sneers, trying to regain his footing. Shouldn't you be panicking now that I have my power back? Aries doesn't answer with words. He answers with motion, exploding forward in a blur of black cloth and deadly intent. Before Zarpen can even process the speed, Aries is on him. A brutal strike connects with the vampire's gut, the impact echoing through the clearing as a spray of dark blood erupts from the wound. The vampire's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. The force of the blow steals the air from his lungs, and he can only gasp in shock and pain. Inside his mind, Aries makes a quick assessment. I knew it, this feels different. He glances at the dagger in his hand. This weapon, it's just not for me. Without missing a beat, he switches tactics. A heavy mace appears in his hand and he brings it down with crushing force, caving in the vampire's chest. It had to be a mace, he thinks, the satisfying thud confirming his choice. Aries doesn't let up, hammering the vampire with a relentless barrage of strikes, each blow more devastating than the last. Zarpen is utterly overwhelmed, sent plummeting towards the earth like a stone, the blood-soaked mace still embedded in his torso. Aries watches him fall, but a flicker of suspicion crosses his mind. Something isn't right. The reason for his suspicion becomes clear. Taoo's party stands frozen at the edge of the clearing, splattered with the vampire's blood, their faces a mask of pure horror at the brutal display. Aries analyzes the situation. What's this? He could have easily avoided that using his fog form. Why take the hit? He narrows his eyes. Is he planning to escape right before he dies just to irritate me? Suddenly Zarpen makes his move. With a burst of speed he lunges forward and grabs Aries' arm, his hand glowing with sinister energy. Energy drain, he snarls. The power surges and a crack appears on Aries' mask. But the life force he expected to steal isn't there. Zarpen's face contorts with rage and confusion. Impossible, he screams internally. Aries' voice is cold and instructive. That cheap trick might work on common folk or warriors without protection, but it's useless against any high-ranked priest. With a surge of his own power, Aries shatters Zarpen's grip, sending the vampire reeling backwards. The force of the counterattack blasts Zarpen high into the night sky, a powerless silhouette against the glowing moon. Aries' patience has worn thin. How rude, he mutters, his voice dripping with annoyance. Just go away already, don't make me waste any more time on you. Hovering in the air, Zarpen glares down, his pride shattered. He can't comprehend the power of the man before him. Damn monster, he seethes. His fury reaches its peak, and his handsome features begin to warp and twist into something truly monstrous. In a flash of dark energy, Zarpen's body contorts and expands, transforming into a massive, grotesque bat-like creature, its leathery wings blotting out the moonlight. Aries watches the transformation, his expression unchanging. Beast form, a bat, so he's planning to fly away. His thought is cut short as he senses a sudden shift in the vampire's energy. Reacting instantly, Aries swings his mace, unleashing a wave of pure, white, holy energy that cuts a massive swathe through the forest. But even as he attacks, a question hangs in his mind. What is Zarpen really planning? The wave of holy light slams into the beast, and it shrieks as its demonic flesh is seared and torn apart in a gory explosion. The monstrous form is shredded to pieces, its tattered wings and mangled limbs raining down from the sky. Aries lowers his weapon, thoroughly confused by his opponent's seemingly suicidal tactics. What are you trying to achieve here? Amidst the falling debris, Zarpen reforms, his body battered but intact. His eyes are wide with madness. Impossible, impossible, there's no way I'll lose. He clutches his chest, playing his final card. I am Zarpen Drago Vanir, I have been granted protection by the evil god, there's no way I'd lose to a mere human in my perfect condition. Aries watches unimpressed, and here I thought he would run away. But Zarpen's panic gives way to a cunning grin. Perhaps, I can still kill him, I might be able to take advantage of his pride. Aries raises his shield, playing along with the vampire's delusion. Zarpen Drago Vanir, he calls out, if there's any of your ancestors' honor left in you, come at me with all you've got, let's settle this fair and square. Zarpen lets out a hollow laugh. Haha, hero, just this once I must admit that I lost. Yes, the current me can't win against you. His eyes narrow with cold hatred. But I won't lose the second time, I swear on my blood I will kill you. Aries scoffs from behind his mask. You think you'll get a next chance? A glint of insane confidence flashes in Zarpen's eyes. Oh, I do, he whispers. For the first time, Aries is genuinely perplexed. Where is this confidence coming from? The answer comes in a wave of maniacal laughter. Zarpen's body begins to glow with a terrifying, unstable energy, gathering in his chest like a miniature sun. Aries' eyes widen in realization. It was a trap. The vampire is going to self-destruct. Not wasting a moment, he plants his feet and raises his shield, bracing for the inevitable. With a final, triumphant scream, Zarpen detonates. A blinding explosion of demonic energy erupts, threatening to vaporize the entire forest. Just as the blast hits, Aries slams his hand forward, chanting the name of a high-tier spell. World Sanctuary. A dome of golden, holy light materializes around him, meeting the wave of destruction head-on. In the background, Taoo's party is thrown like ragdolls by the shockwave. Taoo screams, her face a portrait of terror, as the world dissolves into white light and thunderous noise. As the light fades, she coughs, her ears ringing. That bastard, he blew himself up. Remiz panicked calls out into the smoke-filled crater. Aries-san, a calm, single word answers her. Yeah. The smoke clears to reveal Aries, standing completely unharmed amidst the devastation. I'm fine, he states simply. He glances over his shoulder at Taoo's party, now lying peacefully unconscious on the ground. He'd put them to sleep to protect them from the blast's aftermath. We're good. Later in a grand, sunlit chamber, Aries reports to his superior, the high-ranking church official, Cleo. Cleo listens intently, his expression grim. A vampire with the evil god's protection, this was an unexpected development. Aries, now in casual attire, reflects on the battle. Thank God I was able to win. If he'd had more actual combat experience, it might have turned out differently. Cleo inquires about the hero's party. What about the hero? Aries replies coolly. I put them to sleep and carried them back. No notable injuries. I plan to send them to the next town as soon as they're awake. Cleo's gaze sharpens. Are you dropping this mission, Aries? Aries' eyes flash with defiant fire. You wish. He leans back, his resolve unshaken. Worry not, this is business and I'm a professional. No matter how stressful or painful it gets, I won't go and split Taoo's head. Cleo nods, satisfied. Fine then. I have high hopes for you, Aries. Crown, first seat of the crusade and level 93 crusader. Continue to support Taoo, and ultimately defeat the demon lord Kronos. Aries gives a simple, determined reply. Roger that. Meanwhile, back in their room, Taoo's party has a difficult conversation. Taoo bows her head in shame. I'm sorry, all this happened because of my selfish decision. Arya shakes her head. Don't be, I also jumped to conclusions. Taoo's expression is grim. After witnessing a real demon for the first time, I realize now, our party desperately needs a priest. She clenches her fist. It's clear that this weakness, it's what will eventually become our downfall. Arya looks down, forced to agree. Yes, I agree. Ramiz looks at Taoo. But you can use heal and prism to a certain degree. You were planning to fill that gap yourself, right? Taoo shakes her head, flashing back to the overwhelming power she witnessed. I realized I'm lacking something crucial, exorcism magic. That's a power we'll absolutely need in the future. Ramiz states the obvious solution. Then, why don't you just ask Aries to teach you? He should still be around. Taoo turns away, her pride stinging. I can't, not after I kicked him out of the party. After everything that happened, how could I possibly ask him for help? Ramiz tries to reason with her, but Taoo is trapped by her own shame. I can't, I mean I. She shouts, mortified by her own past actions. I told him that I don't need guys in the party. Arya steps in, her tone serious. On that matter, I think we can't move forward if this goes on. Taoo knows she's right, but the words won't come out. I know, but... Arya presses on. Now Dono, you're already aware of this, but... Taoo snaps, her face bright red. Yes, I know, don't make me say it. Desperate to change the subject, Taoo complains about something else entirely. Shit, normally, magic armor is supposed to automatically fit the user, right? Her frustration boils over into a bizarre rant. Why is there magic to reduce weight but not to change size? It's so dumb. I was summoned as a hero, wasn't I? Ramiz just blinks, completely baffled by the sudden shift in topic. I don't get it. Taoo sighs, finally getting to the point. Lately my holy armor freed, it feels tight. She gestures awkwardly at her chest, blushing. My chest grew bigger, I can barely wear it at this point. She looks down, defeated. I might not be able to wear it at all soon. Ramiz covers her mouth, trying to stifle a giggle. Taoo gets defensive. I'm being serious, Ramiz. I could hide it before because I was small, but as my level grew, so did my, well, you know. Finally, the dam breaks and all her insecurities come pouring out. The people who summoned me got all excited and then got depressed when they found out I'm a woman. There's never been a female hero before. This whole thing is weird. Arya tries to be helpful. But now Chan, you can't bind your chest with cloth anymore, right? You can barely breathe. Taoo explodes. Don't call me now Chan. She looks away, frustrated. I'm past my growth stage, but then I became a hero and this happens. Arya explains cheerfully, accumulating all those existence points makes your whole being grow bigger. Taoo-chan, this does not help. Who's Taoo-chan? Taoo takes a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. Let's change to a more productive topic. Her party members stare back, their expressions saying everything. A strange, desperate glint appears in Taoo's eyes as she turns to Ramiz. Ramiz, this calls for an op-eye swap. She grabs the terrified girl's shoulders. Yes, we can, it's possible if we try hard enough, Ramiz squeals in protest. No, it's not possible. Tears of pure frustration well up in Taoo's eyes. I won't accept this, I am. Her desperate cry echoes through the quiet streets. I am the hero. In a humble church bathed in rays of sunlight, a group of orphans stands before two adults. A woman in a striking blue dress steps forward, her gaze settling on one small, purple-haired girl. The woman's voice is calm but firm. What's your name? The little girl flinches, her large eyes wide with surprise. Me, I'm Spya Loire, she stammers. A declaration hangs in the air, simple and absolute. I'll make you a priest. Spya clutches her hands together, completely bewildered by the sudden offer. But why? Her question echoes in the quiet church, but the answer will have to wait. Because this story isn't just about finding a new priest. It's about fixing a catastrophic failure. A failure that began deep underground with the roar of a terrifying monster. A flashback rips through the calm. In the dark, the so-called hero's party is in utter chaos, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated terror. The aftermath is pathetic. The party lies defeated on the cold stone floor of the catacombs as shambling mummies emerge from the shadows. Aries, looking down at the scene, can't hide his disbelief. You're kidding me, right? They got wiped out. The scene shifts to a tavern room, where a serious discussion is underway. Aries, the party's cold and calculating strategist, pores over a map. Standing beside him is Amelia, the same woman from the church, now reporting in. Aries doesn't look up from the map, his voice sharp. Change of plans. Amelia is taken aback by his sudden shift in strategy. Okay, she replies, sensing something is seriously wrong. He finally looks at her, his expression unreadable. Amelia, can you handle undeads? She hesitates, trying to understand the question. What if I say yes? Aries presses on, his eyes narrowing slightly. Are you not afraid of them? Amelia's confusion turns to concern. What are you trying to say, Aries-san? He delivers the news bluntly. It appears Taoo's party got wiped out, and the reason is simple. Both Taoo and Arya can't deal with undead. He explains the humiliating details. They lost consciousness after getting hit by the weakest undead, a wraith's bad scream. The image of them lying defeated underscores the sheer absurdity of the situation. Amelia fills in the rest of the story. I carried them all to the church, so they're safe. She seems just as baffled by their weakness as he is. Aries processes the information, his mind already working through the implications. Judging from this, I think Taoo and Arya might not be able to fight undeads at all. Amelia asks the obvious question. Why? His guess is simple yet damning. Because they're scared, he says, the words dripping with contempt. Amelia still seems to be catching up, her expression clouded. Who are they? Aries clarifies and Amelia's face twists in disbelief. Taoo and Arya, the two main powerhouses of the party, crippled by fear. Amelia sighs, shaking her head. Yes, Taoo is trash, but he's the holy brave. The chosen one, the savior of humanity, is afraid of zombies. Aries nods grimly. Right, the title means nothing if the person holding it is useless. Amelia, still covered in the grime of the rescue, looks exhausted. Sorry, can I take a shower first? Aries simply agrees, his mind elsewhere. A short while later, Amelia returns, a towel over her wet hair, looking refreshed but still worried. She voices her concern, sweat beading on her brow despite the shower. Could it be that this is bad? Aries scoffs, his expression a mask of pure cynicism. Without a doubt it is, a hero who is scared of undeads, it's a total joke. Amelia lays out the stakes. I don't care about Arya, but this is a problem for Taoo. Worst case scenario, he might get accused of being a fake holy brave. She looks to him for a solution. What should we do? Aries stares at the map, already formulating a plan. The only way is to get him accustomed to undeads before his fear gets public. He tries to find a silver lining, though his tone is laced with irritation. We should take this positively. It's a good thing we discovered his weakness this early. He mutters to himself, for God's sake, I'm not a friggin' counselor. He continues his assessment. The undead in the Udi's catacombs are considered the weakest of their kind. If he can't even handle them, we're screwed. Amelia adds, and it's not like their gear is bad. With Taoo's armor wholly freed, they could barely scratch him. Arya's and Remy's equipment is decent too. Aries' gaze darkens. It's a good thing we're facing lower level ones for now. He recalls a past encounter, a much deadlier foe. But when it comes to undeads, there's a huge difference between low and high level ones. High level ones are troublesome even for exorcists. If they pass out when facing one of those, he concludes, gesturing to the image of their defeat, it's checkmate. Amelia nods in agreement. That's right, it's not the worst yet. They've caught the problem early, but the solution is far from clear. She looks at Aries with a hint of admiration. You don't break easily, do you, Aries-san? He remains silent, his focus entirely on the problem. Suddenly an idea sparks in Amelia's mind. I have an idea, she exclaims, clasping her hands together. She leans in conspiratorially. To tell you the truth, I used to be scared of undeads, just a teeny-weeny bit though, but I overcame it. Aries raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Who? Amelia unveils her brutal plan. Have them face an army of undeads. They'll be forced to fight and forget their fear while they're at it. She proposes total immersion therapy. Aries considers it, a bead of sweat on his temple. The Spartan way, huh? Meanwhile, in another room, Remy confronts her party members. And, she asks, demanding an explanation for their failure. Taoo, the supposed hero, sits slumped on the stairs, unable to meet her gaze. Arya stands with her arms crossed, looking away. Actually. They both offer their pathetic excuses. Taoo mumbles, I'm bad with scary stuffs, while Arya tries to save face. As for me, I'm bad with things I can't cut with a sword. Remy isn't buying it. That might be the case for wraiths, but you can cut living deads, right? Arya hangs her head in shame. I have no excuses. Remy finally loses her cool, her voice rising. I can't believe you too, who's afraid of undeads. She gets right in Taoo's face. No buts, you're the holy brave, aren't you? Defeated, Taoo can only whisper a pathetic, yes. Remy stands over them. utterly exasperated by their cowardice. The fourth party member, Gresa, just continues munching on her food, completely unfazed by the drama. Ramiz reminds them of how dire the situation was. If Gresa didn't carry us back to town, we would be dead already. Taoo acknowledges it with a quiet, I know. Taoo starts to point out that Ramiz also got knocked out, but she quickly cuts him off. Ah no, forget that. Ramiz sighs, summarizing their failures. Our plan was to find a priest, but we can't find one. Then we tried a dungeon and discovered this new, massive weak point. Taoo tries to justify his fear. Back in my world, there's no undead, so. Ramiz looks at him, genuinely trying to understand. So, what part of them is scary? His answer is as childish as his fear, everything about them. Ramiz can only stare, completely baffled. Meanwhile, Taoo's party is having a crisis of their own. The hero, Taoo, tries to explain his crippling fear, his eyes distant. Their appearance, their smell, their sound, I can't stand any of it, that thing is just no good. Arya the swordsman crosses her arms, nodding in agreement. Yeah, things that can't be cut with a sword are a bit too much for me. But Ramiz the mage is completely baffled. I don't understand why you're not scared of them, Ramiz. It doesn't make sense, Taoo asks, genuinely confused. She simply replies, well, they're monsters. Ramiz's eyes narrow in frustration. This wasn't just a simple fear, it was a critical weakness, a cancer to the party's progress. She sighs, well, magic works on undeads. Arya points out the obvious. Then you should defeat them, Ramiz. Taoo quickly adds, now Dono, the sword you're using, Holy Sword X, should work on ghost-like monsters such as wraiths. Taoo flinches, caught off guard by his own logic being used against him. What? Ramiz immediately turns the pressure back on Arya, her voice sharp and direct. Your sword works as well, Arya. The swordsman is stunned into silence. Taoo looks away, unable to meet their gaze, even if you ask me that. Ramiz steps forward, her expression serious. She's done with excuses. So, you're scared, and now what? The question hangs in the air, demanding an answer they don't have. She continues to press them with cold, hard facts. Your sword is our nation's treasure, and weapons capable of cutting ghosts aren't that rare to begin with. Ramiz then tries a different angle, reminding Taoo of his own goals. Also, you mentioned that you want to learn exorcism right now. Can you face them if you're able to use it? Cornered by logic and his own ambitions, Taoo can only stammer, I. Seeing him falter, Ramiz softens her approach, taking his hand in hers. Then, can you face them if we have a priest? Ramiz looks to Arya for support. What about you, Arya? Arya quickly aligns herself with their leader. I shall follow now Dono's decision. But then she adds a convenient excuse, but I do believe we need to raise our level fast. Ramiz reminds them of the ticking clock. According to the church, the information on the hero being summoned will get leaked to the demon lord a month after summon, and we're already past that 1 month. The pressure works, Taoo's face hardens with resolve, he's made a decision. We'll depart next morning. And head to Golem's Valley. He's choosing the easier path, the one that lets him run from his fear. Ramiz can't believe it, and forget about conquering your fear of undeads. Taoo desperately tries to justify his cowardice. W will do that after raising our level a bit. Ramiz's face goes completely deadpan. Her unimpressed stare is more damning than any insult, and Taoo visibly recoils. He has no comeback, he can only stand there, defeated by his own fear. The tension in the room is suffocating. Taoo turns away in shame, leaving the party fractured and at a complete impasse. Elsewhere, Amelia reports back to Aries. He gets straight to the point. How's Taoo? Amelia hesitates, her expression grim. They're awake, but... Aries's patience is thin. What, just say it. She delivers the news he was dreading. They're thinking of heading to Golem's Valley and giving up on leveling up here in Yudi's catacombs. Aries freezes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he processes the sheer stupidity. Sorry. Why the sudden change of heart, and now of all times, he demands. Amelia gives the simple, infuriating reason. Because undeads are scary. Aries explodes, the air crackles with his fury. Scary, that's their reason, the very word hero means brave one. Tell me, where in the world can you find a hero who ran away because he was scared? His voice drips with contempt. He's a hero. Amelia looks on, understanding his frustration, and a human. Aries's rage is palpable. Where did your gallantry go, Taoo Neatsugu? Amelia tries to defend him, remembering the boy he was. For better or worse, Taoo up to this point was full of more passion than any other human could be. But Aries isn't having it. Why must you regress back to a mere human at this late stage, Taoo, like I'd ever accept this? He stares down at the entrance to the catacombs, his mind racing. This is a problem I can't just brush off. Unless Taoo goes inside the catacombs, our plan is dead in the water. It will only grow more troublesome the longer I ignore it. He brings a hand to his temple, a cold, calculating look in his eyes. I need a plan to make him go to the catacombs of his own free will. His mind flashes back, analyzing his target. From my perspective, Taoo is the kind of person who holds justice very highly. Setting aside the fact that he's a playboy who slept with his party on the first day. When the topic of bringing down the demon lord was brought upon him from nowhere, he didn't complain and took the role upon himself. When he was asked to subjugate the grey-shell plant, he also accepted it on the spot without a second thought. And during the fight against Zarpen, he didn't even consider running away. Instead, he tried to help me by giving me a weapon. Aries comes to a conclusion. As much as his actions are troublesome and infuriating, no matter how blind he is to danger, he is not evil. A sinister idea begins to form, a glint appearing in his eye. I can use that to my advantage. He turns to Amelia, the gears of his manipulative plan turning. Let's see, what if a kid were to get lost inside the catacombs? He lays out the scenario with chilling certainty. If that happened, Taoo would be forced to suppress his fear and charge straight in to save them. Amelia looks at him, horrified by the implication. So, we're kidnapping a child and leaving them inside the catacombs. But then a spark of inspiration hits her. She's not just on board, she's already refining the plan. If that's the case, then I have a good idea. Aries sweats, trying to backtrack. What kind of person do you think I am? I'm just considering the possibilities. But it's too late, the idea is out there. Amelia cuts straight to her solution. Sorry for the late report, but I might have found a female priest candidate for Taoo's party. Aries's interest is immediately piqued. Is that true? Amelia smirks. Followers of Asgri don't lie, she calls towards the door. You can come in. The door to the room slowly creaks open. A small, unassuming girl with short dark hair steps through the doorway, her expression neutral. Amelia places a guiding hand on the girl's shoulder, presenting her to Aries. She's a child and a girl. She fits both requirements for your plan. She smiles, confident in her choice. Taoo won't be able to put a blind eye to her. Aries is utterly confused. No, what is that thing, a sister? He squints, skeptical. She doesn't look like one, though. Amelia's eyes gleam. To be precise, she's about to become one. She addresses the girl directly. Your name? The girl looks up, slightly intimidated. Oh, okay. She introduces herself, her voice quiet but steady. My name is Spya. Amelia looks from the innocent girl to the calculating Aries, her voice low and conspiratorial. We'll use this priest in training as bait to lure Taoo in. Aries is stunned into silence. The plan is devious, manipulative, and absolutely perfect. A single thought crosses his mind. Seriously. Aries's gaze was like ice as he confronted Amelia, his voice low and sharp. Where did you find her? He didn't even need an answer. He could read it all in the young girl's downcast eyes and timid posture. Nah, I don't even need to ask, he thought, his eyes narrowing. She's an orphan. He knew the story all too well. Since the Demon Lord's awakening, monster attacks had skyrocketed, leaving countless children parentless. They were swept up by the state or the church, destined for a bleak life in underfunded orphanages. Amelia confirmed his suspicions without a hint of shame. I chose this girl from a church-run orphanage, she stated calmly. The one with the best look, and yes, I got their approval. Aries's frustration simmered. How random can you be? He shot back. You didn't bother judging them by their innate talents. We're talking about facing a demon lord here. Amelia's logic was cold but sharp. It's a way better option than dying a dog's death in some back alley, she retorted, and it's certainly easier than finding a long-lost sister. She placed a hand on the small girl's shoulder, her expression unreadable. Besides, she added cryptically, true faith is often found only when you're staring death in the face. Aries let out a sharp breath, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Indeed, he conceded with a grim tone, I couldn't agree more. The memory of their strategic discussion surfaced. Cleo won't dispatch any priests for this, Aries had stated. If that's the case, then we can just make one, Amelia had proposed. The logic was sound, but the implication was chilling. Even then, Aries was sweating, horrified by the plan. Would anyone really do that? He'd asked, his voice laced with disbelief. His own grim assessment echoed in his mind. I don't agree with this. 8 out of 10, she'll die. No, rather there's a 99.9% chance she'll die halfway through. He pictured the gruesome reality. Legions of soldiers, fully armored and trained for war, who marched against the demon lord and were utterly annihilated, unable to even escape with their lives. But Amelia saw a different outcome. There ought to be risks, she argued, her gaze unwavering, but should she win, she's a hero. The sheer audacity of the plan still stunned him. You're having this, useless child, enter Taoo's party. Amelia presented her vision with a flourish. Let's say she's an apprentice priest with remarkable talents, a future star. Taoo, with his hero complex, wouldn't be able to resist inviting her to his party. Aries had to admit her logic was sound, even if it felt monstrous. While I think your method is a bit inhumane, he conceded, I do agree that she has the looks for the part. Amelia gave a confident thumbs up, a small, triumphant smile on her face. Exactly, I could see Taoo trying to recruit her into the party the moment he lays eyes on her. But back in the present, the moral weight of it all crashed down on Aries. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. But, should I really go through with this plan? He agonized internally. Amelia, sensing his hesitation, pressed on. Taoo and the others are still at a low level, she should have no problem catching up. Aries scoffed, looking towards the grand church pillars. Level isn't what's important for the holy brave, what he needs is faith and divine protection. Amelia's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice dropping. You're not pleased with my idea. His reply was firm, his eyes burning with conviction. I can't simply agree to that. Amelia looked genuinely surprised. That's rather unexpected, coming from the efficientist Aries-san. Aries looked away, sweating. What kind of a person do you think I am? He turned his back, the shadows clinging to him. I do have morals, I couldn't accept sending an unknown girl to her death. Amelia's expression turned cold. Then should I return her back, she asked, her voice flat. Aries hesitated. Well. The little girl, Spya, looked back and forth between them, her expression filled with confusion and anxiety. Suddenly Aries was cut off. What? He snapped, turning his head. A small, quiet voice cut through the tension. It was the girl. Her eyes were wide but filled with a strange resolve. I'll do my best. Aries stared at her, incredulous. This is no joke, you'll die, but Spya met his gaze, her small voice unwavering. I'll do my best. He knelt down, trying to make her understand the gravity of her choice. Listen, spending your life in the orphanage or the church isn't a bad way to live. He painted a picture of her alternative. Yes, you'll lead a poor life and people might look down on you, but you'll still live. Here, you're safe. You can decide which is better, he said, his voice intense. That, or going on a journey to defeat the demon lord as a hero, a path where so many have already failed and died. Spya simply stared back at him, her large eyes reflecting the weight of his words. She said nothing. Amelia stepped in, her tone softer now. It's a dangerous journey, she told the girl gently, but if you work hard you might be able to live a better life. Aries shot a suspicious glare at Amelia. Amelia, what kind of sweet words did you tell her to convince her of this? He sighed, a bead of sweat on his brow. Well, you're not wrong, but... He continued his warning to Spya, his voice grave. It is dangerous. Demons will hunt Taoo's party and they are more dangerous than any monster. Failing halfway isn't just possible, it's likely. He looked at the small, determined girl. Also this child, she doesn't have a cause, not a real one. Taoo's companions, Remiz and Arya, they come from distinguished noble families. They have a reason to fight, a legacy to uphold. There's no reason for you to plunge into danger willingly, he tried to explain, though he knew his position made it complicated. That said, I can't say it outright. Amelia's cold pragmatism cut through his moralizing. It doesn't matter whether she dies or not. If she can't grow strong enough, I could always find a replacement. Spya stood silently, processing the grim options laid before her. To stay on the human path or to stray from it into a world of heroes and monsters. If she was against it, the choice was obvious. Aries watched her closely. But she doesn't show any sign of being against the idea, he thought, a sense of unease creeping in, nor does she seem to fully understand her situation. Amelia broke the stalemate. Leaving aside her joining Taoo's party for now, should we proceed with using her to lure him, we can decide whether she's fit to fight after she witnesses a real battle firsthand. Aries considered it. I see, I don't like her choice of words, but it's true that we need someone to play that role. He looked at the girl, a reluctant decision forming. Using this girl Amelia brought isn't a bad idea. The urgency of their mission settled the matter. We need to finish our setup before Taoo flees from this place. We're short on time. He sighed, rubbing his face in exhaustion. The moral gymnastics were draining. He glanced at the nearby catacombs, an idea taking shape. I guess it doesn't hurt to try. She should be able to handle the undead in there with a bit of help. He turned to the girl, realizing he'd been debating her fate without even knowing her name. What's your name again? She looked up at him, her voice still quiet but clear. It's Spya, he repeated it to himself, Spya. His internal assessment was harsh. Just from seeing her eyes, I can tell she's not suited for battle. We won't be acquainted for long. Amelia, sensing Spya's nervousness, put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It's all right, Spya. She smiled at the girl. Aries-san might have the look of a murderer, but he's without a doubt a priest. He won't bite or eat you. She paused, then added with a hint of uncertainty, I think. Aries's face twitched in annoyance. Aries stood up, his decision made. Let's prepare then. Amelia nodded. Yes, Spya, clasping her hands, whispered, why yes. As they prepared to leave, Spya looked up one last time, her voice a soft but firm promise. I'll do my best. They arrived at the entrance to the ancient catacombs. Aries, now cloaked in priest's robes, stood beside the much smaller, hooded Spya, both staring into the crumbling, shadowy maw of the ruins. Aries glanced at Spya, now fully dressed in apprentice robes. She looks the part, but the inside, not so much, he mused. He knew age didn't equal strength, but he doubted she could even beat a low-level undead. He leaned down slightly, his voice low as they stood at the precipice of darkness. Are you scared? Spya flinched, a bead of sweat on her cheek, but she shook her head. And no. Aries closed his eyes and focused. A small mote of light appeared in his palm. Leading torch, he intoned, a simple guiding light spell. The orb of light floated before them, pushing back the oppressive darkness of the tomb. With a flick of his finger, he sent the light drifting down the stone corridor. It illuminated a long, descending staircase, revealing the damp, oppressive stone walls of the catacombs. Spya looked up in awe. That technique, is it holy prey? Aries nodded. Yes, one of the beginner spells, we're going in. His tone became serious, a commander giving orders. Don't get separated from me. The monsters here are the weakest of undead, but, that said, they're not opponents you could defeat at your level, Spya. Spya nodded, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. Oh, okay. They had barely taken a few steps into the suffocating darkness when a sound echoed from the corridor ahead. Aries stopped, his head tilting slightly. Aye. He held up a hand, signaling Spya to halt. They both stared into the pitch-black archway before them. Suddenly, a decaying, skeletal hand slammed against the stone wall, its dry scraping sound echoing through the hall. Spya gasped, her hands flying to her mouth as her eyes widened in pure shock. A grotesque maw of jagged, rotting teeth emerged from the darkness, drool dripping from its jaw. A shambling undead lurched into the light, its body wrapped in tattered bandages, its empty eye sockets fixed on them. Aries watched Spya's reaction out of the corner of his eye. She's surprised, he noted. He continued his observation, a flicker of interest in his eyes. But she doesn't try to run away from the fear. Seeing this makes me wonder if Spya is more suitable for the job than Taoo is. The undead shuffled towards them. Aries didn't even flinch. He raised his hand, fingers pointed like a weapon. Break arrow, he commanded, his voice echoing with power. Arrow that vanquishes darkness. In an instant, multiple bolts of pure, holy light erupted from his hand, streaking through the air with blinding speed directly towards the monster. The arrows of light pierced the undead's body, its skull-like face contorting in a silent scream as the holy energy tore it apart. The creature was completely obliterated in a brilliant flash of light, leaving nothing but dust and fading energy in its wake. Spya stared at the spot where the monster had been, her voice a trembling whisper. This is. Aries lowered his hand, his expression calm and collected. Divine protection, he stated simply. Without another word, he turned and began walking deeper into the tomb. We're moving. Spya, still shaken but now filled with a profound sense of awe, hurried to follow him into the darkness. Deep within the catacombs, Aries leads Spya through a heavy wooden door. The air is cold and stale, the stone walls echoing with the silence of the dead. This is where the stage will be set. Aries pauses, his sharp eyes scanning the darkness ahead. According to the map, this place is, he murmurs, while Spya, ever the silent shadow, looks up at him with unwavering trust. They step into a large, circular chamber. Dominating the room is a massive, hunched-over stone figure, a forgotten god kneeling in eternal sorrow or prayer. Spya tilts her head. This statue is, Aries' gaze is fixed on it. The altar of the masked Oni, he explains, part of some old religion, no one knows its true identity. His voice is flat, betraying no emotion as he assesses the ancient idol. For him, it's not a piece of history but a piece of the puzzle. Aries' mind is already racing, mapping out the confrontation. Wide space, no obstacles, this is a good place to lure Taoo in, he thinks. It'll be easy to fight here, and even easier to erect a barrier. He glances back at the entrance, and the best part, there's only one door, it'll prevent them from escaping, the perfect kill box. He considers the pawns for his game. Even if it comes to the worst, the undead here are too weak to kill anyone from Taoo's party. He adds a silent, chilling caveat, I think. Turning to the small girl beside him, he makes it official. We'll take this spot as planned. Spya, resolute, simply nods. Okay. Aries looks back at the ominous statue, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Maybe I should break this statue, just to be safe. The stone Oni seems to glare back, its demonic face carved with an ancient malice that feels almost alive in the gloom. He hesitates, an unknown variable is always a risk. But he quickly dismisses the thought with a shake of his head. Nah, whichever god it belongs to, I'm better off not messing with it. He rationalizes the decision, speaking aloud to Spya. The god of order forbids us from tarnishing another god's name, and besides, it doesn't look like it's moving. Aries glances at Spya, a bead of sweat on his brow, seeking confirmation for a rule he might have just made up. Right. With that settled, he gets down to business, his voice sharp and focused. Spya, one last check on the scenario. Her large eyes meet his, reflecting the dim light of the chamber. She's ready. Yes. Aries begins the briefing, painting the scene for her. You're an aspiring priest, unable to use holy prey. Despite the danger, you came here alone to train and deepen your faith. But you never came back, he continues, the image of a sealed letter flashing in his mind. Worried, the church found the letter you left and reached out to Taoo for help. Spya listens intently, absorbing every detail of her fabricated backstory. She is the bait and the story is the hook. Aries smirks grimly. Yeah, like any aspiring priest would come here alone, it's a completely unnatural script, but it's fine as long as it lures Taoo here. He points to the center of the room. Taoo, running here to be the hero, will find you in the middle of a prayer. He recalls his instructions to Amelia. I have Amelia staying in the village to prepare things. I told her to keep in contact, but I won't count on that. He's on his own for this part. Taoo will find you here, Aries explains, his plan unfolding. Just when they feel relieved that you're unscathed, it will turn into an unfortunate situation. A cruel smile touches his lips. This is based on Amelia's personal experience, after all. He lays out the final act of the trap. They'll be forced to fight an army of undeads to forget their fear while they're at it. The scene is set, a vast cavernous hall filled with the shambling dead. They're roaming all around, Aries says, imagining it. The air stinks. He closes his eyes, a faint light glowing from his hand as he senses and gathers his undead army. The presence of undeads near us are numerous. The strategy here is to level up by defeating many weak undeads. By many, I mean hundreds of them. Since your opponent is so weak, you should get the hang of it after a while. Spya looks up, her expression unreadable. Aries shrugs. If they don't, well, I'll think of it when it comes to that. He conjures a small orb of light, the lure for the horde. The undead will notice the presence of people entering, and just their luck, all of them will make their way into this room. Suddenly, a brilliant white aura erupts around Spya, bathing her in holy light. I've cast a strong barrier on you, Aries states calmly, but you should still avoid them if possible, don't get cocky. For the first time, a hint of apprehension enters Spya's voice as she looks into the darkness. How many of them will come? Aries's expression is cold, his thoughts on his target. Until Taoo conquers his fear, he'll have to prevail, he's a hero after all. With the trap set and the bait in place, Aries turns to leave, a whisper escaping his lips. Come Taoo, it's time for a fun training. Meanwhile, back at the village church, the plan is set in motion. Taoo and his party listen in shock to a church caretaker. A kid went to the catacombs, Taoo repeats, his face paling. The elderly woman explains with a worried expression, why yes, it seems she overheard that you were searching for a priest and then. One of Taoo's companions pieces it together. I see, because she heard that, she went there hoping to become a priest. Taoo's face darkens, the weight of responsibility is already settling on his shoulders. The caretaker holds up a letter, Spya's letter. As she doesn't have any power to speak of yet, she left this, saying she went there to deepen her faith. Her voice trembles. Will she be okay there, she asks, looking at the famed hero's party for reassurance. Taoo clenches his fist. What about help? Has anyone from the church gone after her? I'm afraid the church is lacking the manpower to do so, the woman admits, her hope fading. Taoo's resolve hardens, his duty overriding his fear. Yeah, we need to save her. His inner monologue screams at him. How can I save the world if I ignore a child in need of help? He steels himself, his voice ringing with conviction. I'm a hero. Whoever my enemy is, I will make sure justice prevails. He turns to his party, his decision made. We're going. Facing the caretaker, he offers a reassuring smile. But, she stammers, but Taoo cuts her off. It's all right, you can leave it to us. His eyes burn with a desperate fire. I'm going, I have to. His companions exchange determined glances. They will follow their leader, no matter where he goes. Soon after, they stand before the crumbling, overgrown entrance to the dreaded catacombs. One of his party members, Ramiz, looks at him with concern. Are you okay now? The entire party watches him, sensing his unease. Taoo's face is cast in shadow, hiding the sheer terror in his eyes. Of course I'm not, he thinks, his heart pounding, but I must do this. They review the letter one last time. Luckily, she mentioned where she went, a companion reads. The early levels of the catacombs, a room called the Altar of the Masked Honest. The name of the place sends a shiver down their spines. It sounds anything but safe. Taoo is already frantically planning how to avoid direct combat. I can throw holy water at them from afar. That's right, I'll do just that. Ramiz isn't fooled by his forced composure. Are you sure you're all right? Taoo lets out a strained laugh. I'm great, foo-foo. I should avoid encountering any of them if possible. He mutters to himself, but his party knows better. That's not how it looks to me though, one of them thinks. Ramiz offers a different strategy. No, I think it's faster to beat them all, Taoo replies weakly, sure, if I could. The party's mage narrows her eyes, taking charge. I don't have a choice. I'll burn every undead we meet, even if it costs me all my MP. As they venture forward into the ruins, she's already taking mental inventory. I wonder how many MP potions I brought. Suddenly, Taoo stops dead in his tracks. Standing before the entrance is a lone figure, clad in the robes of a priest. The party stares bewildered. A priest. The man turns, a serene smile on his face. What a coincidence, to think I'd meet a friend here. Ramiz is taken aback. Friend, who might you be? What brings you to this place? Taoo, ever the hero, immediately issues a warning. This place is dangerous, you better leave soon. The priest chuckles softly. Dangerous? Surely you jest. I'm supposed to be on a job right now, but I'm forced to take a holiday, you see. He gestures around at the ancient stones. So, I figured I'd take this chance to visit the famous catacombs. God must have brought us all here. Ramiz eyes him curiously. Do you perhaps come here for training? The priest nods. Well, I'm still in training indeed. Are you perhaps high-leveled? She presses, hoping for a powerful ally. He waves his hand dismissively. Oh no, like I said, I'm still in training, I'm not anyone great. Ramiz cuts to the point. Whichever works, you're a priest, right? Arya whispers to Taoo. Now Dono, it looks like Ramiz is trying to invite this priest to our party. He's male. Tao's mind races. An unknown priest on one side of the scale, a horde of terrifying undead on the other. The balance of risk and reward shifts frantically. He gives a subtle nod. They need all the help they can get. Ramiz takes the lead, introducing the group. I'm Ramiz, these unenergetic ones are Now and Arya, and the little one is Gresa. She looks at the strange priest with pleading eyes. We're about to enter the catacombs, but as you can see, we're lacking a priest. If it's okay with you, may I ask you to accompany us? The priest smiles warmly. I don't mind, but I can't use any healing magic if you're okay with that then. Ramiz is stunned. What kind of priest can't use healing magic? He simply looks embarrassed. I'm terribly ashamed of that, I'm still in training. He extends a hand, his smile never wavering. My name is Gregorio Regents. It's a pleasure to know you, my friends. And just like that, a new piece is added to the board. Deep within the catacombs, a soft, divine light emanates from Aries' hand. He begins Spya's specialized training with the basics of holy magic. Aries stands before the young, hooded girl, the particles of light swirling around them in the damp, stone corridor. This is her first lesson in becoming a true supporter. This is healing, Aries explains, his voice calm and steady. 4th grade magic, it can mend light injuries, a crucial skill for any party. Spya looks up, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. Will I be able to cast it too? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. Aries' gaze is firm, unwavering. Yes, he says, leaving no room for doubt. But don't expect to master it instantly, he continues, managing her expectations. Unlike Taoo, you don't have that level of divine protection. He learned bless just by seeing me cast it once. Spya's eyes reflect the lingering magic as she processes his words. He's, without a doubt, special, she thinks, understanding the gap between a normal person and the chosen hero. Aries changes the subject, getting down to business. So, you're at level 3, was it? Spya nods meekly. Right. That's not going to cut it, Aries declares, his expression hardening with resolve. We're raising your level, Spya, right now. He unsheathes a pristine, gleaming blade. I'll lend you this. It's a dagger made from mithril, imbued with the power to banish evil. Suddenly, from the darkness of a side passage, the shambling forms of undead emerge. Spya gasps, clutching the holy dagger tightly as Aries stands unfazed beside her. Aries raises a single finger, a spark of holy energy crackling at its tip. Holy bind, he incants, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A bolt of pure light shoots from his hand, streaking through the dark corridor towards the approaching monsters. The light splits and wraps around the undead, forming glowing shackles that freeze them in place. They strain against the bonds but are completely immobilized. Aries glances at the helpless targets. With this, even a kid could beat them. No, even a baby could. He gives Spya a gentle, encouraging smile. Go on. She looks up at him, then at the monsters and steels her resolve. Why yes. With a determined cry, Spya lunges forward, plunging the tip of the mithril dagger straight into the eye socket of the nearest zombie. She stands her ground, dagger held defensively, as the bound undead writhe, unable to retaliate. One by one, she strikes them down. Each touch of the holy mithril causes the undead to erupt in a burst of purifying light, turning their corrupted forms to dust. After the first wave is gone, Spya stands amidst the fading motes of light, looking back at her mentor for the next instruction. Her eyes are wide not with fear, but with the shock of her own newfound power. Aries' command is cold and simple, a final test of her resolve. Finish them all. Clutching the dagger with both hands, Spya's hesitation vanishes, replaced by a firm determination. Yes. As Spya continues her training, Aries receives a telepathic message from Amelia. Aries-san, what's the situation over there? Taoo is heading towards the catacombs. We've arrived at the location, Aries reports back, his focus split. We're raising Spya's level as we speak. Amelia's confusion is clear. Why? Aries watches Spya face down another group of undead. It'll be dangerous for her as she is now, he explains simply. There's a pause on the other end, then Amelia's voice comes through, laced with suspicion. Aries-san, are you doting on her? Aries' denial is instant and a little too quick. Am not. You were so conflicted when I suggested using Spya as bait, Amelia presses. It's like you're not the cold-blooded Aries-san I knew of. Aries deflects. I did the obvious thing. Sending an oblivious girl to her death is just wrong. Her words echo in his mind as he watches Spya. Cold-blooded, just what kind of person does she think I am? He gently pats Spika's head as she looks up at him, then replies to Amelia, who is still listening in. I did no such thing, but I am accustomed to dealing with orphans. Amelia's mental voice is sharp with curiosity. Accustomed. Aries's gaze softens slightly, a hint of a long-buried memory surfacing. My parents run an orphanage. The revelation surprises Amelia. You're an orphan, Aries-san, he clarifies. No, I said my parents run one. I used to help them, that's why I'm accustomed to it. Amelia's smug, chibi-form thought bubble appears in his mind. I knew it's preferential treatment. Aries can only sigh in defeat. It is not. With the training session complete, Aries gets Spika's attention. Spika, we're performing the level-up ceremony. He calculates the numbers in his head. Ramiz is currently level 17. Spika's level should be lower than hers to not arouse suspicion. A warm light envelops Spika as Aries performs the ritual. Let's make her level 10, a significant jump that will give her a fighting chance. With her power boosted, Aries turns to the final phase of the plan. Spika, it's about time. Judging from Amelia's report, Taoo should arrive here momentarily. Spika looks up at him, a hint of concern in her eyes. What about you, Aries-san? Please act according to our plan, he instructs, his tone leaving no room for argument. Spika nods obediently. Why yes. Aries gives her a reassuring look. I'll be gathering the undead. Don't worry, if things go south, I'll purify them all myself. Looking at the powerful and reliable priest before her, Spika asks with pure childish admiration, see can I become like Aries-san? The question catches him off guard. He looks down at her, seeing the exhaustion from the rapid leveling. Are you tired? He asks, trying to deflect. No, I'm okay, she insists. Aries closes his eyes, his answer absolute and heavy with unspoken meaning. No way. Spika flinches, the blunt rejection stinging more than she expected. He turns away, his back to her. It's impossible and it's unnecessary. My career as a priest isn't exactly bright. It's what led me here as a support for the hero party operating from the shadows. He turns back, his gaze intense and serious. Don't aim to become someone like me, you should focus on the things you could do instead. Spika listens, his words sinking in, her own aspirations being reshaped by his guidance. Aries's voice fills the chamber, painting a picture of her destiny. Every human has their own role. Your role, Spika, is to support the hero's party and save the world. Which is why I'm playing my part, he concludes, the weight of his own dark role evident in his expression. He gives her the final instructions. I'm going to lure the undead to a nearby room, you stay here, Spika. He gestures towards a large, sealed chamber. Once Taoo arrives, I'll release the undead there. He looks at her, making sure she understands. The idea is to have Taoo fight so you could just stand back and watch, but if you're capable, you can support him. He softens his tone slightly. You good? She meets his gaze, her trust in him absolute. Yes. With the plan set, Aries turns and walks into the darkness, leaving Spika alone in the torchlit altar room. His expression is grim. It's time to gather the bait. Down a long, dark corridor, he finds them. A horde of undead, drawn by the presence of the living, begin to shamble towards him. More and more pour out from the crumbling walls, a sea of rotting flesh and tattered bandages. Aries watches the army grow, completely calm. This much should be good, he thinks to himself. He herds the massive crowd into the designated chamber. If we have this many, he muses, we should be able to keep Taoo from escaping. The perfect cage is now set. Hiding in the shadows, Aries closes his eyes, extending his senses. I can sense their presence, it's Taoo's group, they're close. But as he focuses, his brow furrows. Something is wrong, a presence he doesn't recognize. There's another one who. Among the familiar signatures of the hero's party, there's a new one. A man with a serene, almost unnerving smile. Aries's eyes snap open in pure shock and horror. He recognizes that face. It can't be. The plan has gone completely sideways. Standing there with Taoo's party is Gregory, a man who should be miles away. Meanwhile, the party is questioning their new companion. Can I ask what's inside that case? One of them asks, pointing to the large trunk Gregory carries. With a placid smile, he replies, it's empty, my friend. The girl is baffled. Why bother carrying it with you then? Gregory pats the case. Call it faith, my friend, this is my mace. Watching from his hiding spot, a cold sweat drips down Aries's face. He knows exactly what that means. This is a catastrophe. Panic overriding protocol, he activates his communication magic. This is Aries' crown. Connect me to the cardinal, now. The calm, composed face of Cardinal Cleo appears in his mind. What's the matter, Aries? Aries's voice is strained with urgency. Cardinal, I have a question, it's about Gregorio, do you know where he is? Cleo considers for a moment. He was asking for a day off to visit some place which I allowed. Do you perhaps need his help? No, thank you, you can have him back, Aries says through gritted teeth. Cleo is confused. Aries's mind races, recalling the man's profile. Mad Eater Gregorio Regents, a crusader who believes annihilating heretics is his divine calling, a true mad lad. This man is a fanatic, a wild machine who destroys any enemy of the church, unbound by law or morals, the single most dangerous member of their entire crusade. The horrifying implications crash down on Aries. What now? What should I do? Did he find out that Taoo is the holy brave? His blood runs cold as he realizes the terrible truth. He shouldn't have. If he were to find out that the holy brave chosen by the god of order, that Taoo is afraid of undeads and enemy of God. The conclusion is terrifyingly simple. He would have finished him off already. Taoo won't make it out alive. Aries' voice is a low growl, filled with desperation. Issue an order for the Mad Eater to return immediately. But Cleo's response is the worst possible news. Sorry, but we can't contact him from here. He should contact us for routine contact in a few hours. Just as Cleo says, I'll issue the order by then, a cheerful voice rings out in the catacombs. It's Taoo. Ah, found her. They've reached Spyka's room. Time is up. The worst-case scenario is happening right now. Spyka turns, her expression neutral, ready to play her part as the damsel in distress. Taoo and his party enter the room, relieved to have found their target. But as they part, another figure comes into view behind them. It's Gregory, the Mad Eater, a serene and deeply unsettling smile gracing his lips as he lays eyes on the girl. Deep within the crumbling ruins, a small, hooded figure stands alone. This is Spyka, the target Taoo's party has been searching for. Suddenly, Taoo bursts into the chamber, his voice filled with relief. Spyka, are you all right? You are right. I'm so glad you're safe. Now let's get out of here. But as Spyka looks up, confusion clouds her face. She counts the members of the party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, she thinks. Aries-san told me their party consists of 4. Who's the new member? Her eyes land on the 5th member, a stern-looking priest who gazes down at her. Little girl, he says, his voice low and analytical. A slight, knowing smile plays on his lips. You have quite an impressive barrier casted on you. Spyka flinches, completely caught off guard. A barrier, she had no idea. The priest, Gregory, explains to a curious Taoo. Among holy prayers, barriers are the most MP-consuming spells, and this one, it's the highest tier, stacked with the strongest buffs. No ordinary person could cast this. Gregory's smile widens, a hint of admiration in his tone. Fufufu, a priest who's able to cast spells of this caliber would be. He looks at Spyka, who is glowing with borrowed power. At the very least, level 70, though using this level of buffs in a simple dungeon is complete overkill. Taoo's jaw drops. Level 70, could it be that you? He stammers, looking at the tiny girl in front of him. Gregory cuts him off with a calm certainty. No, she's still level 10, she is not the caster. His eyes scan the room, a flicker of excitement in them. Truly a splendid technique. The sheer amount of holy power is astounding. Perhaps, I would meet my comrade here. From a hidden corner, a panicked voice erupts, filled with pure denial. Who wants to meet you? Taoo is confused. Comrade, Gregory, however, completely misinterprets the shout. Fufufu, yes, my friend tasked with the same mission as me, that is, to eliminate demons. He continues wistfully, we rarely get the chance to meet. We're both very busy, you see. Spyka, ever the innocent, pipes up, trying to be helpful. Are you acquainted with Aries-san? The hidden voice, now identified as Aries, screeches in a panicked whisper. Oi, why did you give away my name? Gregory's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. Ooh, my friend Aries, he is here. He turns back to Spyka, his theory solidifying in his mind. This too must be guidance from our god. Little girl, if this Aries is the one who casted this barrier on you, then without a doubt. With a confident wink and a thumbs up, he declares, he must be my best friend Aries. From his hiding spot, Aries can only think one thing in utter disbelief. When did we become best friends? Taoo's party tries to rationalize the situation. Aries, could it be? No, I believe not. The name Aries is fairly common amongst priests. Taoo quickly agrees, eager to leave the increasingly bizarre scene. Right, this place stinks. There's no reason to prolong our stay here. Let's get out immediately. But Gregory's voice, now devoid of its earlier cheer, stops them cold. It pains me, but it seems we will have to part ways here. I have some enemies of God I have to dispose of. Aries watches from the shadows, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Did they really just meet by coincidence? Still, it works for me if they split up. Just as Taoo's party is about to leave, Spyka raises a hand. Please wait. The party turns back confused. With a strained smile, Spyka sticks to her original instructions despite the chaos. I'd like to, stay here for a while longer. Aries absolutely loses it. Is she waiting for the undeads to come as planned? You don't have to, our plan failed. Taoo tries to reason with her, his voice laced with urgency. But this place is dangerous, we need to leave fast. Spyka, with a strangely determined look, replies, I like dangerous situations. Gregory chuckles, impressed. Aren't you a brave girl? I can see why Aries cast his protection on you. Perhaps we will be comrades in the near future. Taoo, meanwhile, is having a full-blown panic attack. The mage of the group asks pointedly, then let me ask you, how long do you intend to stay here? Spya thinks for a moment before blurting out, another hour. Aries just facepalms in his hiding spot. From where did she pull those numbers? As the argument continues, the party's attention is drawn to a massive, hunched-over statue dominating the room. This is my first time seeing this, but this statue is quite. It is said that this statue is related to the god worshipped here, but the details are unknown. Gregory's eyes narrow, his pleasant demeanor vanishing completely. A statue of another religion. With a chillingly sweet smile, he makes a simple, terrifying suggestion. Let's destroy it. The party warrior looks at him in shock. This is our job, Gregory states, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Aries screams from the shadows, ain't not, we're taught to not disrespect other religions. But it's too late. Gregory slams his fist into the statue's hand, and with a deafening crack, the stone titan begins to stir. The golem lurches to its feet as Gregory leaps onto a pedestal, looking down like a judge. Fu, enemies of my god, accept divine retribution. You won't even have time to regret your actions. He announces his identity with chilling pride. Out Crusade third seat, Gregorio regents. Aries is horrified. This guy, did no one ever teach him not to incur God's wrath? Gregory lets out a booming, maniacal laugh that echoes through the chamber. Ahahaha, he charges forward, a blur of motion, as Taoo's party watches in frozen terror. The mage screams, finally recognizing the awakened statue. That thing is a golem. Gregory doesn't even slow down, his smile unwavering. Just an outdated relic made by heretics. The golem swings its massive stone club, a weapon that could crush any of them in a single blow. Gregory meets the attack head-on. With impossible strength, Gregory catches the colossal weapon with his bare hands, stopping its momentum completely. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he effortlessly holds back the monster's full power. With a final, explosive push, Gregory's fist punches straight through the golem's arm, shattering the ancient stone like glass. The battle is already over. With a deafening crack, the stone statue shatters, not from Gregory's blow but from within. The heretical idol awakens, its stony limbs grinding as it rises to its full, monstrous height. Taoo's party recoils in shock. Such swordsmanship, how can a golem move like that? Gregory, however, remains utterly unfazed, a chilling smirk on his face. HMPH, nothing but a heretic's technique. This is a battle to see whose faith is stronger. The golem lets out a silent, jagged roar, its maw of sharpened stone gaping wide. It lunges forward, its heavy stone sword raised to crush the priest. But as it closes in, the golem seems to hesitate, a flicker of something. Surprise, in its carved features, it senses the sheer, overwhelming power radiating from the man before it. In a blur of motion, Gregory leaps high into the air, soaring over the golem's head with impossible agility. He looks down on the creature, his smile widening into a predatory grin. Before the golem can even turn, Gregory is already on his way down, bringing his own blade crashing onto its head with the force of a meteor. He lands with a ground-shattering impact, driving his sword deep into the golem's stone body. Cracks spiderweb across the floor from the sheer force of the blow. Taoo can only stare, his jaw slack with disbelief. This wasn't a fight, it was a demolition. The priest wasn't just strong, he was on a completely different level. Taoo stammers as Gregory effortlessly dodges a desperate swing from the golem, weaving around the attack like it was in slow motion. An unhinged, joyous laugh echoes through the chamber. Ahahaha, Gregory roars, his eyes wild with fanatic glee. With a final, devastating thrust, he unleashes a wave of holy power. By my faith, turn to ashes. The golem doesn't stand a chance. It explodes into a cloud of dust and rubble. Gregory stands alone in the center of the destruction, the picture of serene, terrifying power. The party is completely stunned into silence. One of them finally whispers, the priests in this world are amazing. Taoo, sweating, can only think, no, I'm not sure you can use him as a reference. The dust settles. Gregory's manic energy fades, replaced by a calm, almost bored expression. The thrill of the hunt is over. Spya watches him, her wide eyes filled with a mix of awe and confusion. This man was nothing like she expected. Miles away, Amelia contacts Aries through their communication link. The noise has subsided. It's over, how is it going there? From his hiding spot, Aries' face is grim. His entire plan has been derailed by this lunatic priest. Our plan failed, he says flatly. Tell Spya to return to town. He continues his report, his eyes narrowed. It appears that Gregory came because he has some business here. He wasn't just a random encounter. Aries watches Gregory and Taoo's party from afar. Anyway, I need to keep him away from them. It would be wise to get Taoo to move to another place. He has to separate the unpredictable zealot from his target. Back in the chamber, Gregory kicks a piece of rubble aside. I see, he murmurs to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. This isn't it. This isn't what I came here for. He turns and approaches the bewildered party. Excuse me, sorry but. With that same serene smile, he makes a completely unexpected request. Return to Pulif town together if I may. Aries, still listening in, can't believe his ears. This was the worst possible outcome. Sometime later, the group arrives back in the bustling streets of Pulif town, the strange priest Gregory now tagging along with them. Taoo, still trying to process everything, cautiously speaks up. Gregory-san. Gregory turns, his expression placid. Yes. Spya, ever the curious one, asks the question on everyone's mind. What brings you to this town? Gregory's smile is beatific, his answer simple and utterly unhelpful. God guides me. Spya just blinks, no closer to understanding the enigma that is Gregory. He continues, his voice taking on a sermon-like quality. Fu. As a priest, you should understand. When the time comes, you will. I pledged upon God that I will eliminate all their enemies. The party stands awkwardly in the crowded street, unsure how to respond to his zealous declaration. Well then, Gregory says, his eyes closed in a peaceful smile. I shall excuse myself here. One of the mages in the party asks, what are you going to do next? He gestures towards a grand cathedral down the street. I plan to stay at this town's church for the time being. If you need me, please don't refrain to pay a visit. Just say the word and the Father here would guide you to me. As he walks away, blending into the crowd, a voice suddenly speaks directly into his mind. Gregory, can you hear me? Without breaking stride, Gregory subtly touches his ear. Cardinal Cleo, is there something? The cardinal's voice is stern and humorless. My apologies, but your holiday ends today. Return to HQ immediately. Gregory's smile doesn't waver. Why is that a job? Is that job urgent, your holiness? Cleo's annoyance is palpable. That's right, am I interrupting something? Gregory's response is immediate. Yes, this is God's guidance. The cardinal sighs, his voice laced with frustration. I see, but I'll be in trouble if you don't return. This is a sacred order. Gregory chuckles softly. Sacred, this job must be very important. That's right, Gregory, it had to be you. He feigns confusion, his tone laced with mock innocence. Am I not allowed to be here? I don't understand. Then his tone becomes firm, his smile turning sharp as steel. I refuse to return, your holiness. Cleo is taken aback by the blatant insubordination. Why, don't you have a pledge to subjugate God's enemies? Gregory's smile widens. Precisely, your holiness, which is why I must remain here. He glances at the towering church, his conviction absolute. This is God's guidance. Cleo's voice crackles with authority. You're ignoring my orders. Gregory's reply is deceptively polite. I wouldn't say that, your holiness, but I do believe a good rest is necessary. He looks out over the town nestled in the valley. Your holiness, God has given me a divination. I must stay here. I mustn't leave this land. He adds a final, chilling addendum, for the time being at least. Cleo's voice is a low hiss, full of suspicion. What are you scheming? Gregory simply ends the conversation. God guides me. I'll be in contact, your holiness. He cuts the connection, leaving his cardinal fuming miles away. With a serene smile, Gregory turns and walks towards the church, a rogue agent acting on what he believes is divine will. In a sparse, quiet room, the air is thick with anticipation. Spya sits alone at a long wooden table, her small frame dwarfed by the empty space. Across from her, Gresa waits, a silent, hooded guardian. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the creak of a heavy wooden door swinging open. The meeting is about to begin. Spya's head snaps up, her eyes wide with a mix of nervousness and curiosity. They're here. Gresa, however, remains completely unfazed, calmly sipping from her cup as if this were just another Tuesday. The hero's party enters, led by a figure with an easy smile. Sorry, Taoo says, his voice warm. I kept you waiting. Tao's gaze settles on the young priestess. Spya-san, was it? He asks, confirming her identity before they get down to business. She nods, her voice barely a whisper but firm. Yes, Spya Loire. Taoo gestures to himself and his companions. I see. I'm Taoo Neitsugu. These two are Remiz and Arya. He then motions towards the hooded figure who was already in the room, and the green-haired girl is Gresa. Tao's tone softens. Is it okay to call you Spya? The small gesture of familiarity makes Spya nod. Yes. With the introductions over, Tao's expression turns serious, getting straight to the point. Spya, I heard that you're a priest and that you want to join my party. Is that true? The direct question makes Spya flinch. Her mind flashes back to a conversation with the man who sent her here, Aries. Aries's words echo in her memory, his tone resolute. You are free to decide what to do after seeing Taoo with your own eyes. I won't have any hand in your decision. Even if you decide not to follow them, you will still be paid. He had leaned in, his silver cross glinting. Listen, Spya, the most important thing to consider is whether you believe you can help Taoo or not. He had offered her an out, a way to refuse without guilt. Don't worry, even if you refuse, I'd find another way. Snapping back to the present, Spya looks at the four heroes sitting before her. The weight of Aries's words and her own choice presses down on her. Arya and Remiz whisper to each other, their concern evident. Now, I think it would be troublesome if you were to take such a young girl on our journey, Arya adds. I didn't think she was this young. Taoo doesn't dismiss their concerns, he looks at Spika with a somber expression. Well, we never did ask for her age, I agree she's far too young for this. He asks her directly, Spika, how old are you? The answer hangs in the air, stark and quiet. I'm 12. Arya looks genuinely troubled, brushing her hair back. And what brings a child like you to the catacombs? Spika's expression hardens slightly. She's heard this before, and she's tired of being judged for her age. Arya's comment seems to have struck a nerve with someone else in the party. Ramiz suddenly explodes, pointing an accusing finger. Listen, kid, I don't think I'm that much younger than you, Ramiz-san. I am 15, Taoo sighs, trying to de-escalate. Calm down, Ramiz. Ignoring the outburst, Taoo turns back to Spika, his eyes holding a heavy truth. Spika, I can't go into details, but we're on a journey to defeat the Demon Lord. Spika's gaze doesn't waver. Demon Lord, Aries-san told me that already. She recounts the briefing Aries gave her, her voice steady. That their party is on a journey to defeat the Demon Lord, that they're constantly pursued by demons and traveling to raise their level. Her voice drops as she recalls the grimmest part of his warning, the image of a defeated Taoo flashing in her mind. And that their strength is still far from enough, that their chance of succeeding is slim. Taoo confirms her words, his expression grim. It's a very dangerous journey, and we'll be fighting constantly since we can't waste any time. Gresa adds her own blunt assessment, not to mention that we're underleveled. Arya lays out the final, brutal truth. Following us would mean putting your own life at risk. Faced with their honesty, Spika offers her own. I still can't use holy prey, she admits, confessing her biggest weakness as a priest. Taoo simply smiles. Yes, I heard. His smile widens, full of genuine warmth that catches Spika off guard. But Spika, your actions moved me, it made me happy. He continues, his voice filled with unwavering belief in her. After seeing how determined you are, I believe you'll be able to learn holy prey in no time. Gresa mutters a reality check. Now dono, that's because you're. Taoo cuts her off. In fact, it only took me 10 days to learn it, and even if it takes time. I'll do everything in my power to protect you, he declares, looking not just at Spika but at his whole party. And that goes for Arya and Ramiz as well. Spika is stunned into silence. Her eyes sparkle, moved by a level of trust and commitment she never expected. Taoo gives his final warning, painting a grim picture of the road ahead. I believe you've already experienced horrible things back at the catacombs, but our journey would be far worse than that. But, he continues, his gaze intense, if it doesn't stop you from wanting to help us. Then I want you to come with us. Let me warn you, it will be a long journey. The offer is officially on the table. Spika looks down, her voice trembling slightly as she asks one last question. Would you be troubled if I don't? Taoo echoes that sentiment of freedom. What is important here is your will. If you decide not to go, you're free to do so. He then stands, a confident smirk on his face. But I'll do something about it. I'll make it work. Spika looks up at him, her heart pounding. He's so strong, so determined. He needs a priest, but he won't force her. He'll succeed with or without her. Her own doubts flood her mind. Can someone like me take on such an important role and defeat the Demon Lord? Taking a deep breath, she makes her decision. Taoo leans in, his expression open and encouraging. Yes. Spika stands to give her answer, but in her haste, her foot catches and she stumbles forward. Taoo's eyes widen as he lunges. Look out. In a flash, he catches her, pulling her into him to break her fall. Spika finds herself pressed firmly against Taoo's chest. And in that moment, a shocking realization hits her. This is not the chest of a man. Her mind goes completely blank. Taoo holds her steady, oblivious to her internal crisis. That was close. Are you okay? He asks, genuine concern in his voice. Spika can only keep her head down, a deep blush creeping up her neck. He looks at her, his expression softening. Are you hurt? Spika is definitely not hurt, but she is more confused than she has ever been in her entire life. With a deep breath, Spika looks up at Taoo, her eyes filled with a newfound resolve. After hearing the hero's passionate plea, she's made her choice. I'll do it, she declares, ready to accept the offer to join their party. But as she steps forward to seal the deal, she stumbles. Before she can fall, a hand shoots out to steady her. It's Taoo, reacting in a flash. Spika's hands fly out to catch her balance, landing squarely on Taoo's chest. And in that single moment, everything freezes. The sensation is soft, unmistakably not what she was expecting. Her mind goes completely blank, then reboots with a single earth-shattering thought that echoes in the sudden silence. A woman. A deep blush instantly floods her face. The realization hits her like a physical blow, leaving her utterly flustered and confused. Her thoughts race, trying to piece it all together. Wait, Aries-san said she's a he, right? Or did I just get the wrong impression this whole time? The contradiction is too much to handle. Mortified, Spika snaps into a deep, apologetic bow. I'm sorry, she stammers, her voice trembling with embarrassment. She looks up, her face still bright red. I thought you're a man, Taoo-san. Taoo just lets out a slightly strained, sweaty laugh, trying to brush off the incredibly awkward situation. Right. Spika, still trying to make sense of it all, presses on. Taoo-san, this is just a rumor I heard, but... Her voice trails off as the scene shifts to a church steeple against the sky. Do you like females, despite being a female yourself? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the tangled web of lies spun to protect Tao's identity. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a far more serious conversation is taking place. Aries is on a call, his voice sharp. What do you mean he's not obeying orders? He stares out the window, his reflection showing a grim, calculating expression. He's talking about the church's fanatical crusader, Gregory. On the other end of the line, Cleo's voice is calm but heavy. Yeah, there's nothing I could do about it, it's his so-called God's guidance. Aries lets out a frustrated chi, he knows exactly what that means, and it'll be trouble if he decides to turn against us. Aries begins to explain the danger to Cleo. Gregory doesn't operate on logic or orders, he's driven by a terrifyingly accurate gut feeling. This godly sense has allowed him to hunt down countless familiars of darkness, making him the polar opposite of the reason-based Aries. He continues his assessment. Among the Crusaders, Gregorio is ranked third, but he's a veteran. His offensive power alone is equal to mine. Aries recalls a past battle. If it were him that faced Zarpen instead of me, the fight would have been over before it even had the chance to self-destruct. That's the level of ruthless efficiency they're dealing with. And the source of that power, a menacing, cross-adorned suitcase made of mithril. He named it Pandora's Coffin, Aries says, a weapon to bury the familiars of darkness. Cleo's voice cuts back in, sharp and knowing. This is within your speculation, he says. You knew things would get troublesome if he were to get involved, whatever he's planning. Aries's eyes narrow, he finishes the thought with grim certainty. This situation is yet to be the worst. Cleo asks the critical question. Have you told Gregorio about the hero? Aries replies, I didn't. Information regarding the Holy Brave is still classified, but his existence will be made public eventually. And that's the heart of the problem. Aries explains, the Holy Brave is the messenger sent by God, and Gregorio won't ever accept a messenger of God who is afraid of the familiars of darkness. The image of Taoo, terrified by the undead, flashes through his mind. Aries's voice turns cold as a brutal image fills the screen. Should he find out, he will dispose of him. Not capture, not question, dispose. He emphasizes the point, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This is not a joke, it is an entirely possible course of action. This is real. Cleo's voice crackles with concern. Aries, are you still with me? I know, trust me, I know, I bet escaping is not an option. Aries confirms his fears. He would hunt him down, and obviously the hunter has more advantage than the prey. It's like in war, you suffer the most casualties when retreating. Aries's expression hardens. While I'm not quite fond of Gregorio, I do know quite a bit about him and his powers. He comes to a decision. Just because I'm bad with him doesn't mean I should avoid encountering him. As much as I hate to, I believe it's impossible to avoid him. He pushes his hair back from his face, his eyes cold and clear. This leaves me no choice, this is purely business. He lays out the plan to Cleo. I'll confront him and persuade him to leave, and you should continue to do the same. Cleo's voice simply replies, yes, I know. The call ends just as Amelia enters the room. Are you done with the report? She asks. Aries looks up, his face a mask of grim determination. Yeah, sadly we're not in a pleasant situation. I'll be moving to persuade Gregorio. What should we do about Spika? Amelia asks. Aries replies, I'll meet with Gregorio next morning. He closes his eyes, weighing the possibilities. Our next move will depend on the outcome of my meeting with him tomorrow. That said, it's up to Spika whether she decides to follow Taoo or not. Aries adds, and most of all, if I can persuade Gregorio, this place is perfect for Spika to raise her level, and for us to continue our plan on making Taoo conquer his fear of undeads. He sighs, all said in the end, it depends on Spika's decision. Aries then asks a practical question. Does Spika possess the talent? Amelia's answer is brutally honest. Nope, if she does have talent she would have been able to use Holy Prey even before we came. Just then, Amelia provides a crucial update. I just received a message from Spika, she'd like to postpone her decision for a while longer. Aries listens intently, I see. Amelia continues, delivering the bombshell. And Spika also said that, she confirmed Taoo isn't a playboy. Aries's brain short-circuits. Come again, he remembers the flimsy excuse he gave Spika. True, I did warn her about Taoo being a playboy, but normally you wouldn't ask that directly to his face, right? He sweats, muttering to himself in disbelief. No man would answer honestly when he is asked whether he's a playboy or not. That goes for me as well. Amelia keeps reporting Spika's message, her expression neutral. But considering the state of his party, it's a sad excuse honestly. And here comes the kicker. If he were to choose, he prefers men like everyone else, she said. Aries is left completely speechless. A small chibi Gresa pops up in his mind, blushing and wondering. He prefers men, like everyone else. Is that the norm in his world? While Aries just looks utterly exhausted by the whole situation. Amelia looks at Aries' defeated expression. Taoo came up with an outstanding excuse. Aries can only reply with a deadpan that he did. He sighs, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Still, can't he think of a better excuse? As the scene fades to an empty street, Cleo's voice echoes from their earlier call, full of amusement. He's one funny guy. Aries' voice replies, full of resignation. Yes, I share your opinion. Peeking around a worn wooden corner, Aries and Amelia scout their meeting point. He's here, Aries confirms, his voice low and steady. Inside the rustic empty inn, a lone figure sits hunched over a table. Gregorio-san is alone, Amelia observes. Yeah, Aries replies, his eyes fixed on their target. Amelia glances back at Aries, a hint of concern in her eyes. Why did you pick to meet at the inn's dining hall? She whispers. Aries doesn't look at her, his gaze still locked on the entrance. We might run into Tao's party were we to meet at the church. A simple, calculated move to avoid complications. With the plan set, Aries steps forward, his expression hardening. Okay then, it's time to face the rogue crusader. Sensing the tension in the air, Amelia prepares for the worst. Should I cast buffs? She asks, ready to support him. Aries cuts her off with a sharp, quiet command. Don't, that might provoke him. He wants to control this encounter from the start. The moment Aries steps into the room, the atmosphere shatters. In a blur of motion, Gregorio lunges, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. An overwhelming wave of killing intent explodes from Gregorio, so potent it's almost visible. This isn't a greeting, it's an assassination attempt. But Aries is already moving. He twists his body, narrowly dodging a brutal downward swing that pulverizes the wooden floorboards where he just stood. As Gregorio spins for another attack, Aries' eyes widen in disbelief. The weapon, a massive, deadly mace, has materialized from the simple suitcase he was carrying. His suitcase. Amelia can only watch in horror, her eyes wide with terror at the sheer speed and ferocity of the assault. Aries is thrown onto the defensive, the sheer force of Gregorio's onslaught pushing him back. This is no ordinary priest. Yet even in the heat of battle, Aries' mind is cold as ice. A grim thought crosses his mind. No worries, this is actually favorable for me. Amelia, unaware of his thoughts, can only cry out his name again, her voice filled with desperation. The plan forms in an instant. He's the one who initiated this, Aries thinks, a predatory glint in his eye. I can kill him and call it self-defense. His mind is already on the aftermath, a comical chibi version of himself bowing apologetically. I do need to apologize to Cleo later, he muses, already treating Gregorio's death as a certainty. Aries shifts his stance, his own killing intent flaring to life. He focuses it, preparing a single, decisive counter-attack. I'll kill him in one blow, target his head. No one would survive a hit to their head. With a blood-curdling scream of D, Gregorio brings his mace crashing down. Aries meets the attack head-on, steel poised to end this fight permanently. The attack misses, smashing the ground as Aries evades. He's bewildered. How? I'm sure his suitcase was lying on the ground. How did he use it to attack me from behind? The weapon, Pandora's boxin, defies all logic. And then, in a whiplash-inducing shift, the killing intent vanishes. Gregorio stands there, blushing and beaming with joy. Ooh, Aries, my comrade, I'm glad to see you're in great condition. Aries freezes, completely thrown by the sudden 180. Gregory just smiles serenely. I see your faith is as strong as ever. He clasps his hands to his chest, overflowing with emotion. I'm filled with joy right now. We might have some bad blood, but I'm happy to get called by my few comrades. Looking to the heavens, he offers a prayer. I offer my thanks to God for providing me this joyous occasion. Aries' murderous intent hasn't faded one bit. While Gregory prays, a single word echoes in his mind. Die. Completely misreading the room, Gregory beams. Yes, Aries, I feel the same way. Every demon should die. Let's fight together. Amelia sidles up to a stone-faced Aries, whispering the obvious. Aries-san, this person failed in communication. Aries' internal thought is even simpler. You don't even need to tell me. Suddenly, Gregorio's eyes snap open, as he finally notices the third person in the room. Amelia flinches under his intense gaze. He points accusingly, his voice booming. Sister Amelia, why are you here? Amelia lets out a terrified squeak. Without a word, Aries steps between them, shielding Amelia from Gregorio's scrutiny. The confrontation diffuses as quickly as it began. Now, they're all seated at a table, with Gregorio looking expectantly at Aries. Aries takes command of the bizarre situation. With a sharp glare and a pointed finger, he gives a one-word order, sit. He gestures back towards Amelia, who is hiding behind him. She's working under me, he states flatly. Any problem with that? Gregorio's reaction is once again the complete opposite of what anyone would expect. His face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. Marvelous. Aries is visibly confused by the outburst. Huh. Gregory explains, a hopeful smile on his face. If she's working under you, she might be able to cleanse her name. He sees this as Amelia's path to redemption. Amelia looks up at Aries, who seems to be silently asking her, what have you done to get tangled up with this guy? The tense meeting finally begins. Gregorio, Aries starts, his tone all business. He cuts straight to the chase, his eyes narrowed. You know why I called you here? Gregorio's response is so far off the mark it's almost impressive. Yes, to light a new fire to our bonds. Aries internally groans. What in the name of God is he talking about? He decides to be direct. Gregorio, I heard you disobeyed a direct order from Cardinal Cleo. Gregory's immediate reply, of course not. In the very next breath, Gregorio completely contradicts himself with a smug look. Yes, I did. What of it? What did His Holiness tell you? Aries's patience wears thin, and your reason is? Gregorio brings a finger to his lips as if sharing a grand secret. It's fate, Aries' crown. Aries is having none of the theatrics. Details, please. Gregory leans forward conspiratorially. Aries, we're similar, you should know why. Aries scoffs like I would know. He's clearly not amused by the cryptic games. Gregory's smile fades, his expression turning deadly serious. It's an enemy of God, Aries' crown. He continues, his voice filled with unwavering conviction. I'm here by God's guidance. Aries says nothing, letting the fanatic's words hang in the air. Suddenly, Gregorio slams his fist on the table, making the wood groan. This is fate. He leaps to his feet, arms thrown wide in a display of religious ecstasy. God of order, as creed, has given unto me an oracle. Aries and Amelia just stare, completely unfazed by his outburst. Amelia's internal monologue is scathing. I could care less about this God's guidance of his, like I'd give a damn about some madman's delusion. She cuts through the noise to the heart of the matter. The problem here is, what is this man planning to do? Just as quickly, Gregorio's fervor subsides, and he calmly retakes his seat. He explains his reasoning with a placid smile. Therefore, I truly felt bad for His Holiness, but I must remain here. Aries tries to reason with him. I don't sense any evil presence nearby, though. Gregorio nods in agreement. Yes, that's true. But then he leans in, his eyes gleaming. However, as you're already aware, our enemy isn't just familiars of darkness. He begins to lecture, explaining that for Crusaders, the undead are powerful but ultimately the easiest foes to handle. Their advantage lies in the powerful exorcism techniques they possess, making short work of such creatures. But there are other, more insidious enemies of God, fallen knights, heretical mages, and worshippers of evil deities. And unlike the undead, whose presence screams of dark energy, these fallen beings are impossible to detect through normal means. That's where he comes in. Gregorio claims to possess a divine instinct, a gift from God that allows him to sniff out these hidden threats. The horrifying realization dawns on Amelia. You can't tell from his expression, but I'm sure he realized that Taoo is the holy brave. Her mind races, connecting the dots. If this fanatic, who hunts God's enemies by instinct, finds out that the hero Taoo passed out from fear of mere undead, without a doubt he would list him as a target for extermination. Gregorio points at Aries, his smile returning. He's convinced they're on the same page. What brings the first seat to this remote village? Isn't it because we share the same objective? He continues his zealous speech. There are only 10 crusaders across the world, and we're constantly on the hunt for enemies of God. His logic is terrifyingly simple. Where an enemy of God is, a crusader is there. He believes his mere presence proves a great evil is lurking nearby. Aries weighs his options. Should I tell him about my mission, that I'm here to support the hero's party? Perhaps that would make him leave. He immediately discards the idea. No, that definitely won't work. If I did tell him, he would go and check on the holy brave personally. Amelia confirms his worst fears. Gregorio already met face to face with Taoo. He must have seen Taoo trembling in fear in front of undead already. The collision course was set before they even arrived. Gregory leans back, his eyes closed in a serene smile. Needless to say, I'm in the middle of a holiday, he says cheerfully. I was hoping you could lend me a hand, Aries. Aries's expression is ice. Let's get to the real reason I called you here, he states, his voice low and devoid of warmth. It's simple, be obedient, your very existence here is a burden to me. His eyes narrow into a piercing glare, the message sharp and unmistakable. Get lost. Aries presses his point, his gaze unwavering. You're unneeded, this is my mission. Gregory, however, looks genuinely confused. I fail to understand, you don't need my help. Gregory's smile returns, unshaken. Can't say I agree, Aries, you of all people should know my capabilities. Realizing a direct order won't work on this zealot, Aries pivots. He looks away, his tone shifting to something more solemn. Then you should understand, this is a trial. Gregory's interest is piqued, he leans forward slightly. A trial, you say? Aries meets his gaze, his expression deadly serious. Yes, my trial. Aries paints a picture of divine purpose, his voice echoing over an image of a grand, sunlit church. God is testing my faith. As a believer, I must pass this trial on my own. Internally, Aries scoffs at his own words. Good grief, this is so unlike me, spouting abstract nonsense. But for a madman like him, this is the only language he'll understand. He leans forward, clasping his hands and fixing Gregory with an intense stare, selling the pious lie with everything he has. You understand. Gregory's serene smile returns, his eyes crinkling with understanding. He's completely bought it. Yes. I couldn't possibly interfere with my comrade's faith, Gregory declares, his tone full of respect. Aries lets out a quiet breath of relief. Thanks. Aries's eye twitches, a flicker of triumph in his otherwise stoic expression. Inside his head, a single thought repeats, I win this bet. Gregory stands, his decision made. Then I shall leave this village. With you undertaking a holy trial, I no longer have a reason to stay. He gestures vaguely. Originally, I was going to search the catacombs, but I'll refrain. I wouldn't want to get in your way. Aries keeps his expression neutral, but his mind is already calculating. Where are you heading next? Gregory looks up thoughtfully. By God's guidance, of course, for now, to the north. Aries's eyes narrow instantly. North is too vague, too dangerous. Can you be more specific? Gregory hums for a moment. Northwest, I guess. The words hit Aries like a physical blow. His mind flashes to the map, the pieces snapping into place with horrifying clarity. Northwest of the catacombs is Golem Valley. Aries's voice is suddenly tight. I suggest you don't go northwest. Gregory turns, his head cocked in confusion. Why? Cold sweat beads on Aries's brow as his internal monologue screams. Shit, Golem Valley is Taoo's next destination. If I have to change the plan now, his leveling efficiency will plummet. His hand clenches into a fist under the table. He can't let his fear of this one man derail the entire mission. It would be a huge loss. He glances at Gregory's smiling, oblivious face. A new, desperate plan forms. Maybe, I can just keep Gregory here, let him stay and send Taoo to the valley as planned. But his mind immediately spirals into chaos. No, that's a risk too. Taoo is just as unpredictable. Why is everyone around me a liability? Gregory notices his distress. Is everything all right, Aries? Aries forces himself to look calm, waving a dismissive hand. Don't mind me. His thoughts race. Should I ask Cleo to issue a formal return order? He immediately dismisses the idea. Pointless. He already disobeyed one order, what's another? Gregory, still confused by the sudden tension, asks innocently, is it a problem if I leave? He offers a reassuring smile. Relax, Aries, I promise I won't disturb your trial. I know you won't, Aries thinks, a muscle in his jaw tightening. The problem is you might just kill Taoo on a whim. Aries changes his approach, his voice calm again. He has one last card to play. Gregorio, which church are you staying at? The zealot answers without a second thought. The third church. Aries's mind works furiously, constructing a cage of logic. There are 3 churches. Taoo is at the first, the largest and best equipped. He has no reason to ever visit the rundown third church. I can contain him there. He looks Gregory dead in the eye, his voice leaving no room for argument. Okay then, new plan. You are not to leave the third church until I give you permission, not a single step outside. He justifies the decision to himself. It's not like I care about Taoo personally, especially after he kicked me out. A dark image of a shattered cross flashes in his mind. But I cannot allow Gregorio to kill the hero. It would stain the church's name beyond repair. His resolve hardens. If my mission fails over something so absurd, I could never face the church or the country again. This is the only way. The tense meeting concludes. Aries turns to the window, watching the people in the town square below, his mind heavy with the weight of his new plan. Amelia approaches, her expression apologetic. I'm sorry, I wasn't any help. Aries shakes his head. Don't blame yourself, that man is a special case. He turns from the window, his focus sharp. Amelia, I'm going to follow him. I need to confirm he actually returns to the third church. Amelia offers, should I go instead? But Aries cuts her off. No, I'll go. If Gregory decides to attack Taoo on the way, you wouldn't be able to stop him. I don't think he'd do that, Amelia protests weakly. Aries's gaze is grim, and that's precisely why I have to be the one to go. He's unpredictable. Without another word, Aries turns and strides towards the door, his cloak billowing behind him. He pulls his hood up, shadowing his face. I'll handle this one step at a time. Amelia, report our status to Cleo and keep an eye on Taoo. I'll be back once Gregorio is secured. Contact me if anything happens. Amelia looks on, her eyes filled with worry for him. I understand, she whispers. Please be careful. Aries steps out into the bustling street, a hooded, anonymous figure disappearing into the flow of the crowd. He keeps his distance, melting into the sea of people as he tails Gregory, a ghost in the daylight. Suddenly, Gregory's voice seems to echo directly in his mind, a memory so vivid it feels real. Ah, Aries, you are indeed strong. You truly are God's chosen one. Aries flinches slightly under his hood, the unexpected praise unsettling him. A flash of memory, himself in battle, swift and deadly. Gregory's voice continues its narration. Unwavering faith, a mind of steel, you annihilate your enemies with ease, truly worthy of the first seat. Another memory surfaces, their first meeting, Gregory's face filled with genuine awe. I remember it well, I've met countless priests but only once was I ever truly surprised, just once. Aries pushes the thoughts away, a scowl on his hidden face. His praise is meaningless, I'm not special, just a man with a high level, it doesn't make me happy to hear it. The memories keep coming, Gregory's voice full of reverence. The transcendent, so powerful you leave even the second seat in the dust. The voice shifts from memory to the present as if Gregory is speaking to him across the square. And because it's you, I can't suppress my curiosity. What trial does God have in store for you? Up ahead, Gregory's boot comes down firmly on the cobblestones. This too must be fate. He stops at the steps of the old, weathered third church. We didn't meet by chance, Aries. Fate and God's guidance brought us here. Don't forget, you and I. His smile is serene, almost beatific. We are but cogwheels in the same grand design. Watching from the crowd, Aries clicks his tongue in irritation. He knew I was following him the whole time. As if confirming it, Gregory speaks to the empty air, his voice carrying clearly. Relax, Aries, I won't disturb your trial. I will stay inside the church just as you asked. He turns his back facing the church doors. It's been a long time since I've done normal church work, it might be nice. With a final knowing glance over his shoulder, he offers a parting word. Farewell, Aries Crown, perhaps we shall meet again. The heavy doors swing shut, the sound echoing in the quiet street. Gregory's last thought hangs in the air, all according to God's will. Aries watches the closed door, his eyes narrowed in suspicion and relief. He lets out a slow, controlled breath. Phase 1 of the new plan is complete, the mad dog is caged. Just then Amelia's voice cuts through his thoughts. Aries-san, he turns, what is it? She gets straight to the point, her expression serious. It's about Spya, she has officially joined Taoo's party. Aries nods, processing the new variable. I see, another factor to consider in their party composition. Amelia hesitates, a knot of tension in her brow. About that, there's more. She delivers the final, devastating piece of news. Taoo's party is looking for a priest, specifically one to teach Spya exorcism techniques. Aries's blood runs cold, the gears in his head grind to a halt then spin in a new, horrifying direction. A priest. He stands frozen in the middle of the street, the implications crashing down on him. Who could they possibly find here? What's wrong? He mutters, a sense of dread washing over him. Amelia's voice is grim, confirming his worst fear. It's Gregorio-san. Aries is speechless. The cage he just built is about to have the hero walk right up and knock on the front door. His perfect plan has just become a perfect trap. Spya's mind raced, replaying the words that changed everything. Decide by your own will, Mr. Aries had told her, and Mr. Taoo, he had said yes. For the first time, a decision felt truly her own, a path she chose for herself. Inside, the formal introductions began. The sharp-eyed swordswoman spoke first. Let me introduce myself again, I'm Arya Reeses, the party's swordmaster. Beside her, a soft-spoken girl with blonde hair added, and I'm Remise Alfredia, an elementaler, a spirit mage. All eyes turned to Spya. She bowed her head slightly, her voice small but earnest. I'm Spya Loire, I'm a level 10 priest apprentice. I still can't use holy magic but I'll do my best. Nice to meet you. A young man with a reassuring smile stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest. I'm Taoo Naotsugu, he said warmly. I'm the leader of this party. Taoo continued, gesturing towards his blade. I mainly fight with a sword, but I can also use magic and holy arts. I think I can even teach you some holy magic. Spya's eyes widened in disbelief. The words echoed in her mind, a concept she'd only ever read about. Holy magic. She looked at Taoo, her head tilted in confusion. But holy magic isn't supposed to be usable by anyone except priests, right? Taoo flinched, caught off guard by her knowledge. Spya, realizing she might have overstepped, quickly bowed her head. I guess it's just my lack of knowledge. Please, be nice to me. Taoo managed a sheepish smile. Yeah, same here. Just as the awkward moment passed, Taoo's gaze drifted past Spya. He murmured, his attention caught by someone else in the room. Spya followed his line of sight and saw a small, quiet girl with wild hair, completely absorbed in munching on a piece of bread. Who's that kid over there? She whispered. Taoo's expression softened. Her, that's Gresa, due to some circumstances we're traveling together. Remise turned to the small girl. Gresa, would you like to introduce yourself? When only silence followed, Taoo explained to Spya, she doesn't talk much but she's not a bad kid. I hope you'll be kind to her. Remise elaborated, she can speak but she's still not used to it yet. She's small but very strong, and yeah, she loves to eat, she's always hungry too. Arya chimed in, her tone a bit more serious. People tend to be suspicious of her. At her words, Gresa's eyes shot wide open, a flicker of panic on her face. Ramiz noticed the sudden change in Gresha's demeanor. What's wrong? She asked gently. Arya gave Gresha a pointed look. Don't just stay silent, say something. Gresha flinched, managing only a single mumbled word. Grai. She then looked up, her expression dead serious, and stated her case plainly. I'm hungry. Spika could only stare, completely baffled by the strange new girl. Taoo chuckled, breaking the tension with a relaxed posture. So yeah, this is how she talks sometimes. Spika, still a bit lost, just nodded. I see. With the introductions settled, Taoo gathered the group. Be nice to her, okay? She basically doesn't participate in battles. Arya nodded in understanding. Yes, I understand. Taoo then raised a glass, a warm smile on his face as he looked at Spika. Then, to our new comrade. The whole party, Arya, Ramiz, and even the ever-hungry Gresha, raised their glasses in unison. Let's have cheers, Taoo declared. With a light clinking of glass, the party welcomed its newest member. Spika's face flushed with a shy, happy smile. Cheers. Later, as the party settled down, the real questions began to surface. Taoo leaned forward, his expression curious. So, the reason Spika wanted to join my party was, just on a whim. Remembering Amelia's instructions to lie, Spika squeezed her eyes shut and forced a smile. Yes, all of a sudden it just hit me like a spark. A single bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. Arya paused her pouring, considering the flimsy excuse. Hit you like a spark, you sure are reckless, but then again, you do often hear stories about priests receiving divine revelations. Maybe it's something like that. Ramiz looked concerned. A revelation from God, but Spika is only 12 years old, right? Arya waved off the concern. Age doesn't matter when it comes to divine revelations. Honestly, I've always thought Spika wasn't just some ordinary girl. Taoo looked back and forth between them, confused. Arya pressed on, Spika isn't even a mercenary, and yet. She slammed her drink down, her conviction clear. She doesn't even fear the undead, that's unheard of. It's as unlikely as now being afraid of the undead, totally impossible. Taoo could only grimace. You're the last person I want to hear that from, Arya. But Arya's point had hit its mark. Taoo looked at Spika with newfound respect. Even if it was just a spark feeling, it really might be divine guidance from God, but if Spika's with us, I'm sure we'll be fine. Taoo leaned back, convinced. I mean, God, he exists, doesn't he? So a divine revelation wouldn't be that strange, right? Even Ramiz seemed to be coming around to the idea. Spika panicked internally, the lie was spiraling out of control. I couldn't lie very well about the truth, and now things have gotten kind of weird. Desperate, she sent a silent plea. Amelia-san, can you hear me? Amelia's voice echoed in her mind, calm and direct. Try saying something that'll fire up Taoo and the others. Fired up, motivated, Spika searched for the right words, then clenched her tiny fists with all her might. I'll do my best. A moment of stunned silence fell over the party. Arya and Ramiz stared, processing the simple, heartfelt declaration. Suddenly, Arya shot to her feet, her ponytail flying as she threw her fist in the air. Let's do our best. With Spika around, even the Demon King is nothing to be afraid of. The sudden explosion of energy left Spika speechless. Amelia's voice cut through the chaos in her mind. Reckless charges are off limits, please make it a rule to always wait for instructions. Spika could only think, I don't know about that either. Once the hype died down, Taoo adopted a thoughtful expression, tapping his chin. Now then, how should we go about leveling up Spika? Arya sighed, the reality of the situation setting in. Honestly, Spika is a level 10 priest, her options for leveling up are pretty limited. Taoo laid out the problem. The usual method is for us to weaken the monsters and then Spika finishes them off for the XP, but she doesn't currently have enough attack power to deal the final blow. Spika listened quietly, her own weakness laid bare. Arya elaborated, and Spika is still too young. At 12, her body hasn't fully developed yet. She'll build more strength as she grows, but for now. Ramiz fiddled with a ring on her finger. It'd be different if she could use magic like me. Arya shook her head. Both swordsmanship and magic require long-term training. Even if she started now, it'd take a long time before she's any good. Taoo added the final nail in the coffin. Besides, priests can't wield swords due to their doctrine. An image of Aries and his heavy mace flashed in his mind, a clear exception to the rule. They all pictured it, tiny Spika, struggling to even lift a weapon against a monster. Yeah, it's definitely too much for Spika, Taoo concluded. Arya nodded. Well, it's not a weapon that normal priests use anyway. In that sense, he was an exception. Tao's face grew grim as he thought of their original plan. The enemies in Golem Valley, which we were planning to head to next, they're famous for being tough. Spika probably won't be able to defeat them. He looked to Arya for a solution. Is there somewhere else, a better place we could go? Arya met his gaze. I have a few ideas in mind, but the best option would be. Her eyes narrowed with grim determination. To raise her level right here. Taoo recoiled in shock. Arya held up a hand, admitting her own reluctance. I'm honestly not too keen on it either, but this place. Originally, in terms of leveling efficiency for priests, is one of the best locations. Taoo composed himself. Fine, let's hear the whole thing first. Arya painted a picture of the ghoulish enemies lurking below. The undead around here have virtually no defense or evasion. As long as we're properly prepared, they're nothing to be afraid of. Ramiz looked unconvinced, her expression flat. Preparation, huh? Do you think it can erase the fear too? Now, what are you even talking about? Arya ignored her, focusing on the tactical advantage. Undead in particular are especially weak to exorcism magic. Remember the masked man in the forest who fired that light arrow, even if it's not that powerful. Taoo immediately saw the hole in her logic. Even the most basic exorcism spell should be enough to take down the weakest undead, but Spya can't even use exorcism magic, right? Arya raised a single finger, a sly look in her eye. If she can't use it, then she just needs someone to teach her, someone who can use it. The realization dawned on Tao's face. Ah, I see where this is going, now that we've got Spya the priest. A wave of anxiety washed over Spya. Wait, who exactly is going to teach me? The party exchanged knowing glances. Him, right? Taoo asked. Yeah, him, Ramiz confirmed. Arya added, yes, that's right, him. Even Gresa seemed to remember. The one who called himself something like a demon slayer. Their thoughts converged on a single, unsettling figure standing amidst rubble and darkness. A young priest with a bandaged face whose name echoed with a grim reputation, Gregory. Inside the Adventurers Guild, Taoo leans in to confirm the details. And he's here right now? Spya looks up, her expression serious. Yes, I asked Father Shinio. He said Gregory's at the third church. Ramiz turns to Taoo, a spark of hope in her eyes. We're in luck, Taoo nods, laying out the plan. If Spya learns exorcism magic, it's a game changer. There are very few exorcists, the kind who can truly slay demons. She can level up quickly, Taoo explains to the rest of the party, and we can finally move on to the next area. Arya listens intently, weighing the possibilities. Feeling the weight of her friend's hopes, Spya clenches her small fists, her eyes shining with resolve. I'll do my best, she declares. With their new mission clear, the party sets out, their boots echoing on the stone path leading to the third church. As the grand structure comes into view, Spya suddenly halts, her gaze drawn upwards by something completely unbelievable. The others follow her line of sight and stop dead in their tracks. High above, clinging to the sheer face of the church like an insect, a man is casually polishing a stained glass window. From his impossible vantage point, the man, Father Gregory, glances down at the small party gathered below, a serene, almost detached smile on his face. Then, with the grace of a falling leaf, he pushes off the wall, flipping backwards through the air. Oh, Ramiz, Taoo, he calls out casually mid-flight. It's an honor to see you both again. He lands without a sound. Taoo is sweating, completely stunned, while Arya voices the question on everyone's mind. What are you doing? Gregory strolls down the church aisle towards them, his smile never faltering. Just now, I was polishing the stained glass, he says, as if defying gravity were a routine chore. A few moments later, they're all seated inside. Please forgive me for showing myself like that, Gregory says, offering them tea with a placid expression that suggests he isn't sorry at all. Taoo, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy, quickly waves his hands. And no, we're the ones who showed up unannounced. Sorry about that. But Arya can't let it go. She leans forward, her brow furrowed in confusion. Hey, can I ask something? How were you sticking to that vertical wall just now? Gregory's smile seems to hold 1,000 secrets. Oh, nothing special, he replies smoothly. It's simply faith. The cryptic answer hangs in the air. Ramiz decides to cut to the chase. Sir Gregorio, we came today because we have a favor to ask. Do you have a moment? Gregory's eyes remain peacefully closed. Yes, as long as it doesn't require me to leave the church. Ramiz takes a breath. The truth is, we'd like you to teach us exorcism magic. Without missing a beat, Gregory replies, I don't mind. Ramiz places a reassuring hand on Spya's head. Just the other day, we helped Spya here, and she's decided to join our party. Spya flushes, caught off guard by the sudden attention, letting out a tiny, flustered, huh. Gregory's serene expression doesn't change. That's perfectly fine. He gestures with an open palm, his voice filling with a zealous fire. It's always a joy when more people rise to strike down the enemies of God. Honestly, I believe all of humanity should take up that cause. Arya looks skeptical. But isn't Holy Blade divine magic? Isn't it supposed to be a secret technique of the church? Gregory's response is absolute. This is the will of God, Miss Arya. His voice echoes off the ornate pillars and archways of the grand cathedral. If you've chosen to pursue exorcism magic, then surely that too must be Asgreed's divine guidance. I simply follow that will, he concludes, his conviction unshakable. Ramiz, slightly intimidated by his intensity, can only stammer, I see. Gregory's calm demeanor returns. There's just one condition, he states, reminding them, at the moment, I've been instructed not to leave this church. So I can only assist within that limitation. Is that acceptable? Taoo nods eagerly. Why yes, of course. Then shall we move somewhere else for now, Gregory says with a knowing smile. We'll need a wider space. He leads them to a vast, sunlit courtyard. At its center stands a magnificent statue of a goddess, her hands holding a pair of perfectly balanced scales. This is a statue of the goddess who serves as Greed, the god of order, he begins. The scales are a symbol of as Greed, said to measure sin and bring balance to the world through divine judgment. Spya gazes up at the stone figure, her voice a whisper filled with awe. Scales that weigh sin. Gregory casually touches an earring shaped like the very same scales. You'll see the symbol everywhere. They're commonly called the cruciform scales. His attention then fixes solely on Spya, his tone shifting from guide to teacher. Sister Spya. It seems you don't have one yet. Spya shrinks a little under his gaze, aware of her novice status. That's perfectly understandable, Gregory reassures her kindly. Even I, at one point, had a time when I couldn't use divine magic. I still can't use holy blade, so. He poses his first test. Now then, do you know what is required to use holy blade? Spya looks up, searching for the answer. Required, like what? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites in her eyes. She looks at him, her voice hesitant but hopeful. Faith. A brilliant smile spreads across Gregory's face as he claps his hands in delight. Wonderful, that's exactly right, Sister Spya. He begins his lecture, his voice resonating with absolute conviction. The mace of a cleric is the embodiment of that faith. Divine magic is no different. For us, things like level or physical strength are secondary. His words paint a powerful image. We wield our faith as our weapon. We are the apostles of the God of order, destroyers of his enemies. This is something you must never forget. Ramiz, ever the pragmatist, interrupts. Wait a minute. Then, does that mean anyone with strong enough faith can use holy blade even if they aren't a priest? Gregory's smile turns sharp, his gaze piercing. Indeed, if you, Ramiz, cannot use holy blade now, then it simply means your faith isn't strong enough. Taoo presses the point, his expression serious. So, with enough faith you can defeat the demons. Gregory's reply is a simple, chilling indeed. The sky seems to darken as he speaks. If one loses to the forces of darkness, then it simply means their faith wasn't strong enough. That's all there is to it. The implication hits them like a physical blow. That's ridiculous, Ramiz breathes. Taoo looks horrified. Then, are you saying that the nations falling to the Demon King's assault is happening because of a lack of faith? Gregory closes his eyes, a flicker of sorrow on his face. Yes, it pains me deeply to say it. But even so, he continues, it's inevitable that there are those whose faith is weak. That too is a burden humanity must bear. His words conjure an image of priests standing as a shield for the common folk. And that is why, to protect the weak, to bear their faith on their behalf, we exist. He holds up his gloved hand, a symbol of his sacred vow. God granted us the strength to protect the people. As long as we hold fast to that faith, we cannot lose. In the name of God, we must purge all disasters and calamities. His gaze falls upon Spya, his voice now a guiding whisper. That is the sacred duty given to us priests, Sister Spya. He leans in, ensuring his final point sinks in. Even if your level is low, even if you can't yet use Holy Blade, this is something you must never forget. Father Gregory's voice is low, filled with a chilling conviction. A priest who no longer fights has no reason to exist. This is our duty. In the desolate courtyard, Taoo's party stands before the priest. The air is thick with tension as they face the man who holds Spya's future in his hands. Ramiz, ever the skeptic, steps forward, her eyes narrowed. Gregorio, if you're going to preach all that about faith, then I hope you can actually use the magic yourself. Gregory's expression doesn't change. Sadly, he says with a sigh, my own faith is still immature. The party is floored. After his grand speeches, this admission is a complete shock. Huh, what? Without another word, Gregory raises a hand. The air crackles, and in an instant massive pillars of blinding light erupt from the ground, shaking the very foundations of the church. This is about all I can manage, he says, as if he just lit a candle. Arya stares, her mouth agape at the sheer destructive power. This is, just that much, she stammers, completely dumbfounded. Gregory gives a serene, almost condescending smile. Ah yes, merely a light arrow to banish darkness, commonly referred to as the arrow of light. It's the very foundation of exorcism magic. Spya's eyes are wide with a mix of awe and terror. The most basic of the basics. If this is the beginner level, what kind of monster is she supposed to become? With a casual snap of his fingers, Gregory unleashes the spell's full potential. The perspective shifts, showing the immense scale of the holy power being drawn from the heavens. From below, the pillars of light look like a divine judgment, a cage of pure energy descending upon the world. The beams converge miles away, striking the city with pinpoint accuracy, a cataclysmic explosion of light that banishes all shadows. The arrow of light that banishes darkness, Gregory repeats, his work done. The entire party can only stare upwards, speechless. The raw power on display is beyond anything they could have imagined, a terrifying benchmark for Spya's training. He continues his lecture as if nothing happened. While holy arts aren't technically magic, in terms of difficulty, this is about the same as a basic magic arrow. A vision of a powerful demon flashes. It won't do more than slow down a high-ranking demon, though, Gregory admits. But without the basics, there can be no advanced techniques. His gaze falls upon Spya, his tone turning serious. If you can't even use the arrow of light, you won't be able to use anything else. Spya looks down, her voice trembling slightly. Can I really learn how to use that? Gregory offers a closed-eye smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Yes, don't worry, any priest can learn to use it, and if, by some chance, you can't. A bead of sweat rolls down Spya's face. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. See can't. He waves a dismissive hand. For now, just focus on learning this basic spell. Gregory then points towards a dark passage from which the groans of the undead echo. Fortunately, the spell is strong enough to handle them. Go purify the undead over there. Arya immediately steps in front of Spya. Hold on, Spya can't even use the spell yet, right? You're sending her to her death. Gregory's smile widens, becoming even more unsettling. When you're face to face with the forces of darkness, that's when your faith truly reveals itself. He stands before the small, trembling priest in training, an unmovable wall of zealotry. His eyes remain closed, as if he's already certain of the outcome. Spya flinches, the weight of his expectations pressing down on her. He leans in, his voice a soft, chilling whisper. Don't worry, Sister Spya, if your faith is genuine. Then surely God is well. We'll answer your call. The words are meant to be reassuring, but they sound like a final judgment. Elsewhere, Aries paces in frustration. Gregorio's out of his mind, he mutters, watching the church from afar. Amelia stands beside him. Yeah, you're right, Aries clenches his fist. But even if we lock him up, it's pointless if Taoo and the others go there of their own free will. He grits his teeth, a vein throbbing on his forehead. What, are they making a fool of me? Is everything I planned already completely exposed? Aries throws his hands up in exasperation. Yeah, not warning Spya about how dangerous Gregorio is, that's on me, all right? Amelia tries to intervene. No, please calm down, Aries. He turns away, his hand gripping a knife tightly. It's fine, I'm calm, he says, though his sharp glare betrays his words. I've always kept my cool, I mustn't let anger control me. Aries tries to rationalize the situation. Even if everything I've done has completely backfired, it's not the worst-case scenario yet, we haven't hit rock bottom. His eyes narrow as he contemplates his failure. What's getting in my way? Is it God's will? He pictures Tao's party, their faces determined. Where did I go wrong? Where do I even start over? I'm not angry or anything, I'm genuinely confused here. He finally confesses to Amelia, truth is, I'm not exactly good at teaching holy arts to others. She nods in agreement. Same here, I'm not good at it either. Aries explains the grim reality of their situation. Gregorio's nuts, yeah, but in his own twisted way, he's a genius. Amelia adds the chilling details. Most of the people who became Gregorio's apprentices died during their apprenticeship. A flashback to Gregory's cold, unwavering philosophy. To Gregorio, a priest being able to kill creatures of darkness is just common sense. If you have faith, victory naturally follows. And so, his voice echoes, if a priest dies mid-mission, the fault lies solely in their lack of faith. Their death poses no problem. The image of a dead apprentice lies at Gregory's feet. Because of how dangerous that is, even the church has stopped assigning him new disciples. They couldn't keep watching highly skilled priests die pointlessly under his training. Amelia looks down, the grim truth sinking in. I see, so that's how it is. Aries's eyes are cold steel. They don't call him the extermination demon for nothing. Even the church cares about its reputation. The menacing title Extermination Demon flashes across the screen, a brand seared into Gregory's reputation. Someone like him wouldn't earn such a nasty nickname without a good reason. Should we contact Cleo? Amelia asks. Aries shakes his head. Of course we'll contact him, but it probably won't help. The die's already been cast. He knows what Spya is facing. Once you've asked Gregorio for guidance, there's no turning back. The only way to survive is to master the holy arts to a level Gregorio finds acceptable. Because for a man like Gregory, failure is unthinkable. He will never accept the idea that someone who served under him couldn't find their faith. But then a new idea sparks in Aries's mind, a loophole. Gregorio doesn't even recognize non-priests as proper disciples, so if Spya can learn exorcism arts, we might be able to bluff our way through. He grips his knife, a new plan forming. We're putting a plan together to get in touch with Spya. But doubt still lingers. That said, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like this will go well, he admits. It's not like I'm some kind of all-powerful genius either. As he stares at the crumbling church, a single, desperate thought consumes him. What the hell do we do now? As the party prepares for the descent into the catacombs, Taoo begins her ritual. With a sharp exhale, she pulls the bindings tight around her chest, the fabric groaning under the strain. Spya watches with a concerned look. Can you tie it tighter? Taoo asks, her voice steady despite the pressure. Spya reaches out, hesitant. Wouldn't that be too tight? You might have trouble breathing. Tao's eyes squeeze shut for a moment, a flicker of pain crossing her face before being suppressed. It's fine, she grits out, a strained smile on her lips. It already hurts anyway. Spya's innocent curiosity gets the better of her. What are you doing? She asks, her wide eyes fixed on the process. Taoo lets out a small sigh, a bead of sweat on her temple. If I don't do this, my chest gets in the way, she explains flatly, and I can't fit into my armor. A moment later, Remy's attention is drawn to a small, red bronze cross clutched in Spya's hand. She looks from the cross to Spya, a question in her eyes. Spya follows her gaze. Where'd you get that? Remy asks gently. The question sends Spya into a brief memory, the image of Aries the priest handing her the very same cross. A priest I know gave it to me, she explains, said it's a good luck charm. In the flashback, Aries examines the simple charm. It's not silver, it's made of red bronze, so it doesn't offer much protection, he had told her, his tone practical as always. Back in the present, Remy offers a confident smile, trying to bolster Spya's spirits. Don't worry, no matter what monsters show up, Garnet and I will burn them all to ash. She leans in, her expression softening. Besides, Spya, you're not scared of the undead, are you? A light blush dusts Spya's cheeks as she smiles shyly. Well, not that much. Remy laughs, gesturing towards the other party members. Then you'll be fine, you're still better off than Taoo and the others. They fainted just from hearing a ghost scream. Taoo flinches in the background, clearly embarrassed. Remy continues her strategic breakdown. Even if you can't use exorcism magic right away, I'll support you. Taoo and Arya can at least act as human shields, and Gresa, well, might be somewhat useful, she finishes, trailing off as she glances at the diminutive party member. Spya just nods, taking it all in. Okay. But as the others talk, Spya's mind is elsewhere. A quiet resolve settles over her. Her hand drifts down, finding the hilt of a weapon hidden beneath her robes. Her fingers wrap around the dagger Aries had given her. He said I didn't have to return it yet, but, she thinks to herself, the weight of it a familiar comfort. Spya's thoughts are interrupted as Remy recalls a piece of information. Oh right, that priest I know said something the other day. Apparently, taking down 1,000 undead right off the bat is pretty hard. Taoo looks over, a worried expression on her face. Ah, I mean, Spya still can't use holy magic yet, right? How about asking that priest to come with us? Spya flinches, pulling her hood down to hide her expression. Remy looks over, not having heard the suggestion clearly. Did you say something? Spya forces a small smile, shaking her head. It's nothing, she couldn't rely on him for this, not now. Standing with her party ready to depart, Spya's determination hardens. Whether I can learn exorcism magic is my problem, this was my own choice. Her hand tightens on the cross hanging from her neck. No matter what, I have to see it through, even if I couldn't do it alone right now. She looks ahead, her gaze unwavering. I have people who will support me for my sake. Meanwhile, deep within the cold, stone corridors of the catacombs, a different operation is already in motion. Aries and Amelia move silently through the darkness, far ahead of Tao's party. Amelia watches as Aries scans their surroundings, his senses sharp. You're sensing the surroundings like that. To lower the chances of a powerful undead suddenly appearing and attacking Taoo and the others, right? Is that it? She correctly deduces. She raises an eyebrow. Isn't that a little overprotective? Aries glances back, his expression unreadable. Maybe so. Amelia presses on. Why 30? We'll stick with this approach until the party's average level hits 30. Aries explains his logic, his voice low and serious. Because level 30 is when people start gaining access to more skills and capabilities. There's a real wall at that point. A mercenary's survival rate changes drastically. That's why I wanted to get them there within the first month. As if on cue, a skeletal warrior lurches from the shadows, its bones rattling as it raises a crude sword. Aries doesn't even flinch, his eyes narrow with cold focus. In a flash of movement too fast to track, he's already past it. The skeleton is instantly cleaved in two, its bones clattering to the floor. He continues walking without a second glance, his footfalls echoing in the silent hall. The undead warrior collapses into a useless pile of bone and dust, another obstacle removed from Spya's path. They pause at an overlook, watching Tao's party gather at the entrance far below. Where are Spya and the others? Aries asks. Amelia confirms, they haven't entered the tomb yet. It looks like all the party members are there, though. Aries' expression is grim as he considers their quest. 1,000 undead. Normally, no, it's impossible. That means they'd have to hunt over 300 per day. They probably won't even encounter that many unless they go deep in. Amelia voices the obvious doubt. Taking down 1,000 undead, can they really do it? Aries stares down into the dark entrance of the catacombs. The miasma-filled areas alone slowly eat away at human bodies. Given their current abilities, the task given to Spya is one that can't be achieved unless a miracle happens. He turns, his eyes glinting with understanding. And most likely, Gregorio is expecting that miracle. Amelia shakes her head in frustration. What is Gregorio even thinking? There's no way to understand that man's mind. Aries concedes, but even if the task he gave is insane. It's also true that no growth comes without hardship. If Spya somehow manages to complete this task, she'll grow immensely stronger. Amelia looks at him, her voice laced with concern. And if we can't pull it off? Aries's profile is sharp against the gloom, his resolve absolute. Then we'll make sure it happens. They proceed deeper, arriving at a specific chamber. This is the target location, Aries announces, the Hall of the Demon-Faced Knights. Before Amelia can react, he warns her, Amelia, step back. In the center of the room, a hulking stone golem with a demonic face begins to stir, its stone joints grinding as it rises to its feet. Aries's eyes narrow. Gregorio should have destroyed this. Amelia is just as confused. Why is it intact again? Amelia steps forward cautiously. Let me take a look. Aries raises a hand to stop her. This is bad. If it's a reinstallation spell, I can't dispel it. She ignores his warning and reaches out, placing a hand on the golem's stone leg. It remains perfectly still. Amelia pulls her hand back, puzzled. Just a statue, doesn't look like a golem or anything. Aries watches her, then the statue, a theory forming in his mind. Anything? He asks, knowing the answer. Back in the Hall of the Demon-Faced Knights, Aries and Amelia stare down the stone golem that has impossibly regenerated. Amelia breaks the silence, her eyes wide with curiosity. Does it move when attacked? Aries's gaze remains fixed, his expression unreadable. I see. Amelia recalls the previous encounter. Last time it seemed to activate when Gregorio attacked it. She shrugs, but now, no idea. A spark of scientific curiosity lights up Amelia's face. Can I try attacking it just to see? Aries immediately shuts her down, his voice flat and firm. No, of course not. Why would you knowingly step on a trap? But Aries has his own theory. Instead of a full-blown attack, his hand tightens around the handle of his mace. A flicker of killing intent, a silent promise of violence, emanates from him. Instantly, the golem's stone eyes begin to glow. Amelia gasps. Aries corrects his earlier assumption, a new understanding dawning. Ah, sorry, I was wrong. It wasn't the attack that triggered it. It moved before the attack. As the golem lurches to life, its stone limbs grinding, Aries pieces it together. To be precise, it triggered based on the intent to attack. The towering stone knight raises its weapon, its gaze locked onto them. Aries, it's coming, Amelia warns, a hint of tension in her voice. Aries doesn't even flinch. Yeah. With a deafening roar of scraping stone, the golem brings its massive weapon down in a devastating arc, aiming to crush them where they stand. Aries is a blur of motion. He meets the attack head-on, not an ounce of fear in his eyes, ready to parry the immense force. Clang, the impact is colossal. Aries's mace intercepts the golem's weapon, sending sparks and stone fragments flying. He holds his ground, effortlessly absorbing a blow that would pulverize a normal man. The golem stumbles back from the force of the parry, its momentum broken. For a split second, it's wide open. Aries seizes the opportunity, his eyes narrow, locking onto his target. He pivots, putting all his weight and power into a single, decisive counter swing. His mace connects with a sickening crunch, shattering the golem's stone torso and sending cracks spiderwebbing across its body. The demon-faced knight collapses, its body crumbling into a heap of inanimate rubble on the cold floor. Aries stands over the remains, his weapon resting on his shoulder. Amelia, watching from the side, provides a deadpan analysis as if reading a game log. Aries attacks, critical hit. 150 damage to the demon-faced knight. The demon-faced knight was defeated. But as the dust settles, the rubble begins to tremble. The pieces start to grind and pull themselves back together. Aries clicks his tongue in annoyance. Damn, that thing's tough. Amelia states the obvious with a tilt of her head. It looks like it still wants to fight. Aries lets out a sigh, a bead of sweat on his brow, so it wasn't defeated after all. As the golem reforms, Amelia continues her monotone play-by-play. Aries's attack. Aries glances back at her, his composure finally cracking a little. Sorry, but can you not do that? Amelia replies innocently, I don't have anything to do, so I was cheering for you. Aries's patience wears thin as the golem prepares another attack. Stop it, you're distracting me. After another brief, brutal exchange, the golem is once again reduced to a pile of rocks. This time, a shared realization dawns on them both. I figured something out, Aries says. Amelia nods. Me too. Aries looks to his knowledgeable companion. Let's hear it. Amelia's expression turns serious as she reveals the room's secret. It's a miniature garden. A miniature garden spell, she clarifies. It's a kind of spatial manipulation magic. She gestures to the room around them. It's one of the lost arcane arts. A technique that carves out a piece of space and imposes its own laws to create a miniature world. It's extremely advanced and incredibly powerful. I'll skip the details, she continues, but the area of effect seems to be this room. Its purpose is likely to animate the statue and repel intruders. Aries connects the dots, so the one Gregorio defeated was back again because. Amelia explains the spell's core function. Because the world is preserved. After a certain time, the world resets to its original state. That's the core nature of the miniature garden spell. Aries processes the information, his strategic mind immediately seeing the implications. Reset, if that's true, then it's a terrifying spell for defense. More than anything, it can generate unlimited reinforcements. He looks at Amelia, a grim question in his eyes. Can it be undone? She shakes her head. Not in a day or two at least. A lost arcane art, Aries muses. Amelia corrects him slightly. To be precise, it was lost. A certain mage restored it over a decade ago, but it hasn't spread widely yet. Her eyes narrow in thought. Still, we know it's a miniature garden spell, but we don't know why it was cast. It's extremely draining. Keeping it running long-term would require an insane setup. Aries cuts her off, raising his mace. Oh yeah, I forgot to say I figured something out too. Amelia looks at him, confused. Without another word, Aries swings his mace not at the golem, but at the stone pedestal it stood on. Crack, the pedestal shatters under the immense force, stone fragments exploding outwards. Wah! Amelia yelps in surprise. Where the solid stone base once stood, there is now a dark, gaping hole leading down into the unknown. Amelia peers into the opening, her surprise turning to understanding. There's a hole where the pedestal was. No, not a hole, an artificial entrance. Aries stands over the new passage, his theory confirmed. That demon-faced knight fought like it was guarding the pedestal. I knew there had to be something. Looks like we've found a hidden chamber. They descend into the small, dusty chamber, the air thick with the scent of ancient magic and forgotten secrets. Aries turns to Amelia after a quick search. Learn anything? Amelia shakes her head, looking at a small object they found. No good. Aries picks up the item, a small, metallic cube hanging from a chain. In ruins like these, it's not uncommon to find magically imbued items. He hands it to Amelia for inspection, but she can't identify its properties. This isn't my area of expertise, she admits. Aries pockets the artifact. This is probably one of those magical artifacts. Let's send it to the church for analysis later. Looking back up at the respawning trap room, Aries makes a decision. I don't know the reason, but the spell's purpose was probably to conceal this underground area. Either way, leaving Taoo and the others in this room isn't an option. He turns to leave the hidden chamber. Let's prepare a more suitable place for them. Throw up a barrier or something, they'll be fine. Amelia nods in agreement. Right. Consulting a map of the catacombs, Aries begins to formulate a new plan. Anyway, let's gradually pick up the pace. His eyes scan the layout, his mind already working on the perfect training regimen. Getting them used to undead should be our first priority. They'll have strengths and weaknesses depending on the type. Amelia, which one do you fear most? Amelia considers the question. None of them really, but if I had to pick, I'd say the walking skeletons. Aries is intrigued. Walking skeletons, why? Most would consider zombies or ghosts far more terrifying. Amelia explains her unique perspective. Aren't they less scary than living corpses? Those look just like actual human corpses. It's a different level of revulsion, I think. The uncanny, unnatural movement of bare bones is what she finds most unsettling. Aries smirks, his plan solidifying. All right, let's start with the bones then. His eyes gleam with determination. Now then, let's get to work. Miles away, completely unaware of the elaborate stage being set for them, Taoo's party takes their first tentative steps into the darkness of the catacombs. Deep within the catacombs, the air is thick with dust and despair. For Taoo's party, the question hangs heavy in the air. Can they actually pull off a miracle? The answer seems grim. Taoo, the so-called hero, stands with his party at his back, completely surrounded. An endless legion of skeletons, their empty sockets glowing with malevolent energy, closes in from all sides. But this isn't a random encounter. From a hidden vantage point, Aries watches the battle unfold with a cold, analytical gaze, while Amelia at his side prepares to follow his instructions. Down in the fray, Taoo is anything but heroic. He's screaming his head off, wildly swinging his sword and smashing a skeleton to pieces more out of terror than skill. From the backline, Ramiz snaps, "Now, shut up." The sheer number of enemies is staggering. A literal sea of bone and rusted steel floods the narrow corridor. How many are there? One of them cries out. Seriously, how many of them? Observing their struggle, Aries gives his command to Amelia. It seems this level of threat isn't a problem, I'll send you a refill. The word refill echoes in Spyka's mind and she panics. Refill? No way, I can't take more. Ramiz looks over, confused. Spyka, what are you saying? Spyka flinches, realizing her slip up. And nothing, forget I said anything, she stammers, trying to play it cool, but the seed of doubt has been planted. With the front line holding but making no progress, the casters in the back feel the pressure mounting. Still, what are we supposed to do here? The endless tide of bones seems impossible to stop. Ramiz turns to Spyka, trying to get a handle on the situation. Any idea how many are left? Actually, how many have we defeated already? Spyka can only shake her head. I don't know. But she quickly offers a solution, her mind still working despite the chaos. But, if we count the dropped crystals later, we should be able to figure it out. Ramiz takes command, her expression hardening. Right, let's reset and regroup. Now and Arya both seem a bit too worked up right now. Spya looks back at the wall of skeletons, bewildered. But how can they possibly regroup when they're completely pinned down? Ramiz has an answer. With a sharp cry, she summons her familiar, a fiery salamander. Garnet! The creature materializes from thin air, shocking Taoo and the others. Channeling her power through the spirit, Ramiz unleashes hell. Flame gust, wind of fire, a massive torrent of fire erupts down the corridor. Taoo, caught on the edge of the blast, yelps hot as the heat singes his cloak. The inferno is absolute. Skeletons are instantly vaporized, their bones turned to black ash and scattered by the force of the magical gale. When the flames die down, the corridor is silent and empty, smoke coiling in the scorched air. The immediate threat has been annihilated. Spya stares in awe. Whoa, Ramiz fans herself, looking slightly embarrassed. So hot, yeah, I really shouldn't use that in tight spaces. Taoo, his face blackened with soot, is furious. Looks like that was dangerous. Ramiz, however, is completely unfazed, casually noting, looks like I leveled up. She glares back at Taoo, her patience gone. It's your fault for being useless, be grateful you didn't get caught in it. Arya chimes in, holding up the burnt tip of her ponytail. No, I did get caught in it. Look, my hair's singed. Using fire magic indoors is just. Ramiz cuts them off, exasperated. Then what do you expect me to do, want to keep fighting non-stop? Taoo and Arya fall silent, unable to argue with the results. With the bickering over, Ramiz brings them back to focus. Let's regroup for now, at least we know we can defeat the walking skeletons. Taoo nods in agreement, the adrenaline finally fading. Right, let's rest in one of the rooms and make a new plan. The party finds a relatively safe alcove to catch their breath, the oppressive silence of the tomb closing in around them. But Spya is clearly still on edge, her eyes wide with anxiety. She opens her mouth to speak, a single letter escaping her lips. I. Ramiz notices immediately. Spya, don't make that face, the subjugation has only just begun. Spya looks up, surprised. Am I really making that face? Ramiz sighs. You look just as dead as now. Taoo tries to offer some encouragement, though it sounds like he's trying to convince himself too. You'll be fine, Spya, we've still got time, so let's ease into it. He looks at her with genuine concern. I've heard that holy arts take time to learn, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Ramiz nods. Well, let's trust in Gregorio's words, you might be able to use it once you level up, we'll stick with you until you can. Trying to project confidence for Spya's sake, Arya forces a smile. Yeah, I know, I've gotten a bit more used to it now, Taoo adds, I'm sure we'll be fine. Ramiz gives the two fighters a sharp look. By the way, you guys better get used to this fast, alright? If things go like before, Spya's going to get even more anxious. Next time, try to fight a little more calmly. Taoo takes a deep breath, accepting the role of leader. Let's rest a bit, then continue the exploration. We still have time, but I want to take down as many as we can. Spya says nothing, her worried expression revealing the heavy burden she feels. Meanwhile, Aries and Amelia have already prepared the next wave. A horde of grotesque zombies shambles in the darkness. Aries turns to Amelia, lecturing her. Don't say things that'll kill morale, don't you ever think about it while we're doing this, like what are we even doing here? His words are punctuated by a familiar sound echoing from the dungeon corridor, Tao's terrified screaming. The party is back in combat, but this time it's worse. Taoo frantically cuts down a zombie, shouting, I can't help it. Ramiz yells from the back, now shut up already. Taoo is overwhelmed. Skeletons were just bone, but these rotting corpses are a whole different level of horror. From her perch, Amelia calmly raises a finger, a spark of holy light erupts. Chains of the saint. Below, ethereal chains spring from the ground, binding a zombie and holding it in place, subtly controlling the flow of battle. Aries watches with a detached expression. How many does that make now? Amelia replies without looking away from the fight. That was the 62nd. She glances at the bound zombie. Should we call for more? Aries considers it for a moment. Let's wait and see. He continues to observe, his mind working on a level far beyond the simple battle below. Internally, Aries processes the data. The goal is 1,000, even if they're weak fighting seasoned foes. It wears on the mind more than the body. Taoo hasn't experienced continuous combat yet. He closes his eyes, weighing the variables. Taking that into account, Gregorio's challenge is clearly a difficult one. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Maybe, even without us, Taoo and the others might be able to clear the challenge. And by doing so, grow even more. There's even a chance my actions could crush that potential. He scoffs at the thought. But hypothetical thoughts are meaningless, huh? Amelia, sensing his mood, murmurs, we've still got a long road ahead. Aries' eyes narrow. Yeah. Amelia gives him a sideways glance. You look pretty serious. He doesn't miss a beat. I was born with this face. He straightens up, his resolve hardening. No point in worrying about it, I'll just do what I can. His plan is clear. Adjust the plan based on our current situation, Taoo and Arya's progress with overcoming the undead. Also factoring in Spika's condition, levels, battle results, to turn the most likely future into the future that should happen. A wry, bitter smile touches his lips as he thinks of the man who set this impossible task. His voice is a low whisper filled with contempt. Gregorio's expectations can just go to hell. Miles away, rain lashes against the windows of a desolate church. Inside, the priest Gregory stares out at the storm, a book held loosely in his hand. He closes his eyes, feeling a familiar presence. The guidance, it hasn't faded at all. He stands alone in the empty hall, a single flickering light casting long shadows. His thoughts drift back. It's been 2 days since I encountered Aries. If Aries is already taking care of things, I should no longer be needed, and yet. He looks out over the village rooftops. If this village is no longer where I'm meant to be, I should be able to sense it myself. He walks through the church grounds, the feeling undeniable. Yet the guidance I felt upon entering the great tomb still hasn't faded. The conclusion is simple and terrifying, which means there's still something I'm meant to do. He looks up towards the heavens, a prayer on his lips. Oh one God, are you telling me that my task is not yet complete? A chillingly devout smile spreads across his face, his eyes alight with zealous fire. Then so be it, I will devote myself to it. As the rain continues to fall on the ancient stones, Gregory accepts his fate. When the time comes, I will know what must be done. The mad priest quietly awaits that moment. The dust of battle settles in the grim corridors of the tomb. After a long day of fighting, Taoo stands guard, his greatsword a silent sentinel. He turns to the young priestess, Spya. Any monsters nearby? Spya, ever vigilant, scans the oppressive darkness. Doesn't look like it. Amelia observes the party, her expression thoughtful. Arya and now both look pretty worn out too. Arya, leaning against the cold stone wall, nods in agreement, the fatigue evident in her posture. Let's call it a day for now. Spika's eyes light up with a small discovery. She points down a less traveled path. Nearby, there seems to be a room where we can rest. A bead of sweat rolls down Taoo's temple, the relief is palpable in his voice. Let's head there for now. The day's toll was heavier than he let on. The party makes their way to the small, defensible chamber, their covered wagons serving as a makeshift camp. It's a brief moment of respite in a place teeming with death. Inside, Taoo finishes setting up a protective barrier, a faint shimmer of holy energy sealing them off from the tomb's horrors. All right, barrier set, Amelia nods, her gaze serious. Okay then, let's check today's results. A pile of crystalline fragments, proof of their kills, glitters on the floor. Taoo counts them grimly. 130. Huh. Arya looks at the haul, a mix of pride and concern on her face. As a day's haul, it's a lot. But the reality of their mission quickly sinks in. Amelia's voice is low, reminding them of the monumental task ahead. The target number Gregorio gave us was. Spya finishes the thought, her voice barely a whisper. 1,000. Amelia tries to lighten the mood, gesturing vaguely. Well, I did burn a few so, Arya sighs, knowing the truth. Yeah, but we can't exactly prove those were defeated. The uncounted kills hang in the air like ghosts. Taoo's gaze is distant, but his voice is steady, trying to rally his own spirits as much as the party's. We'll probably take down more tomorrow. I'm getting used to it bit by bit. He straightens up, pushing his exhaustion aside for the sake of his team. All right, let's do the level up ritual. A brilliant sphere of light erupts from Taoo's hand, bathing Ramiz in its glow. Power flows from him to her, a sacred and draining transfer. With this, Ramiz is now level 18. But the ritual takes its toll. Taoo clutches his chest, his breath catching. When asked about the next level, he can only shake his head. The existence force needed. Sorry, no clue. Ramiz, now stronger, looks at him with determination. Well, we just need to keep defeating them, right? Taoo manages a weak smile. Yeah. He then turns to Arya, his expression apologetic. Sorry, but Arya's ritual, I don't think I can do it yet. Setting up the barrier drained too much divine power. Arya shows no disappointment, only understanding. I understand. You can just do it tomorrow morning after you've recovered. As the others rest, Taoo's confidence wavers. He stares into the darkness, a familiar face haunting his thoughts. If it were him, he mutters to himself, he probably could have done it anyway. The image of the powerful priest, Gregory, flashes in his mind, stern, capable, and seemingly limitless in his power. A standard Taoo feels he can never reach. Arya watches him, sensing his inner turmoil. She whispers softly, guess that's the difference when it's your true calling. Spya observes the entire exchange, the exhaustion, the self-doubt, the quiet support. Her small hands clench into fists. I'll do my best too. She wants to be strong enough to ease their burdens. Night descends upon the tomb, and a heavy silence falls over the party's camp. The only sound is the faint, unsettling hum of the miasma outside their barrier. In the dead of night, Taoo's eyes snap open. A primal instinct screams that something is wrong. He sits up, his gaze sweeping over his sleeping comrades. Ramiz, Arya now, they're all there, but one small figure is missing. Panic seizes him. Wait, he thinks, his eyes widening in alarm. Where's Spya? His mind races, trying to understand how this could have happened. Why? A wave of dizziness washes over him, his body suddenly feeling impossibly heavy. A memory surfaces through the fog. Amelia, standing at the edge of his bed, her voice soft and melodic. Good night, Taoo-san. And then, darkness. He collapses back onto his pillow, succumbing to a powerful sleep spell just as he realizes the truth. Outside the camp, Aries and Amelia stand watch. Aries inspects Taoo's barrier with a critical eye. In this tomb filled with miasma, this much holy water isn't enough to maintain a barrier. Amelia agrees, her assessment just as blunt. It won't last until morning, Aries scoffs. Yeah, I'd give it a 30 out of 100. Aries glances back toward the sleeping party, his expression unreadable. His plan is in motion. A faint magical residue hangs in the air around the wagon. A sleep spell, Amelia asks. Aries confirms with a simple yes. He gives a stern warning. Taoo should have resistance to that kind of magic. Don't wake him up no matter what. Aries turns to leave, his focus shifting to the next phase. Amelia, I'm leaving the watch to you, she nods dutifully. Understood. He adds one final instruction. I want to conserve Taoo's divine power. Also handle Arya's level-up ritual. Amelia accepts without hesitation. Got it, I'll take care of it. With the camp secured, Aries' sharp eyes cut through the darkness. He calls out a single name. Spya. Spya, standing beside Amelia, jumps at the summons. Why yes, she stammers, looking up nervously. Aries approaches her, his tone softening slightly. Are you feeling all right? Spya, though clearly intimidated, nods. Yes, I'm fine. He doesn't waste any time. Let's finish this as quickly as we can. You must be tired, but bear with me for a little while. This is for the days ahead. Spya looks up at him, her large eyes filled with gratitude and determination. No, not at all. It's me who should be thanking you, really. Aries leads the small priestess away from the camp, deeper into the catacombs. A private, unsanctioned training session is about to begin. His voice is grim as he lays out the timeline. We've got 2 days left, excluding today, to get her to learn at least one sacred art. The pressure is immense. He continues his internal monologue, analyzing the situation. On day 1, I had her observe the party's state. The fact that she hasn't been able to use any sacred arts yet was within expectations. Be it magic, sacred arts, or miracles, the first one always takes the longest to learn. Aries raises his hand, a small orb of light dancing on his palm. Turning 0 into 1 is nothing like turning 1 into 2. The weight of his words hits Spya. She understands now this isn't just practice. This is a critical hurdle she absolutely must overcome. They arrive at a heavy wooden door. Aries pushes it open, revealing a dark chamber within. This is the room, go on in. Inside, a terrifying sight awaits. A giant skeleton, far larger than any they'd fought before, is bound to the wall by glowing chains of light, struggling against its restraints. Aries explains calmly, that's a giant skeleton. It's several times stronger than a regular walking skeleton, but right now, it's bound by the exorcism spell, Thorns of Light. He turns his piercing gaze on Spya, his voice leaving no room for doubt. By the end of tonight, you're going to learn a sacred art. You should be able to use at least one. Spya, though terrified, finds her courage. Why yes. Aries begins the lesson. What sacred arts require, he states, his voice echoing in the stone room, is emotion. He elaborates, the stronger the emotion the better, for example, anger, compassion, grief, courage, or even a sense of duty, conviction, or faith. His gaze falls on Spya. While part of it is due to her low divine power, the real reason she still can't use sacred arts is because she lacked that emotional spark. He paints a picture of how others gain this power. Priests undergo long, harsh training to gain that emotion, or some wield powerful sacred arts born from traumatic circumstances. Their intense feelings allow them to wield incredible sacred power. Aries looks at the small, sheltered girl before him. But Spya, she falls into neither of those categories, so I've decided to try a different method. His eyes narrow, the reflection of the bound skeleton visible in them. To give her an entry point into sacred arts, I'll use an illusion. He reassures her of her own potential. Humans, even at birth, naturally possess enough divine power to use the most basic sacred arts. Spya is no exception. Aries changes tactics, testing her knowledge. Spya, did you read the scriptures I gave you? She nods quickly. Yes, I read through them. He begins to preach, reinforcing the foundation of her faith. As you know, Asgreed is the god of order. We priests follow his teachings to uphold the world's order. An image of a peaceful, bustling city fills the frame as he speaks. And in doing so, we become the foundation of peace. That is our fate. That's why priests were once granted miracles. No exceptions. His tone shifts, becoming sharp and dismissive. Spya, what exactly did that bastard Gregorio show you? Spya nervously recalls the overwhelming display. You lots of pillars rising up, shooting up toward the sky, and then they became one big light. Aries scoffs at the description. The original arrow of light is just that, a single arrow. Generating it like a pillar is already difficult, but combining multiple into one is even harder. What it requires isn't raw power but incredibly precise control. He thinks of his rival with a grudging respect. Though it may look like he's just throwing power around, his exorcism techniques are backed by years of experience. Even among inquisitors, he's one of the best. Aries clicks his tongue in annoyance. He really showed her something troublesome, perfect for impressing someone with the glory of sacred arts but way too much overkill. It's time to shatter that illusion. Spya, stand back a little. A spark ignites between his fingers, arrow of light to banish darkness. A blade of pure energy forms in his hand and Spya gasps. Her eyes are wide with awe, reflecting the brilliant, blinding energy. The light, it's like a spear. Aries' thoughts race as he prepares to fire. Though technically it's far inferior, just from appearance alone it could rival Gregorio's spell, but that's fine, we need to shatter the illusion Gregorio left in her mind. With a sharp thrust he unleashes the spell. The motion is fluid, economical and utterly deadly. The spear of light screams across the room, a pure white line cutting through the darkness, aimed directly at the bound skeleton. Impact, the holy energy tears through the undead creature's ribcage, the sound of cracking bone and sizzling magic echoing through the chamber. Spya flinches back from the sheer force of the attack, the skeleton's empty eye socket seeming to stare right at her in its final moment. The giant skeleton dissolves into nothing but dust and fading embers of light, the thorns of light that once bound it shattering like glass. Aries turns back to the stunned priestess, his voice calm and steady. It's not as powerful as that, but Spya, you already have the foundation to use sacred arts. Spya stares at him, her mind reeling, hope and disbelief war in her eyes. Really? Aries presses his point. It's true, but when you tried before you couldn't use them, isn't that right? Spya can only nod meekly. Why yes. He leans in, revealing the crux of his lesson. This is a kind of suggestion, a mental block you placed on yourself. He begins to list her strengths, the emotions she already possesses. You have faith in the god of order, you're prepared to fight Taoo's enemy, the kin of darkness, and you want to be useful to the party. Spya listens, her resolve hardening with each word. Why yes, I do. Aries' voice drops to an intense whisper, his eyes locking with hers. Now say it out loud, imprint it deeply into your heart, let your emotions and your faith align toward that purpose. He forces her to recall her entire journey, from a lonely orphan to joining this party to facing the extraordinary challenge of a demon lord. All of it has led to this moment. His gaze is piercing, demanding. So then, Spya, do you know what it is you were missing? Do you understand? And as she focuses all her desire, all her faith, into a single point, a tiny, brilliant spark of holy light flickers to life between her hands. The next morning the party is dumbfounded. Taoo stares in disbelief. Why, sacred arts, but you couldn't use them yesterday, right? Spya beams, a proud, happy blush on her cheeks. I practiced last night. She tries to downplay her achievement. It's just something anyone can do, the simplest form of exorcism, really. But Amelia is ecstatic. That's amazing, Spya. Taoo's face breaks into a wide, genuine grin, his own worries forgotten in the face of his friend's success. Even so, it's still amazing. With their morale higher than ever, the party stands united against a fresh wave of undead. All right, let's do our best today too, Taoo roars and the others echo his cry. Yes, let's give it our all. Watching from a safe distance, Aries and Amelia observe Spya effectively using her new skills. Amelia smiles. She seems to be doing well. Aries nods, satisfied. Yeah, she does. Amelia turns to him, her curiosity piqued. How did you get her to use sacred arts? Aries reveals a small, ornate dagger. Just a simple suggestion. I had her return the dagger I lent her. Blades are taboo for priests, after all. He explains the simple yet brilliant psychological trick. She has the specs to use sacred arts, so all I had to do was create a reason why she couldn't, and then take that reason away. Amelia looks troubled, but that's just child's play. Aries doesn't deny it. Using illusion is one of the techniques to instill faith, right? He gestures towards the battlefield where Spya is confidently casting her spells. Exactly, it is child's play, by design, but look, she can use it now, can't she? Aries' expression is confident. She'll probably realize it was a trick once she gains more experience as a priest, but once she's learned how to use it, she won't lose it again. Amelia falls silent, contemplating the profound effectiveness of such a simple, deceptive method. A trick it may be, but the results are undeniable. 3 days after their grueling trial, Taoo and her party stand before Gregory. She holds up a small bag, her voice filled with pride. We've defeated 1,000 of them, this is the proof. But Gregory just smiles, a gentle, almost fatherly expression on his face. There's no need to show it, he says, his voice calm. Proof is unnecessary in a divine trial. I can tell you fulfilled my request. Spya and the others exchange confused glances. He raises his hand, emphasizing his point. What's truly important, he continues, is not the number of enemies you defeat. Tao's brow furrows, she'd pushed her team to the brink for this. What do you mean by that, she asks, a hint of frustration in her voice. Gregory's smile remains. To master exorcism, knowledge and skill aren't enough. What's required is something deeper. The strong emotions one feels when facing the servants of darkness. He explains that the task he gave them was designed specifically to nurture that raw, unshakable spirit within them. His voice echoes over a vision of the party standing victorious over the undead. Battles with the dark kin reveal the true nature of a person's heart. More than anything, a strong spirit is required. The moment you lose that. His gaze darkens slightly, the friendly priest momentarily replaced by a stern judge. You will fall to the darkness. Some can complete my trial easily, others can never complete it no matter how hard they try. The party listens, his words sinking in. They had viewed this as a simple quest, a test of strength, but Gregory is reframing it as a trial of their very souls. Exorcism, he states plainly, is just a means to an end. His words strike a chord with Spya. She stares at her own hand, a vessel of holy power, wondering if she truly understands its purpose. Gregory's voice seems to speak directly to her thoughts. Without the will to fight the dark kin, the art itself is meaningless, but if you have the will, the means will naturally follow. He then turns his attention fully to her. Sister Spya, you are especially blessed, the mentor who taught you is among the top 5 within the entire church, Gregory says, a flashback of the stoic Aries appearing in Spya's mind. But that power is his, not yours. What happens from here on out is entirely up to you. Spya is left reeling, his not hers, the foundation of her strength is shaken. What should I do, she whispers to herself. Gregory offers a final piece of kind advice. I don't know what you're thinking, Sister Spya, but at the very least you've overcome a significant hurdle this time, don't forget that. His words paint a vision in her mind, a path of light, a future forged by her own faith. As long as you remember that as greed never betrays his followers, every trial will only refine your faith. Taoo, deeply moved by his speech, finds her own resolve. So as long as we hold righteous intent, defeat is impossible, even if the enemy is a demon king. Gregory spreads his arms wide, his smile radiant. Exactly, Mr. Taoo, even if your opponent is the king of the demons, there's no need to fear. A fire ignites in Tao's eyes. Mr. Gregorio, I must win. He closes his eyes, nodding gently. Is that so? With newfound determination, Taoo makes a bold request. I have the blessing of Asgreed, would you teach me exorcism? The air grows still. Gregory's gentle expression remains, but the warmth is gone, something has changed. His eyes snap open, the name hangs in the air, a trigger that has flipped a hidden switch. Asgreed's blessing. A slow, chilling smile creeps across his face, a horrifying grin that doesn't reach his eyes. Ah, I see, I can't believe I, of all people, failed to notice until now. Suddenly, an immense pressure erupts from Gregory's body, slamming into Taoo and her party like a physical wall. Taoo gasps, her limbs locked in place. My body won't move. The rest of her party is frozen solid, their faces masks of shock and confusion. Gregory's voice is cold, clinical. Below level 30, you probably can't move, not even a single finger. He casually rests his hand on the large, cross-adorned box beside him. He looks at their paralyzed forms, his smile gone, replaced by an unnerving calm. That feeling, Mr. Taoo, it's proof of your weakness. This isn't magic or holy arts, he continues, his voice dropping to a low murmur. This is the difference in our very beings. Because I'm a higher level than you, there's more I can do in this world. He pats the forbidden box. I'd heard the rumors that a holy hero blessed by the god of order had appeared. Spya and Taoo stare in horror. They finally see it clear as day. The look in Gregory's eyes, it's not the look you give an ally, it's the cold, predatory gaze of a killer. The friendly priest persona shatters completely. My hometown no longer exists on any map, he begins, his voice devoid of emotion. It was destroyed by a high-ranking demon over level 70. A flashback plays of a priest being impaled. When it invaded, it first killed the one person who could resist it, with ease. The scene shifts to a town reduced to nothing but rubble and dust. In a single night, my home was annihilated, the resistance, my family, everything was wiped out, and the demon walked away without a scratch. The party can only listen, trapped in their own bodies, as Gregory's horrifying past is laid bare. A twisted, self-deprecating smile returns to his face. The only reason I survived was pure chance. Back then, I was just barely small enough to fit inside a trunk case. My parents noticed the strange things happening early on. To protect me, they hid me inside that trunk and locked it. In the end, that saved my life. His eyes narrow into slits filled with a chilling certainty. If I had run away with my family, I would have definitely been killed by the demon. Spya's eyes tremble, the sheer horror of his story washing over her. Gregory relives the memory, the darkness of the trunk filled with the muffled sounds of screams and terror. I've never forgotten that night. That demon with its sharp senses wiped out every corner of my town, yet I survived. If that's not a miracle, then what is it? He closes his eyes, a look of serene conviction on his face. The moment I came to believe in miracles, the moment I became a faithful follower of Asgreed, was the moment I gained the ability to wield holy arts. A grand cathedral appears in his memory. God granted me a divine mandate. To repay that miracle, I vowed to destroy every enemy of the divine. I swore to kill every last one of them. His gaze fixes on Taoo, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her cheek. But still, Mr. Taoo, even I can't help but wonder what if at times. What if the priest who led our town's church back then had been strong enough to defeat that demon? The answer is a scene of death and ruin. Miracles are not infinite. Shallow faith is blasphemy against God, and it leads only to deep tragedy. He steps closer, his shadow falling over them. Our meeting here, you and I, Mr. Taoo, it was no coincidence. This is fate. His face becomes a mask of cold, fanatical zeal. There is no place for weakness in a holy hero. To one chosen by the divine, weakness is. In a flash, his hand shoots out, grabbing Taoo by the throat and lifting her off the ground. Because of that weakness, countless innocent lives will be lost. His grip tightens, his knuckles white, a sin. Taoo chokes, clawing at his hand. From the side, Arya manages to force out a question. That demon. What happened to it? She asks, her eyes wide with fear for her friend. Gregory leans in close to Taoo, his voice a low, conspiratorial whisper. Tao's eyes widen in absolute, mind-shattering terror at what he says next. Worry not, Gregory says with a sickeningly sweet smile, patting her head as she trembles. That demon is already no more. Take a look. He gestures to the box. He violently shoves her to the ground. He opens the lid of the forbidden box, revealing its contents. The outer layer of this box is made from the flayed skin of that demon. He leans over the grotesque trophy, a low chuckle escaping his lips that quickly builds into a full-blown, maniacal laugh. And then, every time I look at this, my faith grows ever stronger. His face contorts with insane glee as he raises his mace, its surface crackling with dark energy. This is divine will. God has given the holy hero a trial. Taoo, barely back on her feet, brings her sword up just in time to parry the devastating blow. The impact sends shockwaves through the room. Sparks fly as steel grinds against holy metal, the sheer force of the blow cracking the floor beneath her. But Gregory is too fast, too strong. He pivots, his mace blurring as he smashes Garnet, the party's familiar, sending it flying. The creature cries out as it's hit with overwhelming force. It slams into the far wall, neutralized in an instant. Arya sees an opening and lunges forward, her blade aimed straight for Gregory's heart. Gregory doesn't even bother to look, with a lazy, contemptuous swing. He smashes his mace directly into Arya's side, the brutal impact stopping her dead in her tracks. A teammate watches in wide-eyed horror. Arya screams as she's violently thrown to the ground, her body broken by the single, effortless blow. Spya can only watch, paralyzed, as her friends are dismantled one by one. In a matter of seconds, it's over. Tao's entire party lies defeated and broken on the floor. Gregory erupts in hysterical laughter, his voice echoing in the silent room. This is the holy hero, humanity's hope, ridiculous, fragile, far too fragile. He looms over Tao's prone form, a sneer on his face. There's a limit to how much of a failure one can be, but if that is God's will, then I shall give my life to it. He raises his mace high for the final, killing blow, but as it descends, a deafening clang rings out. The mace is stopped inches from Tao's head. Another mace wreathed in holy light has blocked the attack. Gregory's insane grin widens. God's fury, Fufufu, I've been waiting for you. Standing in the dust and debris of the shattered wall is Aries, his expression grim. Gregory looks upon the newcomer with something akin to reverence. A direct confrontation, the transcendent one. From the dust and ruin of the battle, a figure emerges. It's Aries, his hand covering his face as if in disappointment or exhaustion. Spya, watching from the sidelines, gasps in disbelief and relief. Aries-san. But Gregory just smirks, his eyes narrowed. He'd been expecting this. I thought something was strange, he muses. There's no way a trial meant for a transcendent would exist in a place like this. Aries lowers his hand, his voice cutting through the tension like ice. This is a warning. Stand down, Gregorio. I told you not to get in my way. This is my trial. Gregory raises his hands in a placating gesture, a serene smile on his face. I understand, he says calmly. Right, but his eyes betray a different story. His expression hardens into one of zealous conviction. And this is also my trial. This is what the one God, this is the will of the one God. He grips his massive mace, its weight settling comfortably in his hands. Aries, this is what God says. Show your faith and you shall be granted victory. With a roar, Gregory lunges forward, swinging his weapon down on the unmoving Aries. This is both a tragedy and a comedy. Aries, crown, my comrade. Right now I'm overwhelmed by sorrow and joy so immense it's crushing me. Tears stream down his face, yet his smile is ecstatic, unhinged. That's what I feel. Aries draws his own weapon just in time to block the devastating blow. Aries, if you wish to prove the righteousness of your faith, Gregory screams, putting all his force into the attack, then with your wrath of God, prove it. The impact is immense, shattering the very wall behind them. Spya can only watch in horror as the two priests clash with divine power. Panicked, Spya looks at the fallen adventurers around her. I have to heal. But she looks down at her own bloody hand, trembling, but I've never once successfully used healing magic. Just then a calm voice cuts through her despair. This is also quite the spectacle. It's Amelia standing over her. Spya looks up startled. Amelia-san, why are you here? Her face is a mask of confusion and worry, feeling completely out of her depth. Amelia's gaze is steady and serious. Because I was the one arranged to heal everyone. If it became too late, everything would have been for nothing. Feeling useless, Spya asks, Amelia-san, what should I do? Amelia's reply is blunt, you don't need to do anything. As she kneels to tend to an injured party member, Amelia glances back at Spya. Sister Spya, you still can't do anything yet, can you? At the very least, don't get in the way. Her gaze softens slightly as she notices Spya's hand. You've injured your hand too, haven't you? Let me heal it. Spya flinches, clicking her tongue in frustration at her own weakness. She pulls her hand back, shaking her head. Please heal Aries-san before me. But Amelia dismisses her concern with a wave. That's unnecessary. Why? Spya asks, confused. Amelia's eyes fill with unshakable faith as she heals the wound. Because if it's just another priest he's fighting, there's no way he would lose. Outside, the battle rages. Gregory is a whirlwind of destruction, his attacks fast and heavy. An incompetent ally can sometimes be more dangerous than a skilled enemy, isn't that right, Aries? He taunts, pressing his assault. With a sharp crack, Aries manages to shatter a piece of Gregory's mace, creating a brief opening in the relentless storm of attacks. Aries' eyes narrow, his voice cold and final. Surrender, Gregorio, the battle is already over. Gregory just throws his head back and laughs, a wild, manic sound. A transcendent still stand unbroken. He leaps high into the air, preparing a devastating overhead strike. How could you possibly know the outcome? Aries' patience has worn thin, his voice is a low growl. Any more and I will have to kill you. Consumed by his fanaticism, Gregory screams back, then so be it, if that is the will of God. But Aries is faster. He sidesteps the crushing blow with impossible speed, the mace smashing into the empty ground. In an instant, he's behind his opponent, his voice a whisper of doom. It's over, Gregorio. Gregory's eyes widen in disbelief. He can't even turn around in time. Aries' focus is absolute, his gaze locked on his target. With a fluid, powerful motion, Aries strikes Gregory's arm, sending the massive mace flying from his grasp. Before it can even hit the ground, Aries pivots and catches the weapon, turning his enemy's strength into his own. But instead of striking Gregory, he swings the mace with all his might into the strange box on Gregory's back, shattering a piece of it. Aries' eyes glint with understanding. The second time, this is the second time. His mind flashes back. I saw it, back when I first met Gregorio in the mess hall. I've been on guard since the fight began, that's the only reason I managed to strike back. He stares at the broken fragment, a look of shock on his face. What is this? A slow, chilling smile spreads across Gregory's face. Magnificent, truly magnificent. He looks at Aries with newfound respect. Aries' crown, there truly is a reason you hold the top rank. No one has ever seen through my companion before. The mysterious box detaches from Gregory's back and floats ominously in the air. Companion? Aries questions, bewildered. Gregory spreads his arms wide like a preacher revealing a holy relic. Let me introduce you, Aries, to my companion, Pandora. With a deafening roar, Pandora shoots through the air like a cannonball, aimed directly at Aries. Aries raises his arms to defend, bracing for the unnatural assault. The box slams into his guard with the force of a battering ram, sparks flying from the impact. The sheer power sends a shockwave through him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before he can recover, Gregory rushes in for a physical strike while Pandora ricochets, coming back for another attack. It's a pincer movement. Gregory's face is alight with manic glee. Aries, this is a miracle. He lands a solid blow, sending Aries stumbling back. Aries grits his teeth in frustration, now fighting a man and his sentient weapon. He barely gets his arm up in time to deflect another ramming attack from the flying box. Pandora presses down on him, pinning him as Gregory watches. What is this unknown sorcery? Are you really human? Gregory taunts with a smirk. Aries, you can do it too, you know. Aries' mind races, analyzing every detail even under pressure. Nothing is more terrifying than an attack you can't comprehend. I need to gather intel first. He gets a good look at the box's materials. The outer hide was stripped from a high-ranking demon. The metal components are divine diamond stone and sacred silver. The pieces click into place. Setting the demon hide aside, there's nothing particularly unusual inside or out, it's just a trunk. Gregory sees his chance and launches a powerful kick. Aries blocks, but the combined assault is taking its toll. He's thrown off balance, sent flying backwards by the force. He lands hard, catching himself before he falls completely, but the situation is dire. Gregory's eyes widen, shocked that Aries can withstand such a relentless attack. Pandora slams into Aries again, pinning him against a stone wall with a sickening crunch. He slides to the ground, the impact rattling his entire body. Gregory clicks his tongue, annoyed at Aries' sheer resilience. But as he recovers, a flicker of realization crosses Aries' face. He's found a weakness. With renewed purpose, he dodges another coordinated attack from Gregory and the box. As Gregory lands, Pandora hovers nearby, ready for its master's command. Aries' thoughts are now crystal clear. Pandora has only two modes of attack, biting or ramming. Its movements are simple. It's far easier than facing two people at once. He stands tall, a confident smirk replacing his grimace. Hey, Gregorio, haven't you noticed, ever since you started flinging Pandora around? His gaze is sharp, analytical, and utterly certain. You've gotten weaker. Aries presses his advantage, laying out his deduction for the stunned Gregory. At first, I thought it was just because you'd gone barehanded, but that's not it. Why have your blows grown lighter? Has your speed dropped too? There's no sign of fatigue or injury, so why? He locks eyes with Gregory, delivering the final, damning conclusion. Pandora is being controlled by you, isn't it? Aries' eyes narrow, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. He watches Gregory, then glances at the floating box. He's spoken less since the battle began, Aries realizes. A portion of his consciousness is being used to control Pandora, that's why his movements are compromised. His gaze fixes on the ornate box. It's not magic and it's certainly not a miracle, there's a mechanism at its core, a trick. A slow, confident smile spreads across Aries' face. He lets out a low chuckle. Heh heh heh. In a blur of motion, Aries explodes forward, his grin sharp and predatory. I knew it, my eyes did not deceive me, he thinks, easily dodging Gregory's clumsy swing. The clues were there all along and now he finally has the answer. Aries' eyes glint with cold calculation. He recalls Gregory's own words, the very boasts that would become his downfall. With blinding speed, Aries closes the distance, disarming Gregory in a single, fluid motion. Before the other priest can even react, Aries spins, grabs the discarded mace and brings it down with a deafening crack against the floating box. He looks back at the stunned Gregory, his voice dripping with condescension. Gregorio, you really shouldn't say too much on the battlefield. Gregory freezes, his mind reeling. What? The attack wasn't aimed at him but at his precious companion. Enraged, Gregory sends Pandora hurtling through the air like a cannonball, straight for Aries' head. You dare damage it. But Aries doesn't flinch. He watches the box rocket towards him with an unnerving calm. Instead of dodging, Aries simply raises his hands. The box, his opponent's ultimate weapon, stops dead in the air right in front of him, hovering as if held by an invisible force. Gregory's eyes widen in disbelief. He's still trying to control it, but his connection has been severed. With a flick of his wrist, Aries sends Pandora crashing back into its master. The heavy box smashes into Gregory's head with brutal force. Blood splatters as Gregory's head snaps back from the impact, his eyes rolling back into his skull. The force of the blow sends him flying, his body limp and unconscious before he even hits the ground. Gregory collapses in a heap. Aries stands over him, holding the priest's own mace, the victor of their divine trial. Spya approaches cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. Did you kill him? She looks up at Aries, her expression a mixture of fear and awe. Aries turns away from the fallen priest, his expression unreadable. He's alive, he just knocked himself out with his own weapon. Spya is confused, his own weapon, but what happened? Aries raises a hand, a faint holy light emanating from his palm. Chains of the saint, he explains, as ethereal bands of light wrap around the now docile Pandora. Aries looks at the box with disdain. That's what Gregorio's Pandora really is. Once you know the trick, it's nothing special. His weapon and mine are made from the same metal, Aries continues, gesturing to the mace. Aside from the shape, there's only one difference. He explains the nature of his power. The chains of the saint only work on beings of darkness. Naturally, they don't affect metal. But, he says, his eyes glinting, if that box is covered in demon hide, that's a different story. With my chains, I can manipulate it, even open and close it. Gregorio is better at fine control, but I have the stronger divine output, so I took control of Pandora right out of his hands. Gregory lies defeated, his own creativity turned against him. He's a creative guy, I'll give him that, Aries muses, but this isn't some street performance. Amelia joins them, pointing at the unconscious Gregory. While we have the chance, shouldn't we finish him off? Aries shakes his head. I'm not gonna kill him. His gaze sweeps over the horizon, already focused on the future. Let's go, time to plan the next move. The next day the mood is somber. Spya stands before Aries and Amelia, her expression resolved. I'm leaving your party. Amelia is stunned into silence. What? Aries remains quiet, watching Spika intently. He rests his chin on his hand, his sharp eyes never leaving her, waiting for an explanation. Spika holds his gaze, her determination unwavering. After a long moment, Aries finally speaks, his voice low and even. I see, do what you want. A small, grateful smile touches Spika's lips. Okay. Amelia turns to Aries, bewildered. Are you really okay with that? Aries doesn't look at her. It's not about being okay with it, it's Spika's decision, that's all there is to it. With a deep, respectful bow, Spika turns and leaves. Aries glances at Amelia's worried face. Don't look so gloomy, Amelia, we'll adjust the plan. Amelia nods, though her concern for her friend remains. Understood. Spika makes her way back to the ruined church, her destination clear. She finds Gregory inside, standing amidst the debris. He looks at her, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. To me, Sister Spika, you are quite unusual. He turns his back to her. If you're seeking guidance, Aries' crown would be better than me, but I will show my respect for your courage and I have a duty to respond to it. Spika looks up confused. Why is that? Gregory smiles faintly. Because it's safer, Sister Spika. If I fail my trial, I die. His gaze falls upon Pandora. This is not a joke. All power comes with a price. He turns back to her. So why me? Aries isn't good enough. Spika's expression softens. Aries is too kind. A genuine, warm smile spreads across Gregory's face. Wonderful, Sister Spika. You came to me alone, even after seeing my power. How many clerics do you think could do such a thing? The will to face trials on your own is truly irreplaceable. Spika shakes her head. It's not anything admirable, Gregorio. This probably isn't even willpower, she admits, her voice quiet but firm. She clutches the small cross around her neck. It's probably just a desire. I envy them, she confesses, her eyes burning with a hidden fire. An image of Aries flashes in her mind, those who can fight. She remembers Taoo facing down her fears, those who can stand their ground. She thinks of Amelia healing the wounded, those who can protect. And she sees herself standing behind them all, those who have something to protect. She opens her hands as if in prayer. I don't want to only receive, I want to give, that is my desire. Her gaze is fixed on the memory of her friends. It's a selfish desire, one unfit for who I am now, I know that, but I came to believe that for that I'm willing to make any sacrifice. She looks directly at Gregory, her voice clear and strong. Gregorio, please make me your disciple. Gregory's smile is one of profound understanding. Sister Spika, you are very much like me. Very well, I shall bless you, I will make you. His voice echoes in the cavernous ruins, sealing their pact. I promise to make you a fine heretic executioner. Elsewhere, Tao's party watches from a distance. Taoo explains the situation to her confused companions. So she's going to train under Gregorio for a while, so she can be useful to the party. One of her friends looks worried. Still, will she be okay? Taoo smiles confidently. Well, it's Spika, we can count on her. As they talk, Taoo effortlessly slices through an undead creature, no longer flinching. Her friend notices the change. Now, not bad. Were you always able to beat them that easily? Are you not scared anymore? Taoo pauses, considering the question. Now that you mention it, oh, I get it now. A flashback of Gregory's terrifying presence fills her mind. Yeah, compared to the living dead, Gregorio was way scarier. She turns, her eyes filled with a new resolve. Well, whatever, I'll just use everything as fuel to grow stronger. This time, too, it was a good lesson. She clenches her fist, a new understanding dawning on her. Justice without power is meaningless, huh? Her party begins to move on, leaving the town behind. A holy hero doesn't have time to stand still, but no matter how far ahead I go. Taoo looks back one last time in the direction of the church, a determined smile on her face. I'm sure Spika will catch up, I truly believe that. Someday we'll walk together again. Aries leans forward, his silver hair framing a skeptical expression. Stefan Baronid, just to confirm, what exactly can you do? The girl, Stefan, hesitates for a moment before her face lights up with boundless, naive energy. Please call me Stay, she beams, cleaning, laundry, and leave the cooking to me. As she raises her hand in a salute, her feet betray her and she immediately begins to topple over. Aries' mind flashes back to the moment she arrived. I should have realized it back then, he thinks, recalling the two attendants who brought her. They left as if they were fleeing for their lives. His internal monologue continues as he watches her fall. A person who trips just standing still won't be any help in defeating the Demon King. The memory fades and the present disaster solidifies his decision. He sighs into his communication device, his voice laced with exhaustion. Sorry, but we'll have to return. Stay, right? The scene pulls back, revealing Aries on a call with the long-haired Cleo while Amelia stands by. Cleo's voice comes through, smooth and guilt-inducing. Aries, Stay is a pitiful girl, you know, but Aries isn't having it. Sorry, but that's not what I want to hear right now. His mind drifts to the conversation that started this mess. He'd asked Cleo for support for the Golem Valley mission. Cleo's response was grim. If it's all the way to Golem Valley, then right now, only Gregorio is available. The image of the smug, uncooperative Gregorio was enough to make Aries desperate. On the call, Cleo continues his defense. It's true, you requested additional personnel. I tried to stop it, but you were the one who insisted on sending Stefan. Just then, a loud ouch from the floor reminds Aries that the problem is very much still present. Aries' eyes narrow in frustration. Cleo had warned him she was slightly problematic. It was unexpected, he thinks, that the slightly problematic part would be this bad. He recalls another incident. They were walking through a crowded town square. One moment she was there, the next, gone. Hey, where's Stefan? Someone asked. Aries grits his teeth. She can't even manage to just follow someone through town. I didn't expect her to be that hopeless. One of his subordinates panics, her face a mask of shock. No, that's not it. She should have been following you, senpai, but somehow she disappeared without me noticing. Aries' voice is cold and sharp, cutting through the panic as he glares at the subordinate. The one who disappeared wasn't Amalia, it was you idiot. Back on the call, Cleo's smug voice breaks through his thoughts. Oh, and where did Stefan end up? Aries recounts the absurd conclusion to the search. She was about to fall off a cliff on the outskirts of town, even though it's a dangerous spot with a safety railing. For some reason, she was just wandering outside the railing. He pinches the bridge of his nose, the headache returning. Whatever, the details don't matter, even Amelia's at her wit's end. I just want to return Stefan. But Cleo doesn't relent. Instead, he lays on the praise thick. I hold you in high regard, Aries. Despite every disadvantage you've faced, you've completed every mission. I expect the same of you this time. The pressure is immense. Aries hangs his head, a single tear of pure stress rolling down his cheek. Lately, my stress levels have been awful. I might start going gray. Cleo lets out a chuckle, finding the situation hilarious. Your hair's already white, isn't it? Aries looks up, his expression deadpan. My hair is silver, thank you. He finally ends the call, his gaze falling upon Stefan, who is sitting on the floor with her legs splayed wide, completely oblivious. Damn it, he cut the call one-sidedly again, Aries mutters before sighing. She lacks modesty not just as a priest but as a person. Amelia, standing nearby, explains with a tired expression. It's not like I want to dress her like that, but unless the skirt is that short, she trips over the hem and falls. She gestures towards the clumsy priestess. You saw what happened earlier, right? Aries nods grimly. Yeah. He elaborates, his voice filled with disbelief. She didn't slip and she didn't trip on the hem, she just suddenly collapsed. Amelia confirms she really did. Amelia finally turns on Aries, her patience worn thin. There are a lot of things I should say, but first, you're too spoiled, Aries. He bristles at the accusation, but she presses on, listing her own merits. I have vast magical knowledge, I'm a high-level white mage, I'm kind, cute, and completely devoted to you. So what part of me, Amelia-chan, is lacking? She leans in, her eyes sharp, delivering the final blow. What made you go and try to add a new member without asking me? Aries is left speechless. Seeing him cornered, Amelia sighs and changes tactics. Well, let's set that aside for now. Let's say you hadn't become an inquisitor, and imagine you were just going to a normal school, okay? Aries' mind begins to wander, creating the scenario. Amelia narrates his thoughts. You've got the potential to rise to the top. Your looks are fine. You'd be great at both academics and sports. She continues, her tone analytical. With specs that high, people are naturally drawn to you, though whether you could actually blend in with your classmates is a bit questionable. In his mind's eye, Aries stands in a school hallway, surrounded by faceless students. Amelia is there, as are others. Like cute Amelia-chan, kind Amelia-chan, or smart Amelia-chan. Her voice continues over the imagined scene, and then there's that one among them. They seem competent at first glance. Suddenly, a hyper-energetic schoolgirl version of Stefan pops up, waving frantically. Senpai, senpai. Amelia's voice describes the type perfectly. Polite, friendly, good-looking, like someone straight out of a romance novel, with that one fatal character trait. And right on cue, the imagined Stefan trips over thin air, crashing to the ground with a loud kaya. Aries' mind supplies the label, a clumsy cutie. This is how he's trying to rationalize the situation. The fantasy shatters. Back in reality, Amelia stares at him, completely baffled by his sudden zoning out. Her thought bubble is blunt. What the hell is he talking about? Aries shakes his head, dismissing his own ridiculous tangent. Whatever, first, we need to figure out the best setup with this team. He turns his full attention to the source of his problems, his gaze intense. Let me ask again, Stefan, what can you do? Stefan puts a finger to her chin, genuinely pondering the question as if she's never been asked before. Let's see. Aries prompts her, trying to get a baseline. All the standards, up to intermediate level, right? She brightens instantly, a huge smile on her face. I can use all the standard holy arts. If anyone gets injured, leave it to me. Then she puffs out her chest with pride and drops a bombshell. Nope, I can use high-level ones too. I'm currently level 72. Aries' jaw drops, his brain short-circuits for a second. What? He immediately whirls on Amelia, needing a point of reference. Amelia, what's your level? She answers calmly, I'm level 55. The numbers don't add up. She's 17 levels higher than you, he asks, a hint of hope in his voice, but Amelia crushes it instantly. I understand what you're getting at, Aries-san, I do, but it's impossible. Aries is completely lost now. Why? Amelia's expression becomes serious as she explains the harsh truth. Stay's level is high because if it wasn't raised that much, it was judged she wouldn't survive. Her level isn't a measure of power, it's a life support system. She looks him dead in the eye, delivering the final verdict. Aries-san, you need to abandon all expectations when it comes to Stay, don't get ideas just because her stats look good. Aries leans back, processing the awful reality. Still, he tries to find a solution. That said, it's true we're short on manpower, what if we send her to Taoo's party? Amelia stares at him, aghast. Aries-san, are you trying to destroy the hero's party? Realizing how insane that sounded, Aries immediately gives up. Forget it. He lets out a long, defeated sigh. There's only one option left. Amelia, I'm officially leaving Stefan to you. Amelia accepts her fate, but not without a price. You owe me one, treat me to a drink next time. Before Aries can agree, Stefan leaps into the frame, full of energy. Wow, senpai, me too. She throws her arms up in celebration. I want a drink too, I can really hold my liquor, Aries-san. Amelia's composure finally snaps. She closes her eyes, a vein pulsing on her temple, and utters a single, strained word. Stay. Then she barks the command hidden in the nickname. Stay. Like a trained dog, Stefan freezes mid-cheer, her body rigid. Why yes, sir. The bizarre scene finally makes sense to Aries. Wait, don't tell me Stefan's nickname, Stay, is actually just Stay. He shakes his head, deciding it's a problem for another day. Whatever, I'll focus on planning Taoo's level-up strategy. With the immediate chaos handled, Aries shifts his focus to the mission at hand, his mind already moving pieces on a battlefield. Amelia, go talk to Gresa, call her over. The scene shifts as a new plan begins to form. The scene shifts, focusing on Taoo's party as they step into a new, imposing zone. They stand dwarfed by colossal, crumbling stone archways. So this is Golem Valley, the first town, Taoo remarks, his voice echoing slightly in the vast, rocky canyon. One of the girls looks on with a serious expression, surveying the dangerous terrain. Even within the great nation of Lux, she explains, this area is infamous for its extreme difficulty. Taoo's gaze hardens as he recalls their near-fatal encounter with Gregorio. For us right now, grinding levels is the top priority. If a monster as strong as Gregorio shows up, we won't be able to handle it as we are. We need to train until we reach level 30 where our resistance improves. The mood lightens slightly as the team rallies. The golems here have high presence levels, so we should level up quickly. Another girl adds with a confident smile. Taoo agrees, yeah, let's do our best so we don't lose to Spya. As they venture deeper, the unique environment captures their attention. By the way, Taoo muses, looking at the monolithic structures, are all the buildings here made of stone? It feels kind of foreign, doesn't it? Remise, the party's magic user, provides an answer, her expression a little weary. They're probably shaping it with earth elemental spirit magic. Taoo ponders this. I wonder how they even build with it. The other girl shrugs, offering a simple explanation. It's just the nature of this land, there's nothing but rock around here. But as they walk, Taoo notices something is off. He turns to Remise, who looks pale and drained. Remise, are you feeling a bit tired? He asks with concern. Remise closes her eyes, a faint grimace on her face. Around here, there are a lot of earth spirits. She struggles to keep her composure, her voice barely a whisper. Just a little. My body feels heavy. The sheer concentration of elemental energy is overwhelming her, a phenomenon known as spirit intoxication. The party immediately shows concern. I see. Among all of us, Remise has the lowest level. Taoo makes a decision. Let's get to the inn quickly and rest. Suddenly, Gresa stops dead in her tracks, a scowl on her face. Taoo turns back, noticing she's fallen behind. Gresa, is something wrong? He looks at her, confused by her sudden halt. Gresa's eyes narrow, avoiding his gaze. No, nothing, she mutters dismissively. I'm just going for a walk. Taoo points toward a nearby building. Huh, the inn is this building, you know, he calls out as she turns away. Make sure you're back before it gets dark, but Gresa is already walking off into the alleyways. She hasn't taken more than a few steps when a voice cuts through the air. Hey, Gresa, a group of hooded figures block her path and she flinches, clearly annoyed. The lead figure pulls back his hood slightly, a smug grin on his face. Over here, he calls out cheerfully, as if greeting an old friend. Gresa's face contorts with disgust and irritation. She clicks her tongue, sweat beading on her brow. This is the last person she wanted to see. The man's grin widens, his eyes glinting with amusement as he recalls a previous, more violent encounter. Looks like the fear from that time still lingers, he thinks to himself, makes things simpler. He changes his tone to one of mock concern. Are you hungry? Gresa averts her eyes, trying to deny it. And no, but he presses on, really, I've heard you're always begging Taoo for food. With a flourish he produces a handful of sizzling meat skewers, the aroma filling the narrow alley. Well, it's fine, it's only natural, there should be a reward for work after all. He presents the feast to her. These skewers are from that food stall over there, they look good, right? So how many do you want? Gresa, unable to resist, mutters her answer, 10 sticks. The man's smile is predatory. All right, he says, handing them over. In a flash, Gresa snatches the skewers and begins devouring them with inhuman speed, the world around her fading away. The sound of her ravenous eating echoes in the alley as she finishes the last bite. She looks up holding the now empty skewer. The hooded man looms over her, his smile never wavering. I've eaten all 10, he nods slowly. I see, were they good? Suddenly the empty skewer is snatched from her hand and thrust right in front of her eyes, stopping just short of her face. The sharp point glints menacingly. Gresa freezes, her eyes wide with terror. The man's voice drops, losing all its previous warmth. Gresa, that just now was your payment. Gresa stares at the skewer, the man's words sinking in. Payment, she whispers, a cold dread washing over her. He clarifies, his eyes hidden in the shadow of his hood. Yes, payment for the work you've done so far, and also an advance payment for the work to come. In other words, it's upfront. His internal monologue reveals his cold, calculating logic. Gresa may look human, but she's not one. Expecting her to act of her own will is the wrong approach. He flashes back to the battle against Gregorio, where Taoo lay defeated and Gresa did nothing. Gresa didn't do anything, there's no point blaming her, but battles will only get fiercer from here. He continues his assessment. Taoo and the others are still weak. In emergencies like that, the only one who can act is Gresa. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face. The way things are now, it's dangerous, but I'm not about to lecture a beast on common sense. His eyes narrow with grim purpose. Fortunately, I know how to negotiate in situations like this. Up to now, you've been working without pay. Of course, saving your life back then was an irreplaceable reward, but that alone isn't enough, right? He leans in, his voice a low accusation. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sending me messages like I'm hungry during our regular check-ins. Gresa flinches, unable to deny it. The man's logic is a steel trap closing around her. That's why I gave you this reward, and you accepted it. His eyes glint with menace as he delivers the final part of the contract. Which means, from the next job onward, you must deliver results worthy of that reward. The full weight of her situation crashes down on Gresa. She's been tricked, trapped by her own hunger. He holds up the bundle of empty skewers. Gresa, look at this. This is what's left of the advance payment you received. As it is, it's just trash, but I don't waste anything, not even trash. He lowers his voice, a sinister edge to his words. Do you know what I'm going to use it for? A chilling smile spreads across his face. Too bad, you need to know, Gresa, this skewer is punishment. Gresa's face is pale with fear. I'd rather not know, she whimpers. But he ignores her plea, his voice booming with authority. I gave you compensation for your work. Since you've accepted it, you now bear responsibility for the outcome. His eye is a vortex of cold fury. If you fail to meet my expectations, I will stab you with this skewer, one stick at a time. The threat is so vivid, so real, that Gresa's body locks up in pure, unadulterated terror. She can almost feel the sharp points piercing her skin. The man sees her trembling form and nods. Seems like you understand now. He straightens up, his tone becoming businesslike once more. Now then, let's get to the main topic. Gresa, still shaking, can only manage a tiny, terrified response. Why, yes. He smirks, but before that, one more thing from your generous friend here. I've got a small gift for you. Gresa looks up, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. A gift, after all that. Back at the inn, the party is startled by Gresa's return. She's carrying something massive over her shoulder. What is that? Taoo stares, completely bewildered by the sight. Gresa, what happened? Where did you get that? Gresa stands before them, hefting a colossal warhammer that seems impossibly large for her small frame. Her expression is no longer annoyed or scared, but filled with a grim, chilling resolve. I received it, from a kind person, she says flatly. Then she makes a declaration that sends a shiver down their spines. I will fight too. From a high vantage point, Aries and his companions, Amelia and Stefan, watch the hero's party. His voice is low and calculating. Tao's target level in Golem Valley is 60. Amelia notes the difficulty. That's more than double our current levels. But Aries is firm. Yeah, there's no place in Lux with better leveling efficiency than here. Stefan, ever curious, asks, what's the recommended max level you can grind to here? Aries' gaze remains fixed on the battle below. Getting to 60 won't take that long. If you push it, you might even reach 65. As he speaks, the scene flashes to Tao's party, already locked in a desperate struggle against floating stone orbs. Aries' thoughts drift, painting a grim picture of the landscape. The Valley of Magic Dolls, he muses, a rugged canyon ruled by golems, ancient weapons that know no fear. This is one of the most dangerous zones in all of Lux. But for the holy hero Taoo, who must defeat the Demon King, it's a trial he cannot afford to avoid. The so-called ball golems swarm from the cliffs, moving with unnatural speed. Taoo is immediately on the defensive, his sword clashing against stone, sparks flying as he desperately parries their relentless assault. His companion, a fierce swordswoman, grits her teeth, her blade a blur as she intercepts another golem mid-air. With a powerful swing, she smashes one of the stone attackers to pieces, the impact echoing through the canyon. But for every one they destroy, 2 more take its place. The party is clearly overwhelmed, their formation starting to break under the sheer pressure of the enemy numbers. They fight back to back, a desperate dance of steel against stone, but they're losing ground with every passing second. In the chaos, the swordswoman overextends. A golem slips past her guard, closing in for a devastating blow. A single word escapes her lips in a gasp of pure panic: crap. Seeing her in mortal danger, Taoo screams out her name, his voice raw with terror, Arya. But before the golem can connect, a blast of magic erupts from the side, engulfing the creature in a brilliant explosion. The party's mage, Remiz, stands calmly amidst the chaos, her spell having saved Arya in the nick of time. Arya stands frozen for a moment, the smoking remains of the golem before her, her own blade still raised. She turns to the mage, her face breaking into a relieved smile. Remiz, you saved me. Watching from afar, Stefan claps her hands together. Oh, they took it down, as expected of the Holy Heroes party. But Aries and Amelia share a look of deep concern. They see the truth of the situation. Amelia breaks the silence. This isn't looking good. Aries elaborates, his tone grim. Ball golems are small fry and they usually come in much larger swarms. If they're struggling this much with just these, surviving in Golem Valley will be very difficult. Stefan tries to find a silver lining. Still better than back at the Grand Mausoleum when he was too scared of the undead to move, but Aries knows that's not enough. Just then Stefan shields her eyes, pointing down into the valley. Looks like Taoo and the others are heading back. Aries turns away, his decision made. All right, we're heading back to town. It's time for Plan B. Following a tip, Taoo's party finds themselves before a solitary church. So this is the place, the church sent word. Apparently it's a training ground for newcomers. Taoo looks at the imposing structure. They're supposed to teach you how to fight golems here. Arya nods in agreement. Might as well ask them for help, right? Remiz's magic was effective, but we can't rely on her alone. Taoo's eyes narrow with determination. Leveling up is urgent, but the golems here are far stronger than the undead. He clenches his fist. We might need to change tactics compared to how we fought in the mausoleum. With their minds made up, they step inside. The moment they enter, they are stopped in their tracks. A man of impossible size stands before them, his sheer presence filling the entire room. The party can only stare, speechless. He's a mountain of muscle towering over them like a giant. Arya whispers what everyone is thinking, he's huge. Remiz, her voice trembling slightly, hazards a guess based on old legends. Datan Ogrekin. The giant's expression darkens at the word, and he opens his mouth to speak. But before he can, a calm, elderly voice cuts through the tension. Heh, don't mind her. An old woman steps out from behind him. That daughter of Fredia is just a little uneducated, that's all. Remiz flinches, her eyes wide with shock and embarrassment at being called out so bluntly. The old woman begins to explain, Ogrekin are a type of monster. They resemble humans, but their overwhelming bloodlust and cruelty made them one of the most terrifying monsters in this world. However, she continues, her voice softening, among the Ogrekin, a rare few had stronger reason than rage. They chose to live alongside the weak. The giant man finally speaks, his voice a low rumble. It's an old tale. Their descendants who lived among humans are now known as the Giantkin, so I suggest you stop calling us Ogrekin. Remiz quickly bows her head. Sorry, I didn't know. He gives a slight nod, his expression unreadable. I'm Ul's Belt. It's an honor to meet you, holy hero. Taoo, still processing everything, manages a simple, yes. The old woman smiles. Ulz is a brave warrior of Giantkin descent. He used to be a mercenary, but now he works here as a priest. He volunteered specifically to help train the holy hero today. Taoo looks from the giant to the woman who seems to be in charge. And you are. Ulz gestures respectfully. This is Madame Karina. The name clicks instantly. The party gasps in recognition. Madame Karina, she's the most famous figure in all of Golem Valley, a place full of legend. Karina's eyes, sharp and intelligent, assess them critically. So you're the holy heroes, huh? I've heard the stories. Sounds like you've been making waves all over without even having a priest. From the church's point of view, that's a bit troubling, she states plainly. The request for this training came from us. She leans forward, her gaze piercing. We want you here to become the strongest in the world. Taoo is taken aback by the sheer weight of her words. The strongest in the world. Madame Karina lets out a dry laugh. Kidding, of course. Right now, you're still weak. At the very least, you need to be able to handle golems with ease, and that's inconvenient for us too. She turns to the giant. All right then, Ulz, get ready. Ulz nods. Understood, Madame. Karina addresses the party. First, we'll see what you're currently capable of. Taoo and Arya brace themselves. They're led to an outdoor training yard. The four heroes stand on one side, facing the lone, imposing figure of Ul's belt. Ulz tosses a heavy blade to Taoo. Ah, and no using the holy sword during training, use this. Taoo catches the weapon, testing its balance. A long sword, made of steel. I think it's a bit heavier than the holy sword I'm used to. Karina lays out the rules. No killing allowed, if you lose consciousness you lose, you kids can go all out if you want. Is 1 versus 4 really okay? Taoo asks, unsure. She smirks, arms crossed, but at your level 1 versus 4 sounds about right. The jab stings, a clear challenge to their pride. Ignoring the insult, Taoo steps forward. Would it be alright if I tried it alone first? Karina's smirk widens into a grin. Heh heh, of course. A hero ought to have at least that much reckless courage, go ahead. She calls out to her champion. Ulz, don't forget, go easy on the kid, don't kill him. The kid doesn't even know how to properly control their power yet. Ulz simply replies, understood, madame. But Ulz's eyes narrow, a flicker of memory behind them. I'm not the same as I was back then, he thinks to himself. He faces Taoo, his aura immense. Come, holy hero, my level is 65, don't hold back. With a sharp look, Madame Karina's voice cracks like a whip across the courtyard. Then begin. With a deafening roar, Ulz charges. The ground trembles under his feet. Taoo braces for impact, his expression a mask of pure focus against an overwhelming foe. Meanwhile, inside the church's library, the sounds of battle echo. Aries, Amelia, and Stefan stand amongst the bookshelves. Stefan looks towards the noise. So this is Plan B, huh? Aries is speaking with Madame Karina, who has joined them. They're clearly old acquaintances. Thanks for helping the holy hero with his level-up training, madame, she smiles warmly. Glad you came, Aries. Karina gestures towards Amelia and Stefan. Are those your current companions? Aries confirms, yeah. He introduces them formally, Amelia Norman and Stefan Baronid. Karina lets out a chuckle. Heh heh, going on missions with 2 women, huh? You've come up in the world, haven't you? Aries smirks back. Yeah, I'm really in no position to be calling Taoo a womanizer. Amelia steps forward and gives a polite bow. Madame Karina, I'm Amelia Norman, I've heard much about you. Karina nods knowingly. Ah yes, I've heard about you from the Holy Taint Lord, please look after that child. Aries adds, even with a high level, there are things he just can't handle alone. Amelia finishes his thought. That's exactly what I'm here for. Seeing her chance, Stefan's eyes light up. Looks like it's my turn next. With a cheerful hello, she bounces forward to introduce herself, and immediately trips, face planting spectacularly right at Madame Karina's feet. She looks up from the floor, her face a perfect picture of shock and humiliation. Ah. Madame Karina simply stares down at the clumsy girl, her expression completely deadpan. Scrambling up, Stefan tries to salvage the introduction. I'm Stefan. Suddenly, Karina's expression shifts to one of fond recognition. Stay, you really haven't changed a bit. Aries looks between them, stunned. Madame, no way, you two know each other. Karina pats the girl's head. Aries, this child is, she's the daughter of someone you know, Baronid. Stefan, flustered, corrects her. Aries-san, it's Baronid. Amelia, who clearly knew all along, clarifies for Aries. Stay is the daughter of none other than Sylvester Baronid. Didn't Lord Cleo tell you? The name hits Aries like a lightning bolt. Sylvester, as in, Sylvester Baronid, one of the cardinals of the Holy Church of Asgreed, Stefan beams, striking a pose. I'm his daughter, the bombshell drops, revealing the unassuming girl is the daughter of one of the most powerful men in the world. Amelia watches from the sidelines, her expression thoughtful. Honestly, she thinks to herself, it's not like I dislike Stefan Baronid, she's sociable and easy to get along with. Her mind drifts to a memory of Stefan in the courtyard, full of boundless energy. Her cheerfulness, it's something I could learn from, she has qualities that I don't. The memory sharpens, taking her back to a conversation with Cleo. Even so, Amelia had pressed, her brow furrowed with concern, Aries made some very specific, unreasonable requests. Why would the church choose someone like her for a mission to defeat the Demon King? Amelia's voice was sharp, accusatory. Lord Cleo, are you trying to get Stefan killed? But Cleo's gaze was steady, unwavering. She won't die, he stated simply. Stay is highly capable and high-leveled. He turned, his back to her as he looked out the window. Her holy arts are strong, powerful enough for advanced spells like communication magic. You won't find many with her talent across the entire church. A hint of a smirk played on his lips. She's definitely eccentric, yes. I did give a warning before assigning her. Amelia remembered watching Aries and Stefan from a distance, a clear mismatch in her eyes. But as far as I know, she had argued, there's no one more unsuitable to support Aries than Stefan. Cleo's smile widened, a knowing, almost secretive look in his eyes. Besides, you may not know this, but Stay has something Aries needs. He closed his eyes, offering a final, cryptic blessing. Amelia, may the god of order watch over you. The memory fades and Amelia is left with Cleo's words echoing in her mind. Something he needs, like the ability to completely wreck the mood, she mutters, still unconvinced. She's also got plenty he doesn't need. Meanwhile, Aries' own thoughts are on Stefan Baronid, daughter of the influential Cardinal Sylvester Baronid, a name that carries immense weight within the church. Sylvester Baronid, a former merchant from Lux who defied all odds, climbing the ranks to become one of only 5 cardinals in the entire Asgreed church. Aries contemplates the power structure. If my superior, Cleo Amen, is in charge of the church's combat forces, then Sylvester's role is managing its finances. He was the money, the power behind the throne. The grand architecture of the church flashes in his mind. A former merchant's financial genius was exactly what an organization full of pious but impractical people needed to stabilize and thrive. And that's what made Stefan's presence so baffling. As a cardinal's daughter, her life is worth more than Arya's or Remy's, Aries mused. There's no way she should be on a mission to slay the Demon King. The scene shifts to a cluttered room where Aries stands before Madame Karina. She chuckles warmly. Heh heh. Aries, you never seem to catch a break, do you? Aries sighs, exasperated. What the hell is going on? He cuts to the chase, his tone serious. Anyway, changing the subject, Madame, Karina meets his gaze. What is it? I'm short on holy silver for use as a barrier medium, Aries explains. Can you help me out somehow? Karina produces a small, metallic object, a sample from a weapons merchant. Aries takes it, his eyes narrowing. Wait, is this a bullet? He examines it closely. I just need a holy medium for the barrier, so anything made of it should work, but is there even a gun that can fire this? Beats me, Karina admits with a shrug. Aries continues his thought process aloud. Holy silver is extremely effective against demons and also extremely rare. Mass-producing ammo would be impossible. Amelia chimes in, especially now with the Demon King's forces invading, holy silver is the most expensive metal per gram. Maybe it was just made for fun. Aries' expression darkens as a flashback hits him, the chaotic battle at Zarpen. I used to use holy silver knives as barrier mediums. I had spares but lost 4 during that fight. He lays out his remaining tools. The barrier requires 4 mediums. I only have my mace and 2 knives left now. This bullet makes exactly 4. He looks up, a grim acceptance on his face. I'll be unarmed while the barrier is active, but it's enough to get by until the church sends replacements. Karina senses he's not done. Do you need anything else? Aries' eyes scan the room. Let's see, got any tough demon hide lying around? The request catches her off guard. Demon hide, what for? Aries' explanation is bizarrely simple. Wrap it around the mace, pull, and swing it around. Karina just stares. What the hell are you talking about? Ignoring her confusion, Aries holds up the bullet. Madame, I'd like to borrow this holy silver bullet. Sure, take it, she replies, still bewildered. Stefan, who had been quiet until now, suddenly lights up. Aries-san, you need holy silver. Yeah, Aries confirms. I already submitted a request to the church, but it's rare, so it'll take time. Stefan fidgets with the collar of her robes, an idea forming. With a brilliant smile, she plucks a small, bell-shaped charm from her uniform. Here, I'll give you mine, Aries-san. Aries stares at the tiny object she holds out, completely baffled. What? He takes the charm, feeling its weight and inspecting the faint cross etched into its surface. A bead of sweat forms on his temple as realization dawns. Jits, mithril. Amelia looks on, just as confused as Aries was a moment ago. Ha. Stefan beams with pride. My robes, they're custom-made, you know, senpai. Aries turns to Amelia, his mind racing. Amelia, did you know her gear was made of mithril? No, Amelia admits, looking at Stefan's surprisingly expensive attire. I knew it was custom-made, but... Suddenly, Cleo's knowing smile flashes in her memory. His words about Stefan having something Aries needs click into place. Don't tell me, that's what he meant. Aries snaps her out of it, his voice sharp and commanding. Amelia, strip her. Both girls are stunned into silence. Huh. He turns to Stefan, his expression deadly serious. Stefan Baronid, I'm giving you a mission only you can fulfill. Stefan looks up at him, startled. What is it? She smiles nervously, a hint of a blush on her cheeks. If you do that, I won't have anything left to wear, you know. Aries leans in, his voice a low whisper. Ask your father, the cardinal, for spare cleric robes. Stefan's eyes go wide with surprise. My dad, Aries confirms, that's right, your dad. A wicked grin spreads across Aries' face. Make it 3 sets, Stefan, still processing, meekly agrees. I guess that's fine. Aries can barely contain his glee, his face contorting into a demonic mask of avarice. He, as expected of a rich merchant, man's loaded. Once the robes arrive, we'll strip her and take the mithril. Amelia and Madame Karina stare in utter disbelief. Whoa, Karina mutters. Amelia is horrified. Aries-san, are you some kind of demon? The scene cuts abruptly to the dusty, sun-bleached training yard, the tension from the previous scene replaced by the quiet aftermath of a fight. With a blur of motion, sends Taoo flying. She hits the stone wall hard, defeated. Tao's eyes are wide with shock and pain, the reality of her loss sinking in. Stands over her, his expression stern. He had blocked her attack with ease, overpowering her completely. The other girls watch from the side, their faces a mixture of concern and awe at Ulz's raw power. Taoo struggles to get up, but the fight has been knocked out of her. Ulz looks down at her, his voice booming. Holy hero, you don't understand yourself. The reason you're lying on the ground right now is because you don't understand what a level 29 pure human can do. From the ground, Taoo asks weakly, so, you're saying I lack technique? Ulz's gaze softens slightly. No, holy hero, it's the opposite. Taoo looks up confused. Opposite. He clenches his fist, emphasizing his point. You must know yourself, holy hero. You still don't realize what you're capable of or even what you've already learned to do, and the only way to grasp it is through real battle. His lesson delivered, Ulz scans the onlookers. All right, who's next for training? A small hand raises from the group. To everyone's shock, it's Gresa. I'll do it, she says quietly. Taoo can't believe it. Gresa. Gresa steps forward and with a grunt lifts a warhammer easily twice her size. She slams it into the ground, cracking the stone with its sheer weight. She stands ready, the massive weapon held before her as if it weighs nothing. Dust and debris swirl around her, her small frame radiating an immense, unbelievable power. Ulz's eyes narrow, his instincts screaming. He senses the truth immediately. You're not human, are you? Gresa doesn't answer, her gaze fixed and intense. Ulz accepts the challenge. Very well, come at me whenever you're ready. Gresa's mind flashes back to her home in the great forest. A body larger than anyone's and strength greater than all others. Few dared to oppose me and I lived in peace. But now, that means nothing. Her expression hardens with resolve. Back when I lived in the great forest, I had no enemies. She sizes up her new opponent, an extraordinary physique and a strong will to fight. This is the challenge she's been waiting for. However, an image of Aries sitting with an aura of terrifying power invades her thoughts. I'm nothing compared to that insane priest. The memory fills her with a primal fear. That one's on another level, I could never win. She grips her hammer, channeling that fear into determination. So at the very least. With a ferocious roar, Gresa launches herself into the air, raising the colossal hammer above her head to bring it crashing down on Ulz. At least, I just hope my efforts can be understood. In the heart of Golem Valley, a strange energy washes over the party. For Remiz, it's overwhelming. Her world dissolves into a roaring inferno of spiritual power. Her eyes go wide and unfocused, her senses completely overloaded. She's adrift in a sea of raw, untamed magic. The world around her seems to crack and shatter like glass, the sheer density of the earth spirits pressing in from all sides. She stands frozen, a blank expression on her face, completely disconnected from her surroundings. Arya and Taoo are the first to notice something is wrong. Remiz has stopped dead in her tracks, her posture rigid. Arya steps closer, her brow furrowed with concern. What's wrong, Remiz? She asks gently. Remiz barely registers the question, her voice a faint whisper. She struggles to form a coherent thought. Taoo rushes to her side. Are you okay, Remiz? Remiz finally manages to find her voice, her eyes still distant. Yes, I see, I'm intoxicated. Taoo looks back, confused. Intoxicated. Remiz slowly begins to explain, her words measured. As spirit magicians, people like us have a strong affinity with spirits. She gestures to the oppressive stone walls of the valley, and the earth spirits that fill Golem Valley. My body reacted too strongly to them, that's the cause. Arya nods in understanding. That's what they call spirit intoxication, right? Remiz confirms with a simple yeah. Arya elaborates for the group. Normally, spirits of your own attribute act as a buffer, so it's something that wouldn't happen to a full-fledged spirit mage contracted with all elements. Remiz looks down, a hint of frustration in her eyes. I'm only contracted with fire spirits. I've experienced this a few times before. As if on cue, her tiny fire spirit, Garnet, lets out an agitated hiss, uncomfortable in the dense earth-aspected territory. Remiz gently chides her familiar. Garnet, don't growl too much. This is a place where earth spirits dwell. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoes through the valley, cutting their conversation short. A figure is sent flying through the air. Tao's eyes widen in alarm as she recognizes the familiar silhouette. Gresa. Gresa hurtles backward, the sheer force of the blow undeniable. She had been locked in an intense training duel with the colossal warrior, Ulz. With a single, effortless punch, he completely shattered her defense, sending her flying. Ulz's massive fist stops just short of her face, a demonstration of overwhelming power and perfect control. Elsewhere in a quiet study, Aries gets a report from the man himself. So Aries asks, his voice cold and analytical, how's the Holy Heroes party doing? Ulz, the grizzled veteran, gives his assessment of Taoo. He has talent. He then turns the question back on the strategist, his gaze sharp. Aries, if you were level 29, do you think you could beat me? Aries doesn't answer immediately. He knows Ulz is probing for something deeper. His mind flashes back to Tao's duel. Did he lose? Aries finally responds, his tone dismissive. But Taoo isn't me. He's a hero. Don't lump me in with someone blessed by the 8 spirits and the 3 gods. Ulz nods, understanding the distinction. Exactly. The holy hero is not you. He seems to value fighting fair and square. Aries scoffs internally. Fair and square, huh? He considers the political angle. That's an admirable trait. The public would have a hard time accepting a cowardly hero, after all. At least the church won't need to manipulate the narrative then. Aries concedes the point, but with a condition. Assuming, of course, that he can win, Ulz is confident. His potential is substantial if he's trained properly. He'll become strong, Ulz finishes, his belief in Taoo's potential unwavering. Aries remains silent, his sharp eyes betraying a mind already calculating a dozen different scenarios and outcomes. Ulz lays out the plan for Taoo's party. I'll cooperate as long as I'm here, but once the essentials are taught, he should focus on leveling up. Aries agrees. Yeah, that helps. Even if he trains, there's only so much a level 29 can do. He then pivots, by the way. Ulz raises an eyebrow, waiting for the question. That one Gresa, was it? Aries asks directly, who in the party looks the most promising? The answer surprises him. Ulz had singled out Gresa. Aries is taken aback. I forgot to mention, she's only there for internal intel gathering. You don't need to train her. Aries lets out a quiet sigh, a bead of sweat on his temple. His carefully laid plans were already being complicated. Things never go as planned. Back in the rocky expanse of Golem Valley, the training regimen continues. Taoo and his party are on high alert as the ground begins to tremble. He draws his sword, his senses sharp. It's here. Ramiz looks worried. Taoo's focus is absolute. My level hasn't increased yet, he thinks. But as the stone golems rise from the earth, something has clearly changed. But maybe it's thanks to the training. I can see their movements now. The world seems to slow down around him. Before he was overwhelmed. Now he moves with purpose, his blade a blur of motion, shattering the stone monsters with precise, efficient strikes. Ramiz watches in awe from a safe distance. You're taking them down a lot more easily now. Taoo allows himself a small, confident smirk. Well, I am using a holy sword, even I'm a little surprised. At this rate, I might be able to grind levels here. He reflects on the brutal training under Ulz. The training's been harsh and losing over and over was frustrating, but watching the golem crumble into dust, he finishes his thought with a newfound appreciation. Now I'm just grateful for it. Ramiz watches him, a mix of admiration and anxiety on her face. Now, even when she stumbles, she grows a lot each time, and yet, what about me? Her expression hardens with determination. I have to get stronger too, or else I'll be left behind. An idea sparks in her mind. Hey now, didn't they say we're supposed to return for the next training once we hit level 30? Taoo confirms. Yeah, that's right. Ramiz lays out her strategy. So I was thinking of traveling between our current base, the first town, and the valley where golems frequently appear. And then heading to the second town, if we go back and forth like that. Arya immediately grasps the logic. I see. We'll get in lots of fights and gain levels efficiently. Ramiz nods, determined. We'll hit level 30 along the way. Meanwhile, Aries' team monitors their progress. One of his subordinates reports they are. Aries finishes the thought, his eyes narrowed. Things are going smoothly. But this piece puts him on edge. Ray checked all the rumors about the towns in Golem Valley and looked into every possible abnormality, but found nothing at all. His subordinate is confused. Aries' voice is grim, that's impossible. He stares out at the seemingly peaceful town. Every report we've received says the same thing, no abnormalities, it's peaceful, almost too peaceful. Aries clenches his fist. This isn't a blessing, it's the calm before the storm. Can that really be true? That's insane. Amelia, ever the optimist, smiles. Isn't that a good thing? Another companion agrees. There probably won't be anything in particular, right? Besides, it sounds like Spyka's still alive for now. Aries isn't convinced. He turns to Amelia. Amelia, where is Gregorio right now? Any sign he's coming this way? She shakes her head. He's reportedly still in Pirith. Aries' mind races. Taoo's party is leveling up steadily, and nothing else seems off either. Then where's the problem going to come from? He turns to his team, his voice sharp with urgency. No, we can't lower our guard just yet. Think back on everything that's happened, Aries' crown. It's gotta be another plan that hits us the moment we let our guard down. His companions exchange worried glances. Aries-san, are you sure you're not exhausted? Maybe you should take a short break. Yeah, seriously, Aries-san, you're overworking yourself. But Aries is lost in his dark premonitions, envisioning the worst-case scenario. No, not yet. Something's bound to happen. Something we can't predict. Taoo's death, but what will it be? He shakes his head, trying to ground himself. No, wait, that's probably not it. Judging from past incidents, it'll be something I'll prevent, something stranger, something weird. He turns to Amelia with an order. For now, we'll keep monitoring Taoo and the others until everyone hits level 30 at least. Amelia, I want you to scout ahead and investigate the next town. Amelia hesitates for a moment before speaking up. I have a suggestion. Aries glances at her. Let's hear it. She looks at him with genuine concern. How about we switch roles, Stay and me? Aries is momentarily confused. What is she even talking about? He spells it out for her. And your reason? The job I gave you, Amelia, requires quick action, the ability to think and judge on your own, and the ability not to get lost by yourself. Amelia blurts out her real fear. Just the thought of Stay and Aries exploring some dangerous place together makes me worry to death. Aries's decision is final, request denied, and I worry even more about leaving Stay alone. His other subordinate tries to reassure her. You're a strong girl, you'll be fine, but Amelia is already spiraling. I'm going to get an anxiety disorder at this rate. The girl named Stay tries to be helpful. Leave supporting Aries' sand to me, Stay. Aries cuts through the noise with brutal honesty. Actually, you're basically just our communicator. We're going to make full use of your one redeeming feature, your communication magic. Stay is absolutely mortified. What? Amelia falls silent, her suggestion shot down and her worries still present. Following Remiz's plan, the party grinds relentlessly, finally arriving at the bustling second town. Taoo looks at his hands, feeling a surge of new power coursing through him. So this is it. Arya smiles, congratulations, level 30. Remiz adds, that's great now. Taoo nods, thanks Arya, you too, you went up one level, now you're at 28. Arya turns to Remiz, and Remiz had the biggest jump, she's level 20 now. Remiz credits her magic. I guess it's thanks to my area of effect magic. But Remiz isn't satisfied, she looks at Taoo. Oh right, now, I've got to get stronger, I've been thinking about it for a while now, I'm thinking of learning a healing spell too. Arya is shocked. Wait, what? No one told me that. Remiz smiles, a newfound confidence in her eyes, and I finally have all the tools I need to learn it. Taoo looks over his party, Arya, the steadfast supporter, Remiz, growing stronger and more versatile every day, and Gresa, the unexpected powerhouse. He thinks to himself, defeating the Demon King might be a hard road to walk alone, but with these companions by my side, I'm sure we can accomplish it. Our story begins in the bustling streets of Second Town, a way station for adventurers and mercenaries, where new journeys are forged and old scores are settled. Inside a quiet cafe, a young woman named Stay sips from her cup, a weary look on her face. The day's troubles seem to weigh heavily on her. Suddenly the calm is shattered as another girl, Amelia, ambushes her from behind with a tearful cry, "Waya, senpa," but her concern quickly shifts as she notices the dirt smudged on Stay's cheek. That's quite a dirty face you've got there. What in the world happened? Stay's expression darkens. "Well, you see." The scene flashes back. Stay is fuming, pointing an accusatory finger at a stoic, white-haired man. Aries-san was so mean to me. Amelia, however, looks skeptical. What did you do to her? She asks, knowing Stay's penchant for trouble. Aries, without a hint of emotion, replies, I gave her a little training to fix her clumsiness. The memory shifts to a terrifying location, the edge of a deep, dark chasm. Aries's eyes are cold as he grips a heavy iron chain, the links clinking ominously in his hand. Stay, he asks, his voice flat, are you ready? Stay, sitting nervously on the cliff's edge, looks down at the very same chain now shackled to her ankle. Aries-san, I've seen this before, she says, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Her mind races as she recalls the details. It's what they use to transport criminals. It's extremely durable, guaranteed. Even if your foot gets torn off, it won't come off. For a moment, she's impressed. Wow, that's amazing. Then the horrifying reality dawns on her, her eyes widening in panic. Wait, hold on, why is that going on me? She looks up at him, utterly confused. A sense of danger. Aries's gaze is sharp, cutting through her confusion. Stay, what you lack is a sense of danger. At least that's how I see it. A quick flash shows Stay tripping over nothing, a perfect example of her problem. If you stay the way you are, it's not good for you either, Aries continues. Many others have tried to fix this and failed. His eyes narrow with a chilling resolve. But I haven't tried yet. With a flick of his wrist, Aries casts a spell. A shimmering aura envelops a bewildered Stay. A support spell. Thank you, she stammers, unsure of what's happening. In one swift motion, Aries scoops her up into his arms. It'd be a pain if you died, that's all, he says nonchalantly. Now thrown over his shoulder, Stay begins to panic for real. Wait, Aries-san. He cuts her off with a simple, cold command. You're gonna bite your tongue. And without another word, he throws her. Stay's body sails through the air, plummeting towards the abyss below. Her face is a mask of pure, cartoonish terror as she falls. Aries watches from the cliff edge, his expression unchanged. She's so powerless. The chain snaps taut with a loud crack, halting her fall. Aries holds the other end firmly, his mind made up. The only way I can teach someone is through force like this. The result of his training, Stay dangles helplessly upside down, suspended over the chasm by the chain on her ankle. Aries looks down at her, his expression utterly bored. Don't lie, he says, his voice devoid of sympathy. With that level and a support spell cast on you, there's no way you're actually in pain. From below, Stay's muffled voice cries out, it hurts. Her world is literally turned upside down, fear and indignation mixing on her face. Tears begin to stream from her eyes, flowing upwards. starting off with something this awful. Aries reflects on his methods. She is the daughter of a cardinal, a girl whom even elite education couldn't fix. In his mind, drastic measures are the only option left. He hauls her back up by her hair, her feet touching the ground for a brief moment before he delivers the final blow to her spirit. We're doing it again. Stay's face drains of all color. Aries-san, why you're joking, right? He leans in close, his presence overwhelming her. Stay, this isn't a game, I'm not doing this to blow off steam either. His eyes are piercing, his voice deadly serious. I'm going to teach you what it means to make a blunder on the battlefield. Even Amelia, just watching the memory unfold, can't help but feel a chill. Aries-san, you're seriously Spartan about this. Aries explains Stay's baffling condition. It's honestly baffling. To be precise, once you fall, you stay upright for a little while, but after a while you go right back to tripping again. There's no other choice. The flashback ends, returning us to the cafe. Stay is now face down on the table, sobbing. Sniff, I said I was fine, didn't I? But her misery is interrupted by a familiar, dreaded voice from behind. We'll continue tomorrow. Stay shoots up, her face a picture of absolute horror. We're still doing this. Completely ignoring Stay's existential crisis, Aries turns his attention to Amelia. Amelia, what's the report on the monster appearance patterns I asked you to look into? He continues, his mind already on strategy. Numbers, types, if there haven't been any major anomalies, then we'll have to go over the small details instead. Amelia delivers the bad news. That's going to be tough. I asked around, but the mercenaries don't really remember what types or how many monsters they fought. This lack of information clearly bothers Aries. The more people say that, the more it worries me. His gaze is distant, already calculating the potential risks. If it turns out to be needless worry, that's fine, but still. Aries looks at his companions, his strategic mind at work. We've got time while we wait for Taoo and the others to level up anyway. We can't afford to slack off with this stuff. Tao's entire party is leveling up steadily, he states. I want to start laying the groundwork for solving the core issues now. Amelia looks at him, intrigued. Core issues like what? Aries begins to list them off, starting with the most difficult. For example, Arya's zero magic power constitution. Or how Ramiz is only contracted with fire spirits, he adds, glancing at the young mage. He sighs, acknowledging the difficulty. Well, Arya's lack of magic power can't really be helped, we'll just have to go with the flow on that one. But Ramiz is the real concern, he continues, his tone serious. Only being contracted with fire spirits is a serious drawback. Stay nods in agreement. Yeah, that's pretty rare, isn't it? Aries turns his sharp gaze on Stay. A spirit mage who can only use a single element is beyond rare. Do you know why that is? Stay thinks for a moment before answering. Because monsters have strengths and weaknesses against different elements, right? Exactly, Aries confirms. The strength of a spirit mage lies in being able to always target a monster's elemental weakness. Not being able to do that is a fatal flaw. However, there's one unexpected fact here. I originally thought Golem Valley would be Ramiz's trial, he explains. Most golems have strong resistance to fire. I was certain Ramiz would stumble here. Stay looks up, her eyes wide with curiosity. Unexpected. At the very least, I didn't expect her to be one-shotting them at below the recommended level. But in reality, she's defeating them all in one hit. The scene shows Fredia, a master spirit mage, who notes, this completely exceeds my expectations. Even if I were here, this isn't normal. Aries' mind whirls with a new theory. Could it be possible? Stay offers her own simple explanation. The most important thing for a spirit mage is how closely they can bond with the spirits. Aries' eyes sharpen with realization. So it is possible. No, it's not about possibility, it is already happening. Ramiz's issue and Arya's issue are fundamentally different. Ramiz's problem, however, still has a chance of being solved. He elaborates, I don't know why she's only contracted with fire spirits. I've never heard of a condition where one could only contract with a single element. That's why I plan to make her face reality here, he says, recalling his original intent. To show her the downside of relying solely on fire spirits and push her to change her mindset. Amelia notices his grim expression. Aries-san, you've got a really serious look on your face. Aries replies, it's not over. Ramiz still hasn't faced the volcanic golem. Stay perks up confused. Volcanic golem. Aries explains the true test. One of the higher tier golems that inhabit this region. A golem that's virtually immune to fire magic. They're not particularly rare, so they'll definitely run into one if they head deeper in. His gaze is calculating as he ponders the outcome. When she finally meets something immune to her magic, I wonder how Ramiz will react. Stay ever optimistic flashes a confident smile. I'm sure Ramiz-chan will be just fine. The scene shifts to a library filled with ancient tomes. A powerful voice rings out, her instinct is well. The speaker is Gregorio, a muscular man with a goatee discussing Stay with Aries. She's got good instincts. Aries replies curtly, I know that already. Gregorio continues his assessment. She's even blessed, she's got magical power and can use divine arts too. Those summoned through hero summoning regardless of their role have all shown exceptional potential. What I came to ask was, how far along is she in training, realistically speaking? Aries on the battlefield, the most necessary thing is courage, the will to move forward even if your limbs are torn off. No matter how strong you are, you can't be a warrior without that. A vision of Taoo the hero appears. Gregorio states confidently, he has that will. Aries' expression is tense. Gregorio presses on. It's already been just over 3 months since the journey to defeat the Demon King began. It's about time we start producing visible results. Aries' face is grim as he acknowledges the harsh reality. Defeating the Demon King is a business. Gregorio nods. Results will attract investment, and that means we can put more money behind Taoo. Gregorio breaks down the hero's stats. His physical strength is pretty low. He doesn't have much stamina either, but on the other hand, his magic power is high and his agility isn't bad. So he's not suited to being a swordsman, Aries asks. Gregorio clarifies, it's not like he can't be a swordsman. The holy sword can compensate for his lack of attack power. But he delivers the shocking truth. The holy hero's physical strength and stamina are probably lower than Lady Arya's. Aries is taken aback. I could tell he was light on his feet, he thinks, but to think he has less strength than a girl like Arya. That's troublesome, Aries mutters. Gregorio agrees. It's not fatal, but he'll definitely struggle with it down the line. Aries looks at the party, his decision made. The real fight begins once the demon race starts moving in force. Before then, we need to stabilize Taoo's party's overall formation. His eyes are set with grim determination. I want to prioritize leveling up, cut back on the training sessions and let them focus on grinding. Gregorio nods in understanding, offering a final piece of advice. Yeah, I understand, Aries, don't push yourself too hard. The scene pans out over the stone buildings of the town, a silent promise of the difficult trials to come. A rocky road truly lies ahead. With a deadpan expression that betrays nothing, Aries turns to Amelia. You've mastered it. Stay, who was just out of earshot, freezes mid-step. Mastered, the word hangs in the air, a stark contrast to her utterly bewildered face. Aries' mind drifts back, a flicker of exhaustion in his eyes. That girl, Stefan, he thinks, was truly a handful. He tried everything, coaxing her, scaring her, pushing her to her limits. He recalls the more extreme measures like chaining her up and swinging her from a cliff face. Sometimes he'd even drop her without one, all to identify the cause of her issues. Meanwhile, his real target, Taoo's team, was leveling up without a hitch. Remiz Alfredia at level 28, Arya Rizas at 29 and Naotsugu Taoo at 27. Thanks to their support, they were carving a path through Golem Valley, their teamwork seamless and efficient. With this intel in mind, Aries makes a decision. Time to change up the teams, he announces coolly. Amelia and I will work in town. His gaze then lands on the clueless girl before him. Stay, you'll go alone, and tail Taoo's team. Stay's jaw drops. Wait, Aries-san, did the stress finally break you? Amelia immediately whirls on her. What's that supposed to mean, senpai? Ignoring Amelia, Stay stammers, Aries-san, I've really mastered it. Aries' expression remains unreadable. Yeah, you have, there's nothing more I can teach you. But his internal monologue is far more cynical. Or rather, it's pointless to try. He'd realized any further training was a complete waste of time. As he retrieves a small case, Stay is lost in a world of relief. No more getting chained up or getting thrown off cliffs. He opens the case, revealing a single, dark, metallic wristband nestled inside. Aries holds it out to her. Here's your mark of mastery, wear it on your wrist. Stay's eyes widen, sparkling with genuine surprise and gratitude. A mark, I'm really allowed to have this. Yeah, make sure it's secure, don't let it come off, Aries instructs. Oh, okay. Stay eagerly slides the band onto her wrist, a symbol of her graduation from hellish training. She strikes a triumphant pose, beaming. Does it suit me? But as she raises her arm, the wristband begins to glow. Aries calmly states its name, the Saint's Chain. In a flash of light, a chain erupts from the bracelet with a sharp snap. Wait, what? Stay yelps, her celebratory mood instantly shattered as the chain shoots across the room. With impossible speed, the end of the chain latches onto Aries' own hand. Whoa, Stay is yanked forward, now literally tethered to her mentor like a misbehaving pet. Amelia watches the bizarre scene unfold, a look of concern on her face. This Saint's Chain, is this? That's right, Aries confirms, his eyes glinting with cunning. It's one of Gregorio's hidden tricks. He elaborates, the bracelet is called the Disaster Bracelet. It's a cursed item, crafted from the hide of a demon that once destroyed multiple towns. He adds a quick disclaimer, noticing Amelia's worried expression. For the record, the church doesn't store demon hides, this is Gregorio's personal possession. Apparently, it was leftover material from the outer layer of his own gear. And to get even a piece of it, I had to owe him a favor. He mutters under his breath, clearly annoyed by the memory. Damn it. Shaking off his irritation, Aries gets back to business. Stay, your job is to shadow Taoo, keep a close watch on his movements without being noticed. Stay, still attached to him, snaps to attention. Why yes, understood. If anything happens, report to me via communication magic. Got it, I'll contact you, she salutes, full of newfound purpose. With a cheerful wave, she's off. All right, I'm off, hee, I'll do my best on this mission. The door closes behind her. The moment she's gone, Amelia turns to Aries, skeptical. So after mastering her training, has Stay stopped tripping? Aries' reply is laced with pure cynicism. Do you really think so? The training was useless, he states flatly, so we've got no choice. Amelia looks confused. Where are we going? Aries' expression is grim. To follow Stay, obviously, we'll have to test her for real. And so, the real test begins. From a high, rocky cliff, Stay peers down at Taoo's party as they navigate the canyon below, completely unaware of her presence. Not far behind, Aries and Amelia watch her from behind a pillar of rock. Aries-san, isn't this a bit reckless? Amelia whispers, her voice tight with worry. No, Aries replies firmly. You are spoiling her too much. Aries explains the logic. An operator's job is to find the target with detection magic, then link up with communication magic. Just to confirm, Stay can use detection magic, right? He continues, I assume she understands that, but just in case, I told her to play dumb if Taoo's group realizes she's tailing them. Amelia, likely using communication magic, reports back with a sigh. I told her, but it looks like she didn't really get it. Stay's own thoughts confirm it. Following Taoo's group while walking alone through Golem Valley, this is impossible. Aries remains unconcerned, gesturing to the chain on his wrist. It's fine. In an emergency, I'll just launch the Saint's chain and reel her back in. Amelia leans in conspiratorially, lowering her voice. This is just between us, but... Stay is just a little bit of an airhead. Aries cuts her off, his tone flat. I know Stay's an idiot. Suddenly, Amelia's eyes go wide with panic. Aries-san, there's a monster. A massive shadow looms over the completely oblivious Stay. A hulking rock golem, its eyes glowing with malice, has crept up right behind her. It raises a massive stone club, ready to smash her into dust. A rock golem, huh? Aries notes grimly from his vantage point. We might not be able to rely on luck this time. But just as the golem's arm descends for the killing blow, a brilliant magic circle flares to life on the ground right beside Stay. Boom, a massive pillar of solid earth erupts from the ground, intercepting the golem's strike with incredible force. Aries and Amelia can only watch, their eyes wide with shock. The golem is thrown back, completely overpowered by the unexpected spell. Aries stares, bewildered. That's spirit magic. Rising earth using earth elemental spirits. Don't tell me she can use spirit magic. Amelia is just as stunned. That's the first time I've ever seen it. Aries' mind races, a cold sweat beating on his brow. I confirmed Stay's abilities beforehand. She never said anything about being able to use spirit magic. Was I deceived? Was the whole clumsy act just a performance? Number Aries-san, Stay's been like that since we met a few years ago, Amelia says, trying to be helpful, but her words only deepen his suspicion. A few years ago, so she's been acting since childhood. The implications are terrifying. Was that whole act just to lower my guard? Did she willingly get chained up and dangled for that goal? Nothing is more terrifying than a person with strong resolve. His thoughts spiral, but I don't understand her objective. No, thinking she's a minion of the Demon King is going too far. Amelia tries to get his attention. Aries-san, Stay is. He holds up a hand, cutting her off. Sorry, give me a moment, I need to calm down and think. But just as he's trying to process the idea of Stay being a master manipulator, she lets out a classic, high-pitched scream, and trips over absolutely nothing, tumbling right off the edge of the cliff. She lands in a clumsy heap right in front of Taoo's party, who had been drawn by the commotion of the golem fight. She sits up, rubbing her head with a groan, completely unfazed by the fall. I fell. Taoo's party stares in utter confusion, but Stay's face suddenly lights up as she spots a familiar face in the group. Hi Ramiz-chan, long time no see, what a coincidence. From their hiding spot, Aries and Amelia's minds collectively explode. Wait, they know each other. As Stay plummets from the cliffside, a small, dark figure zips through the air towards her. It's her earth spirit, Kakao-chan, swooping in for a last-second rescue. Landing softly at the bottom of the ravine, Stay gives a relieved smile. Thanks to Kakao-chan's magic, she explains to the stunned party, even though I fell from a high place, it didn't hurt that much. The little spirit Kakao-chan peeks out, looking proud of its work. The reunion is anything but warm. Ramiz glares, her voice sharp. Why the heck are you here? Taoo, completely lost, looks between them. What? You two know each other. From the back of the group, another party member recognizes the girl who just fell out of the sky. Stay. Arya steps forward, equally bewildered and annoyed. Stay, why are you even in a place like this? The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Stay, however, seems completely unfazed by their hostility. She beams, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Why? Well, I'm on a mission, obviously. She puffs out her chest with pride, a smug little smile on her face. A mission by yourself? Someone asks. HMPH, of course I'm by myself, Stay declares. I've mastered my training, remember. Leaning out from behind a rock, she looks for confirmation from her tiny companion. Right, she asks, as Kakao-chan gives a little nod. Taoo and Remiz are not buying it for a second. You know her, you really know her, Taoo exclaims, while Remiz mutters, what kind of lunatic would assign you a job alone? Stay tries to de-escalate, offering a half-truth. Calm down, please, Remiz and I, well, we just kinda know each other. She is the daughter of a pretty famous person in Luke's, after all. But internally, Stay is panicking. Ah, crap, my job was to keep watch on Taoo-san and from a distance without being noticed. Her clumsy entrance has completely blown her cover. She tries to find a silver lining. I totally got spotted, but whatever, moving on. At least I didn't say anything about Aries-san, so I'm safe. A small, determined glint appears in her eye. Putting on an awkward smile, she waves her hand dismissively. I'm working, so I should get back now. She needs to get out of there before she says something else stupid. Stay places her hand on the cracked earth, channeling her magic. A faint glow emanates from her palm. She whispers a single command, her eyes focused as Kakao-chan prepares to assist. Suddenly the ground erupts, a massive golem hand made of solid rock bursts forth, gently scooping Stay up. Tao's party can only stare in disbelief. Earth spirit magic. As she's lifted back to the clifftop, Stay waves cheerfully. Let's grab a meal together sometime, okay? Left in the dust, the party is completely dumbfounded. Arya can only manage a whisper, what is going on? Back on top of the cliff, Stay lands safely and dusts herself off with a sigh of relief. Phew. A cold, sarcastic voice cuts through her relief from behind. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Stay. It's Aries. Oblivious to his tone, Stay turns with a huge smile. Yep, work is super fun. She happily recounts the events to her little spirit. Getting spotted by the hero was a bit of a slip-up, but I got to see my old friends Remiz-chan and Arya-chan again after so long, so I guess it balances out. Aries and Amelia stand behind her. Aries offers a thin, unconvincing smile. Good to hear. The coldness in his voice finally registers. Stay's cheerful expression falters as she turns around. Wait, eh? Aries' eyes are sharp. Are you acquainted with Remiz and Arya? Stay, still a bit flustered, answers honestly. Yep, we're old friends, we lived near each other. The reality of the situation finally hits her. Aries-san and Senpai, why are you two here? She asks, her voice now small and nervous. Aries' smile vanishes completely. He looks down, his expression unreadable. I see, friends are important. His gaze becomes an icy glare. So why didn't you say anything about that? Stay can only stare back, wide-eyed and confused. Meanwhile, back at their lodgings, Tao's party is trying to process the bizarre encounter. So, that girl. Taoo finally asks the question on his mind. Who is she? Remiz, sitting on the bed, answers quietly, an old friend. Arya elaborates, her expression serious. Now don't know she. Stefan Baranid is Remiz's and my childhood friend. Taoo is surprised. Childhood friend, Arya nods grimly. Though to be fair, she's a church affiliate, so her status is different from ours. Remiz adds, last I heard, she was working at the church headquarters. I never expected to run into her here. Taoo senses the tension. You both don't really like her, do you? Remiz looks away. She's not a bad person, really. Arya is more direct. Why is Stay even here? No idea. They're completely in the dark about her motives. She said it was for work. What kind of work? Remiz wonders aloud. Arya speculates Remiz did Stay become a priest or something. Her father is a cardinal, after all. But Remiz just shakes her head. I don't know. After a moment of silence, Arya turns to Taoo, her arms crossed. Now Dono, I have a favor to ask. She gets straight to the point. According to plan, we were supposed to go deeper in tomorrow to keep leveling up, right? Taoo nods. Yeah, Ulsan also said it's about time we move forward. Plus, we have Gresa, I can use healing magic and we still have enough potions. Arya's expression is grim. I think we won't be able to avoid taking damage when we face stronger golems. Taoo repeats his point, trying to reassure her. Now Dono can use healing magic and we still have enough potions. But Arya isn't convinced, but it's still tough without a priest. The lack of a dedicated healer is a serious vulnerability. Taoo sighs, conceding the point. Yeah, you're right, it's already been decided that Spya will be our party's priest. But she's off training, Arya finishes, and we have no idea what she's up to now. They're stuck without their key support member. Tao's eyes narrow in thought, weighing their options. A slow smile spreads across his face as he comes to a logical, if reluctant, conclusion. All right, I understand. For now, let's add Stefan to the party. The next day, Stay tracks the party down to their inn, her heart pounding with anticipation. She spots them through the window, a wave of excitement washing over her. The party looks up, surprised to see her approaching their table. Stay walks right up to Taoo and gives a bright, hopeful smile. Nice to meet you, Taoo-san, please let me join your party. His response is instant and brutal. Sorry, that's not possible. Her smile evaporates, her mind short-circuits. Why not? Taoo can't meet her eyes, sweat beading on his forehead, the guilt is crushing him. I feel so guilty it hurts, but I can't just ignore what Arya and Ramiz were saying. His mind flashes back to the conversation from the previous night, right after he made his decision. The moment he said, "For now, we'll add Stefan to the," Arya and Ramiz had exploded. "You can't let her join, you absolutely mustn't let her in." They had cornered him, their faces a mixture of panic and fury. No matter what, absolutely do not let Stefan into the party. Overwhelmed, Taoo had caved. Okay. Back in the present, Taoo bows his head, apologizing over and over. "I'm sorry, really sorry, but no, absolutely not." Stay is horrified. If I'm not allowed in, I'll be in really big trouble." Watching the whole pathetic scene unfold from a nearby rooftop, Aries smirks. They actually made a smart decision. Amelia, holding the crying Stay, looks at him, confused. What do you mean by that?" Aries's mind is already racing, formulating a new strategy. But if even that woman chasing Taoo refuses to let this sister join, then this might actually be a useful card to play. He recalls the power Stay displayed earlier. Earth elemental magic lacks raw offensive power, but it's particularly effective for interference techniques. Her casting speed was also flawless. He muses, maybe this girl named Stefan is someone who only shows her true value in dangerous situations. He turns to the sobbing girl, his voice devoid of any sympathy. "Stay, you still have uses." She looks up, tears streaming down her face. Aries's gaze is cold and calculating. "I've already invested in Stay. If nothing comes of it, it'll all be a waste. My resolve is being tested." He's not giving up on his pawn just yet. Just a little more, just a bit further. She'll become useful soon, I'm sure of it. Amelia deadpans. "Aries-san, you strike me as the type who loses at gambling." He doesn't even flinch. "I don't gamble, I've got terrible luck." Amelia looks down at the crying girl in her arms, then back at him. "But that's exactly what you're doing right now." Ignoring her, Aries locks eyes with Stay, his expression intense. "Stay, I'll assign you the role of a messenger from the church. You're perfect for it since you already know them." Both Stay and Amelia are confused by the sudden change in plans. A messenger. Aries clarifies the mission's true purpose, a sinister glint in his eye. "Yes, I said messenger, but your actual job is to make Taoo and the others feel a sense of danger." Stay's eyes widen in confusion. A sense of danger. Back in their room, Tao's party is having second thoughts. "What should we even do with Stay? We already turned her down though," Taoo sighs. Arya adds, "In the first place, is there even a job she can handle?" Suddenly, a loud, insistent bang 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 echoes from their door, startling them. A familiar voice calls out from the other side. "Hello, Ramiz-chan, Arya-chan, it's Stay," and she's not taking no for an answer. They open the door to find her standing there, looking determined. They're shocked. What are you doing here?" Stay tries to announce her new role, but her clumsy phrasing causes a massive misunderstanding. "Just doing my job, I'm on an errand from the church." Ramiz panics. "An assassin from the church." Stay frantically tries to correct her while still trying to get inside. "I'm not an assassin, I'm just running an errand. Open up, please. Knock knock knock." She barges past them into the room. Taoo tries to be formal. Stefan-san," Stay whirls on him, pointing to herself emphatically. "Taoo-san, please call me Stay, everyone calls me that." Taoo, completely thrown off balance, tries to regain control of the situation. Stay, what exactly brings you here?" With a massive, triumphant grin, Stay throws her arms wide and makes her grand declaration. "It looked like you were having trouble leveling up, so I'll temporarily join your party and help out." The party can only stare, speechless, as the clumsy girl officially forces her way in.